Yo, they got right into it. Hold on, I was not ready. Lord have mercy. They got right into it.
League of Legends, all of
they in champ select. It just turned 12. Hello everyone, how are y'all doing? Are y'all ready? If you're not,
yeah, it is interesting to see
JoJo with the stare.
as well as TF up and available.
If y'all are not ready, you better get the freak ready, because
Pantheon is starting to get more and more attention.
They getting right into it, y'all.
These semi-global global champions, you know, they are really powerful.
We are getting right into it.
But Pantheon has been looking
Lord
pretty
have
incredible.
mercy. Hello, y'all already know what time we on today. No, I need Hong Q to chill for real. I need Hong Q to chill for real today, bro. Like, I know they want to win, and I know it's likely they do. But bro, I really need my pick'ems to stay perfect, bro. Like, please don't do it to me. Please don't do it to me. I'm begging. I'm really begging.
You know, JoJo for me, you know, is a player who's always been.
We got us a long day today ahead of us, y'all. We got us a long day ahead of us. We got a big day ahead of us.
Of course, there are many different
but I'm really hoping for nothing but good vibes, good games, and
into his ear as well. But to me,
just
Yone says
greatness.
It fits the bill. It's the kind of
Just
style that
pure
JoJo
greatness.
wants to
Please
play
lock
and
in.
is so good
Dude,
at.
it makes me so sad because I really do feel like my pick'em's about to be just
to me was his biggest strength.
obliterated,
he's
dude.
a great laner on ranked champions too. But I think this is his bread and butter. This is how he can really be a game changer.
Yeah,
we'll see
I
if we
really
do get
feel
that
like
Sejuani as
my
well, which I think could work well with Merwin, because he, you know, Merwin is one of these guys who is so flexible, can bring out counter picks. You're on red side, and you could go for one of those double melee setups on the top side.
Yeah, you get good scaling in the Yone. Rumble is actually going to be a pick here for Merwin.
Stream trying to act weird today, I guess.
For later on. Sejuani obviously does really fit with these two champs, but if you don't get the Sejuani, you get something like the Jarvan instead, or something with a bit of utility. I agree, I want Sejuani, but if it's picked by CFO, unfortunately, MKOI can no longer pick it.
That's true.
So Rumble Yone locked in for MKOI. CFO looking towards their jungle.
Oh, Hong Q about to take our freaking seats, bro.
Into that Rumble. Often we've seen the Galio as that top lane answer.
Hong Q about to take our seats. Oops, I did not post. I did not post, so we about to be
on it. And it's just such a popular pro play jungler here. Has a lot of early game power. Can scale pretty well with the Crescent Guard into later stages of the game. Also, and yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all to see just that Galio coming out. It is really popular as an answer. Instead, it is going to be Sion here for Driver. One of his most played, tied for most with the Gragas, so definitely looking towards scaling. Already we're seeing, you know, two very different styles of composition. CFO are going to be playing front-to-back team fight, where we're going to be seeing on the other side, it's going to be about dive.
All right, y'all.
I do actually like the pivot towards Trundle, so delaying
big day today.
That jungle pick towards 3, I do think paid some dividends. Sejuani, obviously really strong pairing, but when you do see a super tank on the other side, Trundle becomes a tank himself and is really helping to shred through, which I think is super important, especially when you are playing these double melee top sides, where sometimes you're a little bit light in your composition on tank damage. So Trundle can kind of bridge that gap, and I really like what we're seeing here in the first 3. Honestly, from both sides, it's just two different styles.
Yeah, CFO, sorry, obviously going for a little bit more teamfight threat. They have their front line right now. The Crescent Guard for Xin Zhao as well. It gives you a huge amount of area control when you get into teamfights. MKOI will be looking to bypass that area.
I was just rewatching the rest of the T1 game earlier, and the media interview questions you were drafting were so funny. Like, they ain't gonna know what y'all mean when you're doing girly pop. No, like, I think we were trolling. Oh, speaking of interview updates, we unfortunately were not selected by BLG or T1 to interview them today, so no interviews today. No one-on-one interviews. We can still go to the press conference.
Getting banned out, Braum as well as Rakan, champions that have that ability to protect the backline, that ability.
Yeah, it looks like the teams get to choose from the list of media outlets who they want to interview them.
The ones that kind of I have my eyes on right
now.
So
very unfortunate, but that does not mean that I will stop.
He plays a lot more Kaiser than he does Jhin. He's got one Jhin game this entire split.
I will still be trying to
not often seen as
get
too good of a pick. They found out the Kaiser
selected.
Instead. I would still like the Jhin from MKOI. Leave your support counter pick for last. It looks like at the moment though they're going for a little bit of disengage with their support alongside some follow-up engage if that Alistar wants to get into the middle of the fights.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that getting locked in here. You know, Alistar obviously, you know, very popular. Alvaro, I think, was incredible.
Slipped you in a couple
of
bucks.
A loss, which I think is honestly really rare.
I feel like this, the comps are very standard.
Often you look bad because every
low key MKOI looks scary.
You're so far down in gold, but he was really
MKOI looks scary.
To make things work. You know,
I really don't understand the fascination with this in an ADC, y'all.
Opportunities to come back in some of those games. And it's going to be Ezreal.
Oh, my bad.
Lots of scaling here on
Ezreal
the CFO
anyways.
side.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of stacked.
Support because they are lacking some hard engage here. And I'm thinking Leona or something along those lines. You obviously maybe are a little bit more hesitant to go towards Rel because that is kind of that.
I like HongQ though.
But I think
like CFO.
Like could fit the bill here still, and is going
I
to
like
be
them a lot
for Kaiwing.
This is most played across the course of the split. Currently hovering over the Galio, though. Would go into that supporting role.
I like them a lot.
But yeah, Leona is going to be the lock in the end. Keep the Galio up for later on in the fearless best of 5. And we'll see where MKOI decides to go with their AD carry now. Super, a little bit further down his pecking order, but Civ is going to be the lock. Good wave clear, can do a lot of damage as well from range because of the ricochet during team fights.
Yeah, obviously a different style of kind of assisting in those fights, you know, than something like the Jhin that I was more anticipating. But obviously, pop the ulti, you have 4 melee champions alongside you, they're all getting that move speed, you're hitting people with ricochet. And I think the other thing I will add to that
Hello,
is that
Holy. I'm doing well, Shaylin. How are you doing?
You do have kind of that infinite wave clear. And when you're looking towards a champion like Yone, you often want to play through side. So having an AD carry here that has incredible wave clear is going to help shore up one of those weaknesses, is going to give you more time to kind of play through those side lanes and find opportunities there. It can also be a bit of that kind of late game win condition, something that could, you know, deal with the Sion much later on.
Yeah, she does scale well later on into the game, especially when you get towards 3 or 4
just
items.
The range versus Azir, which is why I am not usually as big of a fan of that pick, because you try to come up in auto and Azir kind of just Q autos you and you're at half HP. You're like, well, I guess I can't attack.
Does give her some safety though in the mid lane as well. That spell shield avoids some of the non-committal engage from things like
HongQ about to do some damage. He really might. I'm going to trust in the JoJo. I'm going to trust in the JoJo. Let's go! Let's go, JoJo! Come on! Don't let us down, bro. Don't let us down. Don't let us down. Lock in, my boy. Lock in, my boy. Mojo, JoJo!
Of Europe, something that we haven't said too often in the past about the Mad Lions.
This is your home turf, literally. Literally
looking to change the history books.
This is his home turf. He gotta pop out.
Yeah, I've said this before. We were talking about, you know, the European teams that were qualifying up the dive, and for me, it's been kind of fun watching MKOI because I do feel like I have a European team that now I feel a little bit more of an attachment to, a little bit more like I'm kind of cheering. I have a home team away from home here.
I believe. Let's see how this game 1 goes. I feel like even if we see how this game 1 go though, like game 1's never really determined the outcome of the series, right? Like we've seen so many game 1s that were fraudulent.
First stand. Yeah, in the group stage, they did lose to HLE, but guess what? Everyone did at that entire tournament, got absolutely blasted by them. And they did have a very close series against K-Corp in the knockout stage.
They did. For CFO, again, it's
yeah,
the first year
we're not the Lulu
as a whole, and I think seeing the progression from tournament to tournament is what you really want from CFO. You've got people like Driver, who is in for this game, Rest, obviously, who's on the bench for this game, HongQ as well, the next hope of the APAC region, following the footsteps of people like Maple, who for so long were known as the LCK killers. You know, you look back to Flash Wolves, you look to PSG. For so long, this region has been a region that, although not coming in as favorites, would often be able to challenge on the world stage.
Absolutely. I mean, they were always kind of some of those dark horse teams that could find ways to make upsets happen. Is not quite able to connect the Zenith Blade. Kaiwing trying to get pretty aggressive there, you know, sweeping out that early ward, trying to play in the face here of Supa, but Supa's been able to avoid all the damage and has hit a couple boomerang blades, so Doggo is the one kind of taking the bad end of this.
Yeah, puts a bit of damage back. Kaiwing did take the Oracle's alteration here, that sweeper early to deny vision in the bush. He lands the Zenith Blade, but Supa trades back on him. Aftershock keeping Kaiwing a little bit healthier. Jojo Pyun feeling the pain of a ranged into melee matchup in the mid lane, very similarly to the last time we saw him play this Yone here at MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just going to be about trying to preserve your life total to be able to farm the wave when it's in a decent spot. And you kind of have to really know in these matchups, okay, what minions do I actually have to give up? What minions can I fight for? Because if you try to fight for every minion, you will just lose way too much health and you'll actually get way less CS as a result. So you have to really
This is where my pick'ems get fried because I have MKOI versus CFO. No, same JT, and I'm so sad about it. I really wish I would be more confident going into this if I put CFO
as you get level 3,
wins this. I don't know why I put MKOI over them.
That is pretty
I don't know why
as
I
you start
did.
getting more levels, as you start getting more items, because it gets very difficult for Azir, you know, when you just go in with your E, go for the soul inbound, you just start taking these trades, and
who
Azir's
knows,
only real
maybe
recourse post 6
MKOI
becomes ult you away, but then you
puts
just
it down,
snap back,
bro.
and now all of a sudden you don't have that for the next trade.
And you have your own fate seal to follow up, even if the gap is widened by Hongq on that Azir. Me1 in the top lane, but the laners just trading. Driver will be pushed in early by this Rumble, kind of to be expected. Driver, the tank player for CFO. He and Rest kind of switch duties in the top lane, often Rest coming in for the second game of the series.
I'm doing great, Saber. How are you doing?
Very active in how they were actually swapping back and forth, but interestingly enough, you know, it wasn't actually Driver that did play the tank in that final game against T1.
Jin just looking for a gank down towards this bottom side. Alvaro does have the aftershock on. When becomes lightning is going to connect, but not too much more going on there.
There's no way you could have known Hongq is just that guy. I mean, I remember them from First Stand, but like First Stand is such a horrible like measurement of skill. You know what I'm saying?
And should be able to actually reset this wave. So I think JoJo going to be really happy about how this
such a horrible measurement
phase has gone thus far. A couple more minions will be there for Hongq to pick up, but we're dead even right now at the time that JoJo is basing. Like, you are laughing if that's how it's going.
Very happy with how this early sequence has gone. He jumps onto Hongq as well, just to try and stop him from being able to freeze this wave. The stop is back quite late though, so it's about 6-7 seconds of time wasted there for JoJo.
It is, like that's the con, but the pro is that Hongq TP'd back and is now half HP, right? So if
yeah,
you can actually get
it's not a really good like
TP's back, but before you base, you then come back, now you're in full health, so now Hongq is going to be in an awkward spot. He has no potions, and I do think that JoJo is going to have an opportunity to potentially lane lock him here, where
they are the only team that was at First Stand that is at MSI. Like that's another reason why I'm like, it's not really a good.
And Kaiwing just coming towards that mid lane to make sure they get a push out.
First Stand is kind of fraudulent all in all, yeah.
3 to 6 minute mark from these bot lanes. You can put the Rumble behind.
I don't know how I'm streaming on YouTube right now.
But if you have a little bit of time in a 2v1 into the Rumble,
I don't know how I'm streaming on YouTube. Because it looks like it's connected to my Twitch stream.
Very low, but Hongq has got to be careful.
And not what I am usually streaming on YouTube with. So I'm a little confused.
You know what? I'm getting so low, and there's potential dive.
Flash away from Mirwin. Survives through the unstoppable onslaught. Driver's going to eat a flame spitter on the backside, but it's a summoner for an ultimate exchange in favor of CFO.
Yeah, really nicely done. Driver's actually opened up a pretty big CS advantage as well, which you're not expecting to happen.
So remember what Tempest said.
Mirwin is just going
when you're going up against range, you get the Doran shield, and then you want to get
2 full waves pretty much here in the early levels, which is a bit concerning.
I don't know what he's building though, because he's not following the Tempest way of the dragon.
When you do at least have different damage types here from your soul laners, because yes, you're going to have to be building MR against the Rumble.
Because Tempest said, a lot of people say to get like rush berserkers, but you really want to get the extra damage that you can get from recurve bow.
He's actually going for a really interesting.
Recurve bow with your shard is one of them.
Not for the Swifties, but then teleports back here while Mirwin's going down towards the bottom side. No unstoppable onslaught, does have the flash. The trample looking for the stun here from Alvaro as Super begins to open up. Driver still very healthy, even though he hasn't built any health, just because he's Scion, and he will be able to walk away. Half HP though,
Scion
with Elioy on this side of the map, things could get tricky for Driver.
Yeah, I think he's going to be regretting the buy now. You know, you go Swifties to obviously be able to shrug off some of the slows coming through from the Electro Harpoons.
What will be really sad though is if MKOI wins today, like yes, my pick'ems would be perfect. However,
there it goes as they look for Driver under the tower. No escape. Alvaro tanks it perfectly. And
however, that means we would send CFO home. This is an elimination match. So whoever loses goes home. And I don't really want to see CFO go home, honestly. I think that they're a pretty cool team.
That dive is going to be at the very least much more difficult to pull off. But
yeah, no, for sure.
Get Mirwin out of what was a difficult 1v1.
My pick'em's greater than whoever goes home. Bye, CFO. Dang! doing? It's like that? It's like that, y'all?
Actually even trying to step up to the tower, knowing that he was undermanned on this side
Hello,
of the map.
Andy. How are you doing?
20 CS lead for Driver in that top side. Even a lead for Doggo.
So are we rooting for CFO?
Carries, at least in terms of farm, although he is about 150 gold behind because of that first blood from Super.
I'm rooting for everybody
true.
black.
I think mid lane though going very well for MKOI. Of course, it is not a
That's
big
how
CS
I'm doing
advantage
it
by any means, but
I'm rooting for everybody
is
black.
going to start to struggle, and CFO are going to move their
whoever win
towards
at
mid
this
here.
point.
I think they want to be in the area for the grubs.
Because it hurts my heart.
Down to bot. He will not
They're
have
both
teleport,
great.
but neither.
They really are.
Well, actually, Mirwin does. JoJo's not going to be the one to answer, so MKOI will have the potential extra man.
We're rooting for my pick'ems. Like actually, like
a little bit late to show up, and it's going down pretty quick.
Yeah, first grub already gone here for Ginger.
We're rooting for the winning team. Yep, exactly. Hello, sir.
On the red buff right now. Super was looking for the steal with the boomerang blade, but can't find it. CFO seem to be happy with just getting the objective. The feat of the neutral objectives there from the grubs. We'll leave one left up.
Honestly, nice bluff by the MKOI bot lane. They kind of just walked forward, and I feel like CFO was respecting a little bit too much. They don't know that Alioya is still on the red buff. They're just assuming, oh, well, if you're walking forward, the rest of your team is here. They didn't want to try to force any sort of fight. Junja had already used his smite, of course, so didn't want to just stay around and have that stolen away.
How are things? Well, we are in game 1 of this first series, this first best of 5. I think we do. I think we will get a pretty nice series on our hands here. It is LEC, so Europe versus LCP. And yeah, both teams are fighting for their lives because if they lose, they are going back home. So I don't know, man. I'm nervous. I'm scared.
A tricky situation for him.
I really.
It's gonna be A-okay there, absolutely. Doggo gonna continue
I feel
to farm,
like CFO will win, but I
well.
love
JoJo
Pyun, the LEC mid laner. But also, I think CFO like kind of deserves the win. So
having first move there towards the sides is gonna allow MKOI to be a little bit more aggressive, but they're not clearly feeling the pressure yet. They don't seem like they want to posture that aggressively.
Oh yeah, JT. Really if MKOI actually wins this, I'm pretty sure no one predicted that.
Really well also,
so if you get this right, we will all be like top 1%.
Yeah, I think the thing for CFO is they
y'all, do I strawberry matcha or mango boba?
So if they scale evenly, they should be able to
if you get mango boba, I might get mango boba. Like
for MKOI though, they do still have the damage if they can get on top of the enemy, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like they have really good ways to do that, right? You pop the Silver ult, someone gets Trundle pillared.
Are you tired,
JT? On your head.
Or not
there's,
tired?
You know, an Alistar flashing in. There's the Yone all coming through. So there's a lot of ways to circumvent those issues, but definitely I think it is going to be, you know, front to back advantage for CFO. But MKOI are going to be able to have the opportunity to circumvent that by coming from different angles, by looking for really explosive engages.
Well, if you want mango boba, I get mango boba, then I should get mango boba, so you get mango boba. I think mango boba might be the thing. Shoot, I might get some mango boba myself. Everybody clock in. We're all getting mango boba as a stream. As a stream, everybody clock in for your mango boba.
You're always going to need some sort of coverage for that Azir.
It would be so tea if I could drive to go get this mango boba while the games are going on. Like I take y'all on a little IRL field trip.
Driver having to flash away, burn that
I think we'll just Uber Eats it.
Not really much going to happen down there, but these two junglers are
okay, but popping boba or tapioca pearl boba? Low key, I used to be a tapioca pearl boba girl, but now I like the crystal boba.
Domestically, not as
I'm a little
dominant as I think
crystal
you would like
boba
to be. And you look
girl.
on the other side, Ginger, domestically the dominant force
this guy's
in
a
this
cheat
region.
code.
Yeah,
Like,
really is.
How do you win in the LCP? Well, you sign Junja, and then the rest kind of handles itself, it feels like. This guy has just been insane. He just wins every single time
I'm gonna do a little
LCP. Has
cat.
clearly been the best player in the league,
The
just
mango
period, point blank.
soup.
There is
Oh,
not
they gotta
really
buy
much
one
of an
get one
argument around it. It's not about best
free.
jungler, it's about best player, and this guy has just been so dominant, so consistent for the
Let me
team.
see what my roommate's
As Honku
doing.
there, forced to use the ulti defensively. This is what I'm talking about. And now next time that Soul Unbound is up, he still has the Fate Sealed, he still has that ultimate, and then Honku is going to have to just back off, or you're going to get constantly chipped down. JoJo's going to be healing back up off that wave, and this is why this
I tried the popping boba and they were so disgusting. I hated them. Yeah, I'm not really a popping
with
girl.
CFO having already picked up the first Drake of the game, stopping them from getting the
Yeah,
stack is always
exactly,
important. Even if you
JT.
scale
Since they got
evenly
buy
with
one
the
get one
opposition,
free, who won
you
a
just
free
don't want to
one?
give them opportunities
Let's
to
just
force you into a fight if you don't want to take
go all the way.
The second Drake, you make sure that CFO can't force you into a soul point fight too early. Jojo coming across the TPs come out from Hongq down towards that bottom side. Kaiwing with the Sun. True Shot Barrage going out as well as Junja looks at the sniper, can't get it. Hongq looking for the flank.
Okay, we got the drag.
Flashes away from CFO. Junja in with the Crescent Guard, and they dive onto Elioy.
Okay, Jojo.
So much with the
yeah, maybe we disengage. We got what we came for. We got what we came for. We don't want them to get anything. Take everything and leave them no thing.
That was Hongq TPing back.
Well done, guys.
Lane, running straight to the dragon, but they were too slow on the setup.
Leech is very good. I respect that. I respect that hard.
Getting there for a smite steal. Yes, you get the flash out. Yes, you get the heal out. There is some little advantages there, but at the end of the day, MKOI got what they came for. Gonna be really happy about it.
Keeping the game even through this early game as well. Super trading onto Doggo here, who, again, it's the arcane shift of the Ezreal. You can be so much more aggressive than on other AD carries. About a 500 gold lead for CFO through this early game, coming predominantly through Driver on the top side, who still has that 20 CS lead over the Rumble. Meowin has now finished his Liandry, so maybe that will start to swing a little bit, but Driver going Force of Nature first makes it really hard for Meowin to get through him.
Yeah, going Force of Nature, not going to be going Gating Worker, and I feel like that is much more common in these matchups, so it is interesting. He really has this own kind of approach here.
It's really movement speed driven. Boost of swiftness, Force of Nature.
I mean, it's very aggressive, right? You know, they are tank items, but it is aggressive. You want to be trying to chase him down, you know, be able to stay on top of him and look for
there's a yogurt popping boba? I've never heard of that.
And when Jojo gets the Blade of Rune King and you're on full MR, not that armor is going to help you that much, but obviously it feels not that great to have spent all this gold.
He will get some movement speed out of the Force of Nature, though, because of the auto attacks from Yone. Yeah, true. You know, he'll be able to run away from the Yone, perhaps, on occasion. For the moment, though, pretty even between these two teams. We see Alvo pathing up towards Hongq on this top side. Does have the flash. Alvo looking for those gank paths, but great vision control from CFO. Elioya going down towards bot as Driver no longer has a flash of his own. Does have the unstoppable onslaught and can just walk away for now. Junja
okay, Jojo, you better get in there and do that damage. Uh-oh, Elioya.
As Elioya has no flash, but look at him bonking down Junja. Crescent Guard
okay, finish him off, Jojo. Finish him. Finish him off, Jojo.
Junja flashes away. Jojo flashes back, but Driver gets the double.
Nicely done there by CFO. Driver walking out with a double kill as they chase in so deep. Elioya has no flash, so he just decides, you know what, I'm going to try to fight my way out. I'm going to stand. I'm going to get that lethal tempo, I think, stacked up as it looked like he had. And was just whacking away, but couldn't actually quite get the kill.
I do enjoy cheese foam, but it is so bad for me.
Soul and bound. That expires. Elioya is still kind of in there briefly by himself in the 1v2, and as a result, does get knocked down. Very close fight, as we're going to see it one more time, as going to jump out of that.
We can see the first 5 frames one more time. After that, it's PG-13. You're not allowed
I was about to say, I know that ain't me. He said,
it's just in slow-mo.
Maybe we aren't going to see it one more time, actually. Maybe we don't see it again.
They're actually really slow. It's just the game's even slower.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Explains why I've never got past Master.
That was very funny.
Exactly. You're not playing on the pro mode.
Exactly.
If it was slow-mo like that.
Be funny, be
actually,
funny.
That'd probably be even worse.
Yeah, so would I.
I don't think that would help
all my muscle memory would be out the window.
But it would take like 4 hours to play a game. That would be terrible.
Oh, yeah, true. True. A 2,500 gold lead for CFO as they picked up the Rift Hold as well, which gave them the objective bounties that they wanted. So they've got those boots upgraded, as you say. Yeah, the top tower being taken by Hongq and Kaiwing, who are shadowing Meowin to make sure that he couldn't clear out the wave. MKOI now not as comfortable with this position. A couple of moments ago, 500 gold difference. That's
Hello,
fine. Now
it's Mary. How are you doing?
First items are starting
Hope you are having a blessed one today.
The sequence in the bot lane really switched things on for CFO.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it did feel like it was just a really good punish there, you know, from that missing flash and maybe a bit of an overcommitment there, you know, from Elioya.
If they can't kill Sion with 0 armor, I don't know how they're going to be able to get him late game.
He's going to be able to just snap back. So he can actually chase after him, though.
Jojo's just dead! The bait seal, I believe, was still a second off cooldown. Didn't quite come up, and great play from Hongq. Solar Flare's going to land onto Alva, who pops the Unbreakable Will, flash away from the Zenith Blade, but still caught by it. Super's now running for the hills as Kaiwing continues to chase him. The Ignite down into the Flash Shield of Daybreak. Wind becomes Lightning. Junja looking for it, but Elioya's killed off Kaiwing. Hongq coming in from the side as well as Elioya tries to get away. He's going to have the flash. Alvaro forced back to the base as well. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Driver is absolutely decimating Mirwin, even with the equalizer down. The roar of the Slayer and the Soul Furnace. Driver brings down the axe and gets the solo bolo.
Nicely played by Driver, waiting out the scrap shield there, cancels his auto, so he's not spending that damage into the shield. As soon as it expires, goes forward, knocks him down. They even have the Herald in the mid lane. CFO is getting out of control now in this game one, playing with tempo so incredibly well. Look at top lane also. Honkyu is already ahead. He's going to get a tier 2 solo gold off
It's
of this.
going exactly how I thought it would.
To respond from MKOI. Instead, they're going to head towards the dragon here, but it's only the second dragon.
It's going exactly how I thought it would.
Is going to get monstrously up in gold.
They're dazed. MKOI are on the ropes right now. They're trying to find anything they can on the map, but CFO are just landing jab after jab. Driver's going to step in here. Doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught. Jojo jumps onto Junja. The dragon secured. Base seal as well. Even with the crescent guard down, Junja's going to die.
So we get the dragon.
Honkyu's going to TP in. Mirwin's coming in with his own teleport, but doesn't have the equalizer. Doggo jumps across the wall and has to arcane shift away. Honkyu looking for that flank. Solo player flashed away from.
Yo, can we kill this man?
Honkyu needs to be a little bit careful. Decimating smash hitting the Zenith blade just short. The Rylai's from Honkyu is going to get the slows down, but MKOI will be able to retreat as 5.
Yeah, Honkyu comes in a little bit too late to really make a big impact in that fight, but he's already on 2 fully completed items, plus the tier 2 boots at 18 minutes. This guy is ridiculously strong.
So stressful,
and again, guess
man.
what? You get away, but no one's going to be able to answer him bot. It's more solo gold here given over to Honkyu. He is getting ridiculously far ahead. The soul laner is making all the difference so far in these early minutes of game one. It's a 2.4K gold lead for Driver in the top lane. It is 1.6K now as well for Honkyu
the top
in the
3
mid
community
lane.
leaders all have
really
CFO pick, and then you and
CFO
Ford.
making all the differences. Bot lane's just kind of been a farm fest. I mean, Super's doing fine, but they haven't really been involved in much.
And Honkyu, we haven't seen him much on the international stage,
going,
but he was 6 when Faker
if the top 3 have him picked, then like I won't go down. I'll still stay in 3rd.
Now he's showing us just how much impact he can have on this Azir as well, being 1.5K ahead of Jojo Pyun, and that's not from laning itself entirely. Like Jojo was relatively even in the lane phase, but after that, CFO's movement on the map has just left MKOI rattled.
Yeah, I mean, they've been really good with it, you know, moving around the map. And to me, the kind of turning point of the game really was this bot lane play that they look for. Elyoya going in with Jojo. They try to actually take down Driver, but then Junja shows up, no flash on Elyoya, tries to fight his way out. They both die. Then meanwhile, Honkyu is getting solo gold on the tower top side. That gives over feats. And every time it feels like MKOI has been going for a play, Honkyu has just been getting gold in the side lane, getting further and further ahead. Then he's able to find a solo kill, a punish on a Jojo as his ultimate was just coming off of cooldown, as you had called out.
Yeah, you're cooked, sister. All right.
Advantages. Mirwin, I'm pretty concerned for, though.
All right.
Not a scaling champion. Got very far behind in the 1v1 early, and Driver has just been slamming home that advantage.
Driver's been having a whale of a time on this Scion, living up to his name.
They're not whales, they're oysters.
Okay, look, all the aquatic animals are here. So, Elyoya looking to try and take away this Artican.
Kaiwing.
Doggo jumps in. Kaiwing on a good flank position, and Honkyu dives in immediately with a solo player coming out. Jojo is deceased, and now Alvaro might suffer the same fate. Honkyu looking for that flank.
All right, so for future
and CFO will get the kill and
get future purposes.
Well. Yeah, just great vision control, great placement here from Kaiwing. You know, sitting over.
We will never choose LEC to win.
Really kind of made all the difference up on that top side. You know, he sees Jojo approaching.
We will never choose
that side brush. They control the vision. He
LEC
goes immediately in. Honkyu's there to follow up. No chance for Jojo to get anything done. And MKOI really starting to kind of lose their positioning in this game. Nearly 5,000 gold down now. You lose the dragon, so now you don't even have that soul win condition kind of in your back pocket.
But I think this is also the reason that
LEC
we're so
is
high
a scam.
on CFO as a team. They don't just try to fight at every opportunity. It's 8 kills in 21 minutes, and via smart map movements and good lane assignments, they have this 5,000 gold lead. MKOI obviously gifted them a little bit with that bot lane play, but that was more Junja reacting really well, in my eyes, than MKOI making too big of a mistake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they are
whole region is washed.
Really good team.
Dang,
people have, as I said, kind of stood up and took notice of that back, and we're looking for an engage now.
Decimating smash won't land as Super pops the ultimate to try and escape. Elyoya.
Why did I trust them, bro?
Side isn't going to be able to find too much more, so it's an unstoppable onslaught for an on the hunt exchange there.
Let me look at my picks.
MKOI getting forced out of their jungle. Junja looking for Jojo Pyun, who's a level behind in this mid lane matchup. And now the more of this jungle you deny, the harder it is for MKOI to get back in the game. You can see Alioya already about 27 farm behind. Ginger has a level advantage. Driver has 2 on that top side. It's going to be so tricky now for MKOI.
And I mean, when you're looking at
the other community leaders today have T1 winning over BLG though.
Two items over on the other side. Only Supa actually has his second item.
BLG
so, it is going to be
can clutch up for me.
If you're MKOI, there's no way you should be fighting, until at least you have those second items.
Oh,
so
except for the third place guy, the person in third place.
So they don't have to worry about soul too much. Try to
if
play
BLG can clutch for me,
to get that farm, maybe look for picks
I'll be okay.
in those side lanes, try to make cross map plays. Because
everybody thinks T1 will win over BLG today.
Down to grab this dragon, and you can take the top lane tier 1, grab that bounty for JoJo.
I ain't never had to root.
A very positive play for MKOI, and
I ain't never had to root for T1 to lose.
We've got good wave clear. We have Rumble ultimate if we need to clear a wave. We've got Sivir to one-shot waves. Let's sit back. Let's farm. Let's try to hope.
Today might be that day, bro.
Just need to stall out.
Today might be that day.
As much as possible if you are MKOI. CFO obviously will have other ideas as Dogger looks for the True Shot Barrage. Doesn't land through that spell shield from the Sivir. The Drake's going to be secured by CFO. Second of the game, Chem Soul.
Go ahead and turn in the jersey, the jacket, the mic cover, the folder hat. No, really though, that's crazy. That's actually kind of insane.
Especially with something like a Scion, it's going to be so hard to get through him. I think Supa really needs that Lord Dominic's regards at some point if they're going to be able to get their way through this tanky top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, realistically, when you're this far behind this early, the way that MKOI would win this game is if it goes really, really long, right? Like, we're looking at, you're hoping then for a 35-minute game.
I have T1 to beat BLG, but then they lose to Genji if they do win. Yeah.
Stage fights, because I don't think
that's kind of what I got too.
To take fights earlier on. Hongq already has a large rod, grabs another Amp Tome, so he's probably going to be working towards Azonius, I think, which makes a lot of sense when you're looking over at a 4 melee team that is trying to dive. I do think Rylai is always great tech when you are playing against this many melee champions. It makes it really difficult.
If
and then
KOI wins today, and then like the ult, and BLG wins, I would be number 1. I would be the only person in number 1.
And it becomes very, very difficult then to be able to punish these long-range backliners that you have to deal with. Or
slay, holy. Oh, you bout it. Oh, you vowed it. Okay, got you. Understood.
Just a Yone jumping in, equalizing into a Fate Seal to try and get on towards that backline. And even then,
for Alvaro.
I mean, Alvaro has been an absolute beast this MSI.
Wait, are you?
But even this might be a little bit of a road too far.
You're in the south. You're not in New York, yeah, holy? Because I think Os is doing a watch party.
Should be able to pick up the Scion here. He puts
no,
the
not
shield
today.
down in the end. Super still chasing. Will get the shutdown. 800 gold in his back pocket.
I think they're doing a watch party.
Comes over the wall there, is able to help turn it around, and that is massive. Not only do you get a big shutdown, it goes onto your Sivir exactly where you want.
Oh, you are in New York? Are you going to Os?
Maybe take the tier 1 off the back of that, and just like that, the gold lead becomes much more manageable. We were talking about 5K, now it is under 3K here. MKOI gonna be feeling so much better now.
Yo, have so much freaking fun, bro.
He may have a third item here very
have so much freaking fun.
It's just such fortunate timing for MKOI. Obviously, CFO step up a little bit too far on that top side, but look at how much vision there was for CFO on this side of the jungle and none for MKOI. Baron was about to spawn. If CFO had delayed it a little bit, they could have got the Baron relatively safely. Now they're going to look for it as a bit of a sneak attack. Mirwin coming in from the side, doesn't have a ward on his warding totem, it seems. Alvaro's going to walk forward here as well, and CFO will disengage the big purple worm.
Yeah, they did throw the blue trinket down, so they were able to spot it. CFO not willing to just stand and fight there. Of course, it would be incredibly risky. I like the attempt at a 2-man, though. They didn't really lose much by going for it. Maybe a little bit of tempo. You maybe lose a wave. But hey, risk versus reward, that is very, very good because Junja and Hongq can absolutely knock that down had they not been responded to. So they go for it. Doesn't work out, but still going to be playing for vision in this area. You can see that they're trying to push up through that top lane and then just maintain control over that top side jungle that you have been highlighting to really make things difficult for MKOI. They're constantly going to be having to try to play through this area, try to reclaim vision, but they're getting poked by the Azir, poked by the Ezreal every time you walk forward, which can make things really tough.
Yoya has to flash the solar flare. Didn't know where the rest of CFO were. That's, again, the vision control. You have no wards even in the superficial portions of your own jungle. You have to flash, not knowing where the rest of CFO could be. Lord Dominic's regards now finished for Supa on this Sivir. Will still take him a while to work his way through the Scion.
Stopping his back.
1,000 stacks on that Roar of the Slayer.
Really will, but he's the first of 3 completed items in the game. So, you know, got a good 800 gold injection from killing off Driver, and now he becomes a real threat here. You can try to play around Supa. And unless they get Baron, you are never killing a tower in Supa's face. As long as MKOI are around to actually defend him so he can't just get one shot on a dive, he is going to obliterate minion waves.
In the
you
trap.
need to have those Baroned up minions to be able to actually push in his face. So that is going to be difficult. But Hongq, very close to the Zhonya's now, has his Seekers completed, so that is going to be a big playmaking tool. And I think we're going to see CFO just continue to show up to objectives, go to that next dragon here in 1 minute, and really look to force MKOI to come and fight before they're ready.
CFO will be regretting giving up one of those early Drakes to MKOI, because this could have been sole point for them, or the soul for them, if they had managed to get one of those earlier objectives. For now, though, it will only be sole point. MKOI can give it up if they want, although they might be feeling a little bit more confident with 3 items finished on Super. Jojo's on his way to his IE as well. Wonder how far away he is from that, just lacking the pickaxe and the combined gold. 2 items as well for Mirwin on that top side. Bloodletter's Curse and the Liandry's. Very slow for the Rumble. He's been put behind quite substantially in this game, but can still do a lot of work on the backline as Hongq and Driver are going to start up this Baron.
Yeah, and they haven't spotted this yet. Junja is showing on mid lane intentionally, and Kaiwing is trying to zone them out, say, hey, we're not on it, but it is going to be spotted now.
Alvaro goes in, Kaiwing stunned up. And look for the solar flare turnaround, good double knock and Fate Seal's gonna to 3 as well.
Can we finish off on what JoJo started? Can we finish off on what JoJo started? Can we finish off on what JoJo started?
Not gonna do too much as MKOI is still very healthy. Junja, Hongq, and Doggo have to try and hold on to this, because otherwise MKOI will be looking at that Baron very greedily.
I think they definitely could be looking at it, but the safer play is
all right. Okay. The hope not completely gone.
CFO over-forcing around the Baron. They keep going back to it. I like the first attempt. There wasn't much to risk, but this time they were very aggressively forcing it. They were showing Junja mid and having Kaiwing walk into the enemy jungle saying, hey, no one's on the Baron. The support is here. The jungler's there. No one's doing it. But they did kind of get themselves into a position where they're losing a lot of HP to that Baron. Hongq was already missing a third of his HP. Kaiwing was posturing so aggressively, and he just goes down without being able to do anything, loses the flash. Junja is very isolated. And look at this engage here from Alvaro. Who else but him? Flashing in onto the Azir. Yes, he gets scooped away, and Hongq lives, but it's about making sure Hongq has no time.
It's looking okay. It's looking okay right now.
It's just rinse and repeat here for CFO. Maybe hoping that the ultimates not being up on MKOI will give them an advantage in the fight. Alvaro chunked out a little bit. Baron down to 10,000. Jojo not here. Currently sitting on the blue buff. He's going to teleport across as he secures that for MKOI. But that Baron's down to 6,000 HP. Jojo looking for that base seal. Doesn't have it for a while. Alvaro goes in. Doesn't get the knock-up, and Alvaro's down. Doggo gets the kill. Junja still sitting on that Baron. It's only at 5,000 HP though. Fate Seal about to come back up in 9 seconds time. Equalizer still available. Subjugate still available.
Hey guys, it's at 3K.
Coming back off cooldown as well.
We just gonna let them have.
But Doggo untouched so far. Driver's been subjugated as Jojo Pyun looks for the Scion. Baron secured. Fate Seal onto the backline. The Equalizer doing a little bit of work on the Kaiwing as Junja now dashes in. Crescent Guard coming out. Junja will survive through it. Mirwin knocked up with an estimating smash. And Doggo comes in for his second kill of the fight.
Dude, Doggo's freaking.
In the end, MKOI forced away the Baron.
Holy moly.
I honestly can't believe that even worked. We just saw Junja just stay on the Baron the entire time.
The entire time.
In the midst of this fight here. You know, after they'd killed off Alvaro, he just is very determined to be able to knock it down. They do eventually get it. MKOI don't get over there to actually interrupt him. You can see Alvaro was missing his ultimate, and that was such a key part of this fight. As he goes forward, he's just going to go down in a hurry. A great ultimate from Kaiwing over the wall. Did stun up Jojo. He's forced to flash out of there. Alvaro is trying to kind of body block and create some space for his mid laner, but it means that he dies. And then I'm just watching Junja throughout this entire fight.
On Baron.
He's staying up in the pit here.
It was a 4v5.
Throughout everything. And Elyoya is going and looking for this fight over on a Doggo, but if Elyoya is here, you can obviously just finish off the Baron, no problem. I feel like MKOI should have tried to force their way in, push Junja off of the Baron. Instead, they were looking to chase after Doggo,
we just let them have it.
Hongq, but they're so mobile, and when you're trying to force your way through that tight corridor, Driver is going to create such a problem for you. Kaiwing is going to create such a problem for you, and you're trying to walk through the Azir soldiers with, you know, Rylai's and all of the damage that's coming out. It just felt like it was a bit mismanaged there from MKOI, and as a result, CFO get the Baron, get the kill as well. I mean, look at the poke that Doggo was doing.
Y'all, they giving me $5 off my bingo.
That's a solar flare down as Doggo opens up again. Elyoya forced down to a 3rd HP. The damage from Hongq as well across the wall means that CFO can just walk right into this base. MKOI now 5,000 gold behind. After only a couple of minutes ago being within 2k, they're going to lose an inhibitor on this bottom side. MKOI will try and defend through mid, but the tier 2 at least is gone as Driver raises it to the ground. A 6,000 gold lead and 4.5k off this Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, big swing there after taking that Baron down. Supa, of course, still wave clearing really, really well, working in towards that third item. IE's done now for JoJo as well. Hongyu, though, big concern. He was able to not only finish the Zonias, almost has his death cap now. We are still looking at a potential for Soul for MKOI here. So yes, you're down 5.5k, but if you grab Soul, you know, that's 4,000 odd gold worth of stats. So there are still going to be opportunities. We'll see if they can actually find a good way to set up. Because when the luxury items start coming through for those teams that are ahead, it gets really, really difficult. You know, my eyes are drawn to things like the GA being done, like the Zonias being done, that are going to make it that much more problematic for MKOI in these fights. Because now all of a sudden, Junja could just throw himself into the back line, just make his job keeping Supa out. And as long as Supa is not actually hitting, well, it's going to be really hard for you to out DPS what Hongyu and Doggo are going to be putting out.
Yeah, it's really about whether MKOI can get onto that backline while Supa is distracted. If JoJo can get a good ultimate off into an equalizer or equalizer into ult, you have 3 items on both of those carries. They are still going to do damage to a backline. They're just not that good at working their way through Sion. It's more the Civi's job to do that. Drake up in 50 seconds time. No vision outside of their base for MKOI right now. As Honkyu's caught a little bit, base heal comes out. JoJo doesn't connect with it. Snaps back to reality in that top lane.
I noticed a lot of people use the Ocean Song.
I think kind of predicting that Honky was going to maybe slide back to the side there. Guess is wrong.
Alistar a bad pick for this match?
For nothing because he'd already gotten the ulti out. Of course, the other option here for MKOI is you don't even have to go to this dragon because it's not soul for your opponents either. You can just allow it to go to 3 to 3.
It provides more front line.
You killed inhibitor, but we're just going to be farming super minions and picking up that gold, trying to wait for those more important objectives. Wait to try to come out of your base around that.
I just don't think that we have much AP.
And we'll see though, they're looking for an engage. Whoa. Nice Baron.
Bounced him back.
It's a lot of AD into a Sion.
Very strange. I've never seen that interaction. I thought normally you just gotta slam into the pillar and stop, but yeah, he
maybe Rumble can do enough.
Like
but it doesn't look like he's doing enough.
Was it 3 or was Tokyo Drift? I can't remember. One of them.
The Nas and
it's about family. That's all that matters.
Family.
As CFO will make this dragon their family. 6 Drakes taken so far.
All right, so next dragon. Next dragon is Soul. No, because we're Seraphine. The thing is, we saw a lot of Seraphines at the beginning of MSI. A lot of people were running Ashe Seraphine. And I was confused because I feel like Seraphine Misfortune is better than Ashe Seraphine.
Something we have seen is that in the early game, CFO's map movement,
we haven't seen her anymore.
They played the map really well. But then through the mid game, through like 25 to 35 minutes, they haven't had as much impact on the map. They haven't been able to push through side lanes as much. Part of that is they're just really grouping up to try and play around this Baron, but also means that MKOI don't have too many prongs of attack that they have to defend against.
No, it's absolutely true, and I do think partially it is that they are grouping up a lot, trying to kind of force on objectives. I also think partially Yone's a big threat in the side lane, right? And if you do not have your ultimate as Azir, you don't want to be anywhere even near him. And once you use that ultimate, you basically have to base every single time. Hongyu forces that out. He is not going to stay around because he knows there could be an all-in play. They don't have a good match for JoJo in the side lane, so MKOI are trying to do this kind of 1-4 play where they're trying to make sure, okay, we're not giving up too much on the other side, but we're buying time for JoJo. We're getting this pressure from him out on that map, and you can see again, he is going to be the one pushing out bot lane, now moving over to try to help with this blue buff, and they're just trying to get as much gold in the pockets of JoJo as they possibly can, working towards that 4th item.
There's also, I think, 2 more waves of super minions on that bot side in terms of when the inhibitor is going to come back up. You can see the Rabadon's now complete for Hongyu. So JoJo Pyun can just push out 1, maybe 2 more waves and really deal with any of that side lane threat that could happen while both the teams are posturing around a Baron. That's up now. MKOI setting up towards the bottom side of mid. JoJo looking for a flank position himself, but can't quite find it yet.
Supa finishes BT, so poke not going to be much of an issue for him as long as he has.
Oh, he's looking. Doggo misses everything, and the solar flare connects.
JoJo.
Going to try and save his mid lane, who has to flash away.
Green Sour Feud, thank you so much for the 4 months of support. Hope you're having a blessed day today. I inspired you to play ADC. Hey, lock the freak in, Pookie.
And he just delivers them. Here you go, CFO. 4 coins on a silver platter. JoJo, the last man standing, but Hongyu just sweeps them away.
Amuro betrays the team there. Thought he had a pick onto Honkyu, but just ends up delivering him onto the head of Supa. Thank you very much. He'll take the ultimate, and he's going to take game one as well.
Some delicious sushi there for the Flying Oysters. Pretty dominant performance all round from the LCP's #1 seed. MKOI left rattled, left battered and bruised.
Can we just get to game 2, bro?
They're not here to lose, they're here to play.
Strong game 1 performance here from CFO. Drafted heavily for scaling, wanted to play this.
Can we just get into the second game, bro?
Able to get it done. For MKOI though, it's got to be a bit of a frustrating game. I think, you know, it's down to execution, and we'll see, you know, if the desk thinks they can execute better in the second game.
Well, I think that Honkyu thinks that I almost beat Faker 2 days ago. Who the hell are you? I'm just gonna stomp you right into the ground with my Azir. And overall, I think sovereign performance from CFO, and it started really early in that early game, right? They kind of got absolutely everything. They got their cake and they ate it too.
And it's a reminder that Junja, even on Xin, doesn't need to just be ganking people and finding kills for CFO to be able to snowball a lead, right? They got early objectives. I think they got better lane setups. They put MKOI in a position where they try to force a dive topside, and in the meantime, Mirwin's losing multiple plates, multiple waves. So even though the kill doesn't come through,
you know what? I might have to sacrifice my pickles because I don't want to watch Boy anymore.
Being so far behind in that early game macro movement, I just didn't expect coming into this series.
Can I ask you something? Because we were talking about
this is just so sad,
right?
dude.
But I saw G2 yesterday.
Okay, but looking here, okay, if we take the people with 110 points, okay, that's this person, this person, this person, me, this person, and this person, okay, that's 6 people, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. The first person has T1 winning today versus BLG, but they have CFO winning versus MKOI. Personally, I do feel like BLG will beat T1 today. Then this one, this person also has T1 winning today, but CFO winning. So if one is true and the other is false, then for me, I'll be okay. We'll all be on the same page. This person has BLG winning and MKOI winning, so we're on the same page. Is this me? This is my pickles. This person has T1 winning, but CFO winning. Okay, so he's up here with these people. And then this person has BLG winning and MKOI winning. So me and this person have the same pick'ems. Presence and I have the same pick'ems. So we could all be even today. We could all be even. We could all miss one today. So that's what I'm thinking we're going to have to low-key pray for, bro.
It just gets worse.
It would be super duper sad. I don't know how many people will have perfect, but
1v1 happened too. It was just
hopefully it'll be us.
It was. And
there's so many people with 110 points still.
Hayden, who works with our team Molecule, you might know him as, he found out that Choey actually said that Driver looks
Dang, I really wish I played CFO today, bro.
I think Boats will be
I really wish I played CFO
but
today.
I think he can look up to Driver as well because he played this all phenomenal.
All right, shall we do the Lodal of the day during this little intermission? Not LOL Esports. All right, let's tilt a little bit on this great morning. Let's do Blitzcrank. Sure, why not? Mana and melee. That sounds like a mid laner. Actually, I'm gonna do a Mumu. Okay, so they're male, they're half jungle. They have mana and their melee, and they are not an early champion. So let's do, who's a jungler who is male? Nocturne. Nocturne isn't really in any other lane though. Who else? Silas. I don't think they list Silas as jungle. Talon. Talon's valid. Okay, so it's a male jungler, half jungle, not mid, not support, and they are half human. They have mana, they are melee, and they were released in 2011. Trundle is half. Yeah, I guess Trundle can be in other places. I think Trundle is a god though. No, is Trundle not a god? He is not. He's an Iceborn and a troll. I don't think they have Jax listed as a jungler. Xerath is a mid laner. Let's see. It's jungle top. Could it be Shin? Shin is a ninja, so he doesn't use mana. J4. Isn't J4 just human though? Wukong. Wukong. I think he's a monkey though. I don't think Wukong is half human. Warwick. Okay, technically Warwick was human. Does Warwick use mana? Anna, thank you so much for the 21 months of support. I hope you're having a good day today. Warwick isn't 2011. All right, we can try Wukong. They don't have Wukong listed as top. All right, I'm gonna give Warwick a try. Bruh. Okay. Aatrox isn't jungle. Y'all want to try Yorick? I feel like the fact that they have him listed as jungle top is like bait, dude. I really do. Yeah, cause like, how do they have one not listed as top, but then they have Yorick listed as top jungle? Like, I feel like Lodal is really like BS. Tell me a secret. Yeah, that gives Evelyn. Yeah, it's like bait. Okay, Ari.
Tell me a secret.
It's some type of bite. It's some type of bite. Here, I'll zoom in. Whoa. Like, do you see like there's like a dragon or something here? Is that Alistar? That could be Alistar, low-key. Oh, is that his ult? Wow, look at y'all, bro. Well done. Well done. Ziggs. Corky? Tristana? That was a little tough. There's so many champions with this. I'm about to start a boycott for Lodal. I'm gonna start boycotting it. I'm gonna start boycotting it. One day, y'all. One day I will get this. Dang, such a long intermission. What the heck? The quote was, "Tell me a secret." Dang it, guys. I'm so sad I ruined my pick'ems. I'm so sad I ruined my pick'ems. Ugh. I'm so beyond saddened. Who do you have winning today? I put MKOI over CFO, and then I put BLG over T1. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We're T1 doubters. I'm not T1 doubting. I just am trying my best to be a realist and keep perfect pick'ems. But my pick'ems are definitely not going to be perfect anymore. So, kind of tough. Insane, bro. Insane that happened.
As we see the defining moment of game one, let's get ready for game two.
Was a big play from Alvaro.
It was, look, if Safe Farm Assist of the Week still existed, just
gonna
put it out there. But for CFO, Driver staying in for this game, not subbing in rest, which is something they have been doing pretty consistently for game two through the rest of MSI. For MKOI, obviously no subs, but they have switched over to the blue side now with their side selection.
Absolutely.
Hey, MKOI, can you make it interesting and win at least one game?
Driver, I think, was amazing
this
throughout this entire game. You know, even before the bot lane 2v2 kill, that I think really did turn things pretty heavily in CFO's favor. Just the isolated 1v1, he was kind of clapping Mirror.
Knowledge, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today?
CS advantage, you know, even though you expect Rumble in those early
Hope you're having a good one.
The edge there. So Driver definitely with a really good game number one. But a lot of big comfort picks obviously were taken in that first game, and so it's always interesting to see how teams will adjust and evolve as we go further. And we'll see which team can kind of get the edge here in the game number 2 draft.
Do still have a lot of power picks available. Varus, obviously Talia, the Vine, Maokai, something Pantheon as well.
Those were all banned, though.
They were all banned.
If they stay all banned, we'll see.
We'll see where we go.
It's always interesting to see different teams' approaches to pick ban and Fearless, because some teams, you know, I've talked to a number of different coaches now at this point, and some people feel like it's actually better if something is a must ban.
All right, my Bowbar is on the way.
On it for every single game, and talking about kind of like your ban economy as far as that is concerned, because sometimes targeted bans can be really powerful, especially as you go to game 4, game 5. If you feel like someone has a smaller champion pool or isn't as good off of control mages or whatever, if you go to a game 4, game 5, well, all of a sudden in game 5, there's already 8 mid laners that have been played. You throw 3, 4 more bans, you pick one away, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, what's your 12th or 13th best champion in your role? And that can be really difficult to deal with. So I do think it's been really fun to have this tournament where it is all best of 5s and to kind of see if there's going to be a bit of an evolution of strategy in how people handle it.
Yeah, it's something we've seen actually in the ERLs in Europe is if you're playing against the Baus, you just play all of his champions in game 1 and then hope he doesn't have anything else. By the way. Just take the Galio, the Gragas, we'll take the Volley as well if we can. Anyway, for now, not expecting to see the Psy on top again. Obviously played in game 1, although
I also don't expect.
Yeah, because he was played.
Yeah,
not a cosplayer.
He played anymore.
That does make sense.
But it's a true statement.
It is. It's a very true statement. Jackson Pantheon banned away by MKOI.
Oh, I see why they waited so long.
I'm not expecting it at all.
They wanted the games to start right at 1 o'clock.
Oh, there's the Gragas.
They're trying to make sure it keeps an hour in between each game.
There's a lot of fans who think the Lost Returns could have done better than EU.
Okay, I see.
This MSI. Gragas the final ban for MKOI. CFO looking towards their last.
No way CFO 3-0s today. Right?
I would say I expect him to be banned, but we'll find out if that is going to be the case, or
go
if
CLG,
to leave that
crossed out.
Up.
Go C9,
to me is just
crossed out. Go FlyQuest. See, they're loyal to NA. I appreciate that.
For MKOI with that up and available, but TF is another pick.
I think they do.
Oh man! This time they're going to first pick the TF. This is interesting because, like, it really is hard committing you to this style. It hasn't actually been that effective so far at MSI, and it's not a champion that HongQ has played, so I almost feel like you could have gotten the Varus.
Why JoJo look like he know the fate of this game, bro?
Way you're both giving
There's no way they lock in Shaco, bro.
Counter pick because HongQ could take his mid laner now, and then you can
I was about to say, they're trolling for real.
But also potentially that Varus as well.
I don't think I've ever seen Shaco in pro play.
From Doggo this split at least. Hasn't played it at all.
People are so good at, like, tracking the jungler, like...
I agree with you. It's the S-tier 80 carry right now.
But it's possible that he is just going to kind of skip past it, because you're right, it is not something that has been a big priority for him whatsoever. Skarner going to be taken. You could still go like Skarner Varus and take a mid lane counter on 3 if you wanted, but we'll see if they are just going to completely ignore that Varus, in which case, credit to MKOI, they would have a really good read.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Aurora coming out for CFO. Switch to the Rise at the last moment. Great push on the Rise, obviously, with that
I don't know what this is,
waves really
so
quickly,
I'm
and
just gonna have
gives
to delete
you
it.
map pressure. Realm Warp, getting multiple people into a side lane against something like a Twisted Fate who has the Destiny. It's the ability to follow the Twisted Fate that can really help you out.
Now, something I really do want to see, though, from the MKOI draft is I'm not actually a big fan of TF if you pair it with kind of like more tanks and stuff on the top side. We've seen that a number of times, and I feel like oftentimes you just don't really have a great lane to play towards. Yeah. I would like to see, you know, Mirwin bust out something that is a little bit more selfish, a little bit more split pushy. Ooh. Obviously, Gwen is going to be banned, but we're going to get the Lee Sin here from Elyoya, so that is really strong. But obviously there's so many picks that we have seen from Mirwin that I do think fit the bill, but like play towards something like an Ambessa or something along those lines I think would feel really good.
Do you think we'll ever see Aphelios? They keep hovering him,
damage, and you
but
do want to have a lane really focused on kind of putting ahead.
We haven't seen him.
Pick it here, or whether he wants to wait for the second
like
rotation.
they haven't locked them in.
Could then pick their top laner and ban out a couple of good top laners into it. Looks like it is going to be the Ambessa.
Really
good prediction there.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that fits a bill. You know, I was looking through his champion pool, and it's like, obviously, Gwen is banned out, Jax is banned out. You know, you do want physical damage, and it's something that can kind of play heavily through that side lane, so I think it makes a lot of sense, and I do kind of like what they're drafting here. It's a lot of playmaking. Lee Sin, obviously, sometimes it is difficult to get into that back line, you know, kick someone in, but, well, guess what?
Bots, I think so, because they just kept spamming. Oh,
Shen
no way, my Boba's here already.
I actually really like Shen because the Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone, can actually block the gold card. So that is quite nice when they are coming in. It's also a very advantageous matchup in the early levels against Ambessa. I think pre-6 is quite heavily Shen favored. As long as you're actually playing it well, you're pulling the blade through for the empowered autos. I do think it really does go in your favor. The other reason I really, really like it against TF is not only can you answer when they are coming towards you, but you can actually answer TF plays very effectively. Yeah. TF is going to try to ult down to bot to dive. Well, all of a sudden, here's Shen, and now it's going to be a problem.
And then there's a Realm Warp to follow up, right? The ability for CFO to be around the map, which is something that really dictated how good they were in the early game in game 1, is just incredible here. They have so many tools to answer pressure from MKOI, but so many tools also to make their own plays in those side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you had talked about how, you know, you thought CFO wasn't necessarily playing the map as well in the later stages. Shen is such a band-aid for your macro. Like, it is so much easier to actually play out because you can basically go and answer every single wave. You don't really have to think too much about it. You know, I'm not expecting him to go like solo queue and go flash ignite. It probably is just going to be flash TP. And then you always have a global pretty much to be able to answer whether it is your ult or your TP. So it's very comfortable to go out towards those side lanes. Would be interested to see what sort of a build he does go for. Obviously, Titanic is very, very popular, but a lot of the Shen 1 tricks do prefer just going like more of a pure tank style, where you're just going something like bombies into Deadmans, and then, you know, using that bombing for your early wave clear. You can become incredibly tanky that way. Obviously, your damage is lower, your wave clear is lower, so there are kind of pros and cons. But when you're looking at a damage profile like of a composition and it's a little bit on the low end, sometimes those more aggressively tanky builds can become such a problem for them, and you just can't actually punch through and finish off Shen, especially if you're auto attack focused, just because of that W. That parry zone is so powerful.
Spirit's Refuge just does so much work in that sort of situation. CFO looking towards the Zeri with 4 AD carry bans in the second rotation. Kai'Sa, Varus, Lucian, and Kalista all taken away. If I'm looking at Super, you're falling a little bit down the list. Things like his Xayah, his Tristana, it does have an okay Draven as well if they want to be a bit aggressive in that lane. But for Doggo, it's actually going to be the Jhin locked in the end.
Honestly, I really like Jhin here. You know, I do think, you know, one of the kind of struggles of Jhin is punching through frontline. There's not really any super tank that's going to be drafted here. You know, maybe go towards like a Braum or something, but I don't really expect that. Alvaro, I think, is so good on the playmakers. I do want to kind of continue to see him there. I'll be interesting to see where he goes, if it is going to be something kind of standard like a Rel, which, you know, is up and available. Rakan is also up and available. Caitlyn would be interesting and would open the door for more of these aggressive pairings. You know, some of the Enchanter pairings, things like Nico, I think, can work great as well, because Nico has that luxury of being both an engaged champ and something that can really facilitate the poke very, very well in lane. Obviously, all the tricks with the clone are incredibly strong for actually playing around vision, so it is really powerful, and I do think it would kind of fit as far as what they are looking for, but I'm just not sure if that is exactly what they want Alvaro on.
Yeah, the things you usually look at are Nico or Karma when you're looking at a Caitlyn, right? And it is going to be the Karma pick. I agree with you that having Alvaro on something that doesn't have hard engage kind of mutes MKOI a little bit. Him being able to be a front line is just so powerful, and his flank positions are really good. So I would have preferred the Nico. I also think they don't have a huge amount of CC as a composition. You've got Gold Card and you've got Lee Sin kicking people back, you've got the public execution, and that's about it. So they need to be poking out before fights start. It has to be Gold Card into Yordle Snapchat, into a little bit of poke, because Bard is the final pick here for Kaiwing on CFO.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very heavily about the 2v2. You know, I do think in the early 2v2, Karma obviously incredibly strong. You start with your ultimate, you can look for the poke. You know, if you are pushing them in, really dominating in the 2v2, then maybe it's completely fine. But it's a lot harder to play around vision with Karma because you don't have the luxury of just sending in a clone and then scouting on all these areas. You can get picked off, and like you said, there's not a lot of hard CC. Their engage, it's pretty low. You know, it is really some sort of a Lee Sin kick or basically Gold Card into poke, and I think that's more how they're going to probably play it, is just more go for that rapid fire on JoJo, third item. I mean, standard just row a Lich, rapid fire, throw out that Gold Card, in comes the Caitlyn Q, in comes the Karma Q, in comes Lee Sin Q, and just constantly poking and prodding in that way. And then only committing once someone is chunked down with the public execution, with Lee Sin going in and try to actually get that kick back. But it can be difficult when there is quite a lot of peel over on the other side.
Also really difficult when you fall behind into tanks. If there is a Shen and a Skarner who can just walk up towards you and say, okay, Gold Card me, it's really hard to play into that if you're behind, because they're just going to be so tanky, for the whole time.
And the Gold Card, Skarner presses W.
Exactly, right? And they also have
all right, sorry about that, y'all.
Engage if they want it for CFO. The Bard ultimate, Tempered
okay. Pale's pink. Pale is pink. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, fam. We are back.
Absolutely. And
hopefully everything will be in our favor with MKOI.
I think it's actually so important to be able to get the early dragons.
Hoping for a dub.
It buys you so much time to play the map later. So we will
see how this goes.
They can actually do really well in this bot lane 2v2. I think that's
CFO won the first game. You know, and we're kind of hoping that MKOI pulls like a BLG
or even a too early dragon,
or
all of a sudden, then,
an AL, literally like, hopefully they can just make a comeback.
If you don't feel
no, JoJo looked like he knew that he was going to lose. That's what he looked like. MKOI got this. All we can do is pray.
I mean, there's going to be so much.
All we can do is pray.
Move around the map and answer these plays. You know, when you're thinking about Shen'Alt, when you're thinking about Realm Warp, when you're thinking
really
about
double
teleport, and potentially even a teleport or just Bard roaming around and answering those plays. So it is going to be something that you really have to track. You've got to do a great job at monitoring where these people can be, because they're going to be able to respond so much faster than they can in a normal game.
JoJo, lock in. Yes, dude, literally.
To the day. Bad start to MSI, although against BLG, they
I think we're going to see a very aggressive game on the side of MKOI. Like, they're going to be wanting to gank, they're going to be wanting to fight, they're going to be wanting to scrap real bad.
In game one here against CFO,
real bad.
Not theirs at all. CFO absolutely controlled everything on Summoner's Rift. So for MKOI now, if there are a few nerves, if there's a little bit of anxiousness, you really need to focus up and get locked in for this game.
You absolutely do, and it's kind of easy to say, but it's hard to do.
I hope
these
not.
Things where it's like, yeah, you know, you need.
I got a mini concert to go to later today.
But it can be very hard to separate the fact that it's like,
y'all know who Kyle is.
I'm playing against Bins Jax, right? You know, these things really do weigh on you, and it's
Kyle
hard to not sometimes overthink. You know,
tonight.
especially for players, these Western players go up and you get to play against some of your idols. Even you're playing against like a Gen G, and it's hard to think, well, Chobi's gonna know what we're doing, or Chobi's gonna answer it, or they're gonna be able to stop us.
Kyle,
and sometimes that does lead players into overthinking and not
did
being
a
able to
song
find those
with Lil
opportunities.
Yachty.
Even in a series like this where CFO, they've got great players, but they're not as well known as a Gen G or an AL or a T1. For MKOI, they're the last hope of Europe. That's an expectation placed on them coming into this. And when you lose game one, you're then thinking a little bit more apprehensively overall. Is Super and Alvaro able to get the push early on in this bot lane?
I Spy.
Also noting Doggo going for a boot start here. So definitely a lot less popular. This used to be meta, you know, quite a long time ago. We have seen it, I think, once so far this tournament that I can recall. But obviously, when you are playing against a lane that is really heavily skill shot reliant, sometimes people do it against Varus. But obviously, Caitlyn, the Q connects there. But between Caitlyn, Karma, you really do have to dodge a lot of this. So Doggo really is valuing the extra pots as well as that additional move speed here. But he's already chugged through every one of those potions regardless. And I think he's going to have to maybe give up that cannon too.
Over Peacemaker connecting just on the edge of it. Jojo looking for the stun here as the Rune Prison comes out from Honku. Jojo on the wrong side of the trades in
he has a song with Kalani, he's got a song with Rich the Kid, and K-Camp. He's got a lot of good songs.
Could have been a great trade for him, but shadow dashing underneath that turret range makes it a little bit trickier to get the damage down onto Mirwin.
It really does, and I think he's going to be able to get the crash either way, but it is one of the great ways to play against Shen is because Shen has really crap wave clear.
Like
you are so bad at pushing in these waves, that is why you almost always need to rush
T1 is playing after the series. There's another best of 5, which is T1 versus BLG, which I think will be a very good series.
Be able to hold waves outside the turret. Sometimes Shen can no longer go aggressive because you can't actually taunt in the tower range, but you struggle to actually crash the wave, so it can be a way to really play effectively against the Shen. And for Mirwin, it really is just all about being able to just kind of survive the early pressure that Shen is going to be put on.
You are getting punished the house.
And you get level 6, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Honku locked up with the gold card. Allura jumping in as well. Will hit the Sonic Wave. This is just harass more than anything. Doesn't even pop the cripple part of the E, that Tempest cripple. Ginger, though, a magical journey to the bot lane as Alvaro flashes away. Super trying to get away as well, but a good Ishtar's impact. The root blocked there by Super. Alvaro will fall first, and now Super needs to get the
really tried to save him.
Have a flash of his own. Doggo flashes, 4th shot to the back. Super and Alvaro fall.
Yeah, Super tries
it's
to
so sad. This is where my pick'ems end, bro.
Alvaro's just gonna go down anyway, and then Super
it's so sad that this is where my pick'ems end, bro.
Flashes in with the 4-shot. They finish them both off. And this time, both
what was I doing?
Doggo. That is such a problem. Early Swifties.
What was I doing?
Be able to buy some more damage on top of that.
I think this will be a 3-0, y'all. I really do. I think it's gonna be. I think they're gonna speed run it.
Just so active. I think they were feeling a little bit too comfortable thinking, man. Early, he's just gonna be farming. He's just gonna be chilling. But no vision in the river whatsoever for the MKOI bot lane. You're gonna be able to get in behind them. Great flashback from Junja, brings him all the way back, stuns him into the wall. And then Super trying to survive, but we're going back to live.
Prison's going to hit. There's the Ishtar's impact as well for the suppression. TP coming in from MKOI as they try and save Alvaro. Alioya jumps across the wall, and now Junja is in for a world of hurt. He'll fall. MKOI on the board as Mirwin lands with the TP, but will just clear out the wave.
And now they're just going to try to delay Mirwin from getting up towards that top side. Because yes, we did see MKOI overload mid lane. They were able to get a kill there. Great job by them. And they're going to use this to try to start the dragon.
True.
The advantage for CFO is that no one is answering top lane right now. So that is Doggo that is getting this farm up on that top side, trying to catch up as far as the CS is concerned with Supa. And just, you can see, he's very slowly pushing this out. It will eventually stack and push away, but he's going to deny probably an entire wave.
Destiny in, onto Honku. The Rune Prison comes out.
Okay.
Mirwin gets the kill. Ishtar's impact is going to take him back underneath the tower. Has to try and flash away. Ginger puts
is that worth? I just don't think so.
Will be able to walk away. A 1-for-1 exchange. CFO will get the feet of warfare as they picked up their 3rd kill.
This time, I do feel like it favors CFO a lot more because you get that 1-for-1, and again, still no one is actually answering the top side. Kaiwing is going to be annoying here, try to hold as much as he can. But this freeze has been maintained for quite a while. Again, eventually,
MSI got a kill. Hongq missed out on a little bit of CS, but
that is a lot of waves, a lot of experience that is being lost by MKOI on the map. The whole time, Driver has been mid lane. Hongq gets out, or rather, he's been bot lane. Hongq gets back out to mid lane, and he'll pick up that wave. So it is going to start showing itself as far as the experience is concerned. You can see Doggo now already hit level 6 here, so he's up with the solo laners as far as experience is concerned, because he's been getting solo XP on this top side for quite a long time, and just now, finally, feels like a couple minutes later, MKOI is sending someone up towards that top side to answer.
Super's going to go up there. I'll be matched by Alvaro in a moment's time. Love to see that wave and see if it's still frozen by Doggo and by Kaiwing. That looks like it's slowly going to start pushing out towards the MKOI side. So with the freeze broken, should be okay for Super just to stay back underneath his tower until that wave pushes in, with Alvaro still working his way through the jungle. Hongq doing a good job against Jojo Pyun here in the mid lane, who's gone for the Catalyst. Went double Ruby Crystal to start, gets Catalyst of Aeons now, so it's
letting Jhin scale for free, a choice.
Immediate damage spike that you can sometimes go for.
At least Supa is keeping up in terms of CS. They really saw the Caitlyn pentakill yesterday, and they were like, our turn.
Super has the flash, and because of the protection of Elioya
and
Alvaro,
nice dodge on the forward.
This is really well done by CFO. They froze the wave on the top side. Temper Fate connects. It's onto Elioya, who flashes away from the Impale. In the end, CFO will just settle for the fact that they denied 2 full waves of minion underneath this tower.
Exactly. Like you said, they have this kind of freeze over by their side for so long. Doggo's getting a solo experience. They lost probably 2 waves or even more from that. Then MKOI is able to crash this wave. And while they're crashing the wave, yes, it is just a trade of summoners and things like that. They're looking for Jojo, though. They're going to be TPing in as well with the Bard.
Ginger and Hongq coming in, and the Stand United is everything invested to make sure that Jojo's done for. Buried on home soil. Jojo goes down.
The Avengers assemble. 4 members from CFO show up. It's a TP from the Bard. It's the Shen ultimate. It's the Realm Warp with 2. 4 members just materialize on your screen, knock down your mid laner, and now they're over here trying to take down these grubs. Elioya looking to see if there's an angle to steal one away.
He already got the first one, so this would be the second for MKOI.
He's using Spirit Blossom Bard.
To sneak it away.
The tunnels are very pretty.
CFO. So that's the neutral objective bounty over to MKOI. You also have the first dragon of the game.
Those chief financial officers are going crazy. No, literally, anytime I say CFO, I think of the boss in Toontown. If anybody plays Toontown, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I always think about the boss from Toontown, and the CFO is actually my favorite boss to fight. So it's like good feels, but also this is very bad feels.
Really high upfront damage.
They about to get knocked. Big cash buy. Yeah, exactly. You're playing Toontown right now.
But you just show up and you
oh my gosh, period. You better go get your CFO, fam.
And then it allows you to kind of nullify some of that.
But yeah, they about to get knocked out by some flying oysters, my boy.
Next Drake up in a minute and a half. Once again, CFO's vision control really solid on this bottom side of the map. They have a control ward here, a couple of wards in towards where the Razor Beaks are. So they'll spot the fact that Elioya is there. Hongq lying in wait will take a third of Alvaro's HP.
Doggo just about a level 8 here. You can see Kaiwing just about level 7, so almost a full level advantage for both that bot lane. That is the fallout of what happened up on the top side. As well, Bard obviously getting a little bit of experience from picking up all of the meeps and everything everywhere.
Loves his chimes. There's a good Bard. Everyone always says Bard's hard to play, and I think it's only because of the minigame.
I think it's actually
all right. Get into it, Jared.
Bard is fake hard to play. I always thought it was going to be really hard, and they started playing a lot of Bard, and you realize how much the queue cheats. And you're like,
exactly.
Imagine Genji versus CFO. I think CFO is good and could lower bracket run, but I think that against a team like Genji, I think it would be a banger series to watch. But they still got their cheeks took by.
Not only can it help you, it can actively hurt your team. So the timing is incredibly important.
They were taking cheats.
On point in these kind of games.
I feel like they barely lost. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've learned that supports have a lot of tools to actively harm your team from game 1 as well, haven't we? So obviously it's just a support thing all around.
Let me help him out.
Get him onto the backline, guys. It's fine. Hongq meeting Mirwin down towards this bottom side. Mirwin has about a 10 CS lead over Driver, even though they're not laning against each other anymore. Hongq farming up well, 106 CS at the moment. The leads really for CFO.
Jojo, can you solo kill anyone? Like, that would be dope. Like, I need you to get hyper fed, my brother.
Super takes a bit of a chunk, but so does Junja, down to half HP. Temper Fate coming out. Super decides to flash
off of the ADC. Hongq is going to absolutely devour them now.
The public execution is a little bit too late onto Doggo. Mirwin dashing onto that backline. Doggo flashes away.
You know what I've noticed is whenever Shen ults somebody, that person goes melee range to make sure that Shen can get his taunt off.
Has the shields as well with that Inspire. Alvaro now needs to run though. Rooted up with the Rune Prison. Destiny comes out from Jojo. Gold card locked in. Hongq slowed up, and MKOI will turn the fight around.
Yeah, we saw the Shen ult coming through. It actually got interrupted by a gold card from Jojo, but then he elected to never teleport. Once Jojo backed off, Shen could have actually TP'd in and tried to join the fight. Decides not to do so, stays up on that top side, and again, because you have no wave clear pre-Titanic, he's not even going to be able to crash the wave or anything, so there's no sort of a punish there. So I am kind of surprised that Driver didn't elect to join the fight. There was a lot of low health bars there, and the extra member really could have made a difference. We see at the beginning of the fight, obviously going pretty heavily in the favor of MKOI, putting a lot of damage down there on a Junja, but then a great ulti here from Kaiwing forces out the flash, and this is when Hongq says, you know what, I'm going to punish. Super walks back in, they go with the Realm Warp. This is where the gold card is going to interrupt here. But this is where I feel like you could potentially back off and behind that tower and look even for the TP. Alvaro is dealing with Hongq. Junja does help to take down Elyoya, but Mirwin is the one who's making all the difference. He pushes out Doggo,
that was a good stop from Jojo.
They're all trying to gather up and actually knock down Mirwin, but they can't quite do it. The Impale is sidestepped by Mirwin. Hongq looks for him, but he's going to get avoided. And then finally, Jojo does arrive and gets a kill. On the back end of that play, CFO do grab the dragon, but
Jojo, you're in danger.
Again, there's the Shadow Dash for the taunt. Deadly Flourish coming out as well. Jojo has to flash away. And will manage to survive. It's a race for the first tower as well as Hongq continues to push in the bot side. Super's going to stay up top. There's one plate on that turret remaining. CFO backing away from mid. And it looks like it is going to be MKOI claiming that first tower blood.
Yeah, I got to be feeling really good about that. Getting additional gold here onto the Caitlyn. Still good aggressive play from CFO in the mid lane. It was a nice sidestep on the Bard ultimate.
Is there a way for them to win this game without fighting? Like, can they just like out macro and side lane? Is it possible?
Back up into the Shen. So it was kind of
like, because I feel like these fights are tough, bro.
Use his flash either way there. Couldn't quite knock him down. And Mirwin is going to be able to defend on the bot side. So now we'll see, kind of entering this mid-game stage here at 14 minutes, how MKOI can play the map. You know, Mirwin looked really good in that last fight. He's getting to quite a strong point now. He does have this big advantage after picking up all those kills, has the Eclipse done, working towards the second item. I want to see Elyoya, Jojo play towards Mirwin, be able to slam home advantages, create that pressure in the side lane where all of a sudden 3 members show up, you get a dive, you pressure the tower, you make the options really limited and really difficult there for CFO.
See what Driver does to waves now though with that Titanic finished, has the Bramble Vest as well. To deal with Mirwin in the pure 1v1. Rift held up in 7 seconds time. MKOI trying to set up a little bit of vision around it as Alvaro stepped in by himself. We'll now have the support of Elyoya.
I also really like the first item here for Bard. Kaiwing going straight for the Mikhails. We talked about kind of the limited engage. It really is going to be fishing for gold cards. So now having the Mikhails, I do think is going to be a great answer. It's something that I think is sometimes a little bit overlooked. People kind of just default to some of these other support items. But I do think it's so powerful, especially when a team is really reliant on one form of engage that is easily answered. Of course, Mikhail's a much longer cooldown than gold card is, but really can be a game changer there, especially because Doggo has no cleanse, right? He is playing barrier, and so I think without some sort of Mikhails, it's just kind of point and click on Doggo every time, and he would be in trouble.
And the good thing for Mikhails on a gold card is you have quite a long time to see it on its way, so you can get the Mikhails off immediately. Captain Jacket, or you can even Mikhails yourself with a tiny window just beforehand, because it takes a little bit of time to cast. Driver's going to be able to get the tower on the bottom side. MKOI posturing around this Rift Tower, down to 3,000 HP. Junja trying to step in range for the smite. Destiny comes out. Junja steps forward. There's the stun card, and Elyoya will secure the Rift Tower.
Secured. And now everybody's going to disperse.
Really there. So Mirwin was playing off vision that entire time. He was basically sitting in this area right here, trying to hide. And I think what he was hoping was that CFO would fully commit to the fight, and then he would jump in and surprise, I'm already here, be able to turn around.
Chases Driver out of this jungle as well. Junja will be able to come across. He flashes forward for Ishtar's impact. There's the Impale as well. And look at the damage on Elyoya. Snap. And he is gone. CFO engaging perfectly.
Yeah, Junja really finding his opportunity.
This seems to happen a lot.
So aggressive when he sees that window.
We get one thing and then we die on the other side of the map or something like that.
Eliminate some of that advantage. Obviously, he took down the tower, pushed in some waves. Had been down 1.3k. I assume the gold lead will have closed quite a bit. Yep, plus 400 since we last checked in. And Junja is the one up well over 1,000 gold. He is playing that tank that could be difficult to deal with.
Or Junja?
We talked about the ability for MKOI to play out these fights by stepping forward, hit them with the gold card, poke them down. But when Junja is getting really strong, it is going to be that much more difficult to have that poke really stick and to be able to actually deal with this front line.
It's also just such a good moment to do it, taking the entire bot side of the jungle away. It's basically a 6-camp swing. You're getting 3 camps and your opponent isn't getting 3 camps. Also gets the Scuttle Crab off the back of it. Weren't able to get any other... Pardon?
Quick maths.
Quick maths, yeah, woo. 1 + 1 is 3, minus 2 is 6. No, anyway, no other neutral objectives to do. I did a little bit. Look, man. Man's not hot.
Now we're back to Fast and Furious.
We need to get Freak back here. I remember the good old 2017 days, eating Taco Bell at 3 o'clock in the morning while in the LA studio.
We had him back for a playoff game.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Solid caster. A little bit bolder than I remember him, I think.
A little bit bolder?
Yeah, he's lost a little bit more hair than the last time I saw him.
Fair. Yeah. Happens to the best of us.
Yes, it does.
I'd like you all to know the medic stared right at my bald head after I said that.
It's the reflection from the lights as well. I can't avoid it. Next Drake up in 20 seconds time would be the second of the game for either of these two teams. Driver trying to shadow dash onto Jojo Pion, who doesn't have the teleport currently on this Twisted Fate. Running the heal and the flash. Alvaro flashes immediately away from Honkyu, but the chase continues as Junja finds his man in the jungle. Alvaro with a great mantra there to get a little bit of extra health back. Super tries to open up on Honkyu, and now the collapse begins for MKOI. Stand United coming out as Honkyu steps forward onto Mirwin. Mirwin flashes away himself. Jojo's here. Gold card locked in. Temper Fate hits 2. Junja looking for the Ishtar's impact. Oh, everything mistimed. The Impale too slow. The dash in too fast. MKOI are going to look for more as they get the kickback. Public execution onto the back line. MKOI begin to turn the tides in the fight. Flash forward from Super. Immediately into Driver, who lands the taunt. Junja tries to open up, but can't get close enough. Super able to get away across the wall. The chase onto Junja continues. Elioya so deep, though. And the rest of MKOI unable to back him up. Alvo caught with a deadly flourish. The curtains open, looking for Super. Can't find him as he steps out of the back of the range.
Not able to actually grab that last kill. Really messy fight though, back and forth. Looked like it was going to be really positive for MKOI, and then CFO, they hit this great Bard ulti, and you're thinking, uh-oh, MKOI is going to get cooked here. But Kaiwing throws out the binding way too early. The Impale is not there. You know, everything missed time from CFO, and then they had to go into this fighting retreat. The start of it is Alvaro trying to retreat here, you know, getting hit by the deadly flourish, does have the Mikhails on himself. The Mantra comes out, trying to heal up, and then they see Mirwin here kind of on the bottom of the screen, looking to try to turn onto him. You can see Honkyu's going to flash in with the Stand United, trying to set that up, but then Mirwin gets back. And this is where the health bar is getting a little bit low. CFO realized, okay, we need to retreat. Now, this is all about timing. You have to actually watch the spell effects there. Everything too early. The Impale, the Taunt, the Cosmic Binding. Had they hit that, that is probably just 2 instantly dead members from MKOI and an absolute disaster for the EU side. But then Supa, I think, here gets kind of over-aggressive, flashing into the pit. I feel like that was a bit too far. MKOI getting really excited here, trying to get the most. As Elioya goes through, there's the Spirit's Refuge, there's the shielding from Junja, everything there to try to keep him alive. And you can see, realizing his mistake.
Because if you slow it down as well, you get the Drake off the back of it. Yeah. Now CFO have that Mountain Dragon, a very, very minute gold lead for them as well. Only 100 gold in it so far. 2 items have been completed on Jojo and on Honkyu. AD carry for Doggo as well has 2 in his pocket.
I don't even know if Jojo had spent his gold prior to that fight, because the last time I saw he was just on Roa, so, you know, and I saw he was up gold. Okay, nice timing there with the Bard ultimate. Can always deny that Rift Herald charge. So Jojo buys a full item on his base with the Lichbane, and obviously with that dagger,
I'm sorry, y'all.
In towards the rapid
Restaurant
fire.
keeps
that
calling.
Is where things really do change. You know, not that your damage is really ramping up that much, but it just changes the way that you have to play the game, because all of a sudden you really can just walk forward every time gold card is up and you have the rapid fire ready, and you're just fishing for those gold cards.
Leeson baited. I think Leeson went a little too deep in that previous play that we were watching at Dragon.
He has been playing very well
Just a little bit too deep. But I saw the vision. If his team was like up there with them, it was definitely a dub.
Karma Caitlyn lane, which is usually so dominant in the early game, taking 5 plates down towards that bottom side. Super was moved towards top to get some plates for himself, but hasn't actually been able to participate in any of the kills or assists for MKOI.
Yeah, and it would be so interesting to actually know the total gold swing and amount of experience that was missed by MKOI when Doggo was freezing that top side, because
Thank
to
you
me,
for the
that was
lyrics.
such a big turn in the game where they didn't have kind of those correct lane assignments. They tried to overload one side, really punish. They couldn't quite do it. Because you can really see it even in the experience advantage, you know, still over a full level ahead here, level 13 for Doggo. It is pretty rare that you see them at the same level as the solo laners at this point in the game.
CFO doing a really good job of just funneling into Doggo in the early game, and then since then in teamfight, it's been absolutely on the mark.
Funneling into himself.
Yes, he
Dang.
has. Yes, he has.
Doggo is on 2 items, working on a 3rd, and Caitlyn is working on her 2nd.
A little bit deeper than he wanted. Next Drake up in 2 minutes.
Up a whole entire item.
Vying for pressure, vying for vision control around this bot side. Obviously with Artican up, there's always the possibility you can sneak it away. It's something we've seen CFO like to do at these 2-man objectives while presenting on the rest of the map. Tempered Fate doesn't connect. As you say, good sidestep there from Alvaro.
Nicely done. Super showing up mid lane though, and Junja's behind him.
He doesn't have flash. Junja going in. There's the impale, but
nice.
Super sidesteps it. Now
you got any traps, babes?
Maybe they'll look for the fight. Destiny as well cancelled with the shadow dash. Jojo's
okay,
gonna lock
so
in the gold card.
Mbessa isn't
Onto driver. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Junja able to escape, but now the ace in the hole will only hit on the Kaiwing's backside. And in the end, Junja will manage to get to safety.
Yeah, that's critical though by Super. Really well done by him. Able to avoid pretty much everything there.
Wouldn't Yentl be better than Collector on Caitlyn?
Thankfully didn't need it. He is not playing Cleanse, so Mikhail's going to be done
the
for
state of the game, yes.
They don't get the kill, but they did chunk
with
out
the state of the game, absolutely. But I feel like she's going a pretty standard build. But going Collector first, you normally do when you're like ahead or predict you will be ahead. She is behind.
Too late to get here. Ishtar's impact going forward, looking for the smite, but kicked away.
Okay, nice smite. Okay, okay, nice. Let's make sure we don't die here, though. Let's make sure we don't get turned on. Nice block.
And MKOI will back away.
Okay, okay, okay.
That bit of pressure all off of this failed dive onto
no one is
Supa.
squishy enough for her to go to Collector.
They push it back to base. They immediately use the HP advantage.
In terms of the bot lane, I feel like Collector is valid. But yeah, like for the rest of their team, yeah,
they have not really had the push, so they don't
Wild Arrows would have been better.
So they're not amplifying that much, but of course, any you're getting for the rest of the game still going to be bonus, and you do still get that proc on kill, which is going to be potentially game changing.
We can really help. The CFO, the 126.
Maybe it's for the execute.
16 of MKOI.
How many flowers per petal? Or how many petals per flower?
It was 3, wasn't it? Didn't you get 3 for the big ones and only 1 for the small one?
True.
So maybe when you pick the flower, some of them immediately die. So it's one of those rare commodities, you know. Can't cook them all, did you say?
Collect.
Oh, collect.
The fact that MKOI got Otacon and still have less flowers than CFO, I think is a little perplexing. Like, were they gardening this entire game?
2 items now on Super as well as we're jockeying for position around the mid lane tower. Driver, Jinju, and Hongkyu acting as a 3-man squad. Jojo Pyun is just behind the team right now, does have the Destiny. If he wants to go in, we'll land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there helping
like they are not doing damage.
As Super needs to get out of here, taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse
our ADC is dead.
Next up is Mirwin.
Our top laner is dead. Oh wow, he saved Alvaro, but dies instead.
2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1. Takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's gonna fall.
Kaiwing is on his forehead.
Jesus. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace.
That's massive for CFO. I mean, not only to get a 5-for-0 ace, they're gonna get Baron, they're gonna get Dragon, they're gonna move to Soul Point here. That is huge. And just like that, they blow the game open. Well, maybe not the Dragon, as it looks like Dragon has hands, as Shen finds out, unfortunately. But they will still be able to take down the Baron.
CFO does look really good. They do.
Alvaro did not have
they do indeed.
the start of that fight. It was a couple seconds
as sad as that is.
Supa is not playing
They do indeed have hands.
So the fact that you get caught by the Bardol, perfectly timed taunt comes out of it this time from the Shen. So let's watch this one more time. It's really all about Supa. Supa is going to get hit by this Bardol. Elects not to flash it. I wonder if they knew that Mikhail's was still on cooldown. Mikhail's just had a couple seconds, couldn't cleanse it, so he gets CC'd up, can't flash, can't do anything from that point. Would have needed to flash the Bardol, but may have been thinking, my support has Mikhail's, I'm going to be fine, I'll just flash afterwards if I have to. But once he goes down, it's a full-on retreat here for MKOI. And CFO are not going to let them do that.
Always.
They just chase after. Doggo still has the ult for the end of the fight. There's nowhere for them to go. They're able to use all of this mobility, all of this power to chase him down, get all the kills, get the Baron, and now open up an absolutely enormous lead here. They will eventually get back to that dragon and take that as well. Being on Mountain Soul Point is really problematic when you're already behind.
Especially on, it's a relatively low damage composition coming out from MKOI. When you're in this spot, you only have a 2-item AD carry. Mirwin almost caught, has to flash. Serpent's Fang on Mirwin as well to try and get through some of the shields that are happening on CFO. That's Stand United, obviously one of them. Rise getting shields as well. Driver's going to be able to push through the mid lane. Goes in with the taunt. Elioya with the kickback. Dragon's Rage underneath the tower. Driver surviving for an absolute age. And we talk about no damage. And there it is. Driver will go down. The curtains open as Ginger goes in with the impale.
They didn't block.
They'll find one in answer. It's Alvaro falling. Magical Journey away from Ginger. Destiny going in as well as Jojo Pyun looks for them, but he goes too deep and has to flash himself. CFO are unrelenting in their pressure.
Jojo doesn't look like the Jojo we used to.
The Realm Wolf's there for the chase, and Doggo's barking. He jumps back in as Mirwin's looking for the engage, but he's knocked into the wall, and what can he do? In the face of 4 of CFO, this might just be game.
It's looking like it. Doggo knocks down another one there. They are going to pull back, though. They do have some low health bars. Driver got very aggressive, goes to the taunt flash in the 1v3, and is not able to
experience is the worst teacher. And today we learned
the team come over, and CFO
to not trust
just so confident
LEC.
to continue the fight here, posturing so aggressively. We saw very many summoners getting used, and now they're looking for
today we learned
he steps forward immediately. TP, there's the Tempered Fate as well. Kaiwing teleported
to
in
not
with
trust
the Unsealed
LEC.
Spellbook to hit the Tempered Fate, and CFO are not giving MKOI a moment to breathe.
Doggo still has not yet based. He is incredibly low. Will they elect to stay around? They're trying to heal him up a little bit with these
mercy.
Bard health backs, but it is still a
Jojo
bit
doesn't look like he has any damage. It doesn't look like
this inhibitor tower, as you say, a bit risky, but we also talked about how little MKOI actually have in terms
like
of
he doesn't look like the Jojo we used to know and love.
Use your front line. There's the redemption.
He just looks like a regular European mid laner.
Push forward for the inhibitor because MKOI still don't have their mid laner for 20 seconds.
CFO electing to just kind of back off right now, though. Honkyu has no ult, has no TP, so they don't want to overstay their welcome. I think Doggo is going to have a massive amount of
also, I don't think he plays TF. He plays Silas and Ari.
And if you do see that,
yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw Jojo play TF. Maybe he played it during the LEC split, but like back when he was in NA, I don't remember the TF gameplay.
And CFO on the precipice here of moving us to match point against MKOI.
And really clean as well.
He can play core team.
First game, a couple of hiccups in the mid game where MKOI were able to get back, but CFO just really know the limits of their team compositions. We see them getting caught out a little bit in the red side jungle. They back away, but then realize they can re-engage. We see in the mid lane, they get caught out a little bit as well, but then they re-engage. Their ability, after absorbing the initial burst from MKOI, or after absorbing the initial stun, Tempered Fate after Tempered Fate from Kaiwing hitting the backline, and then CFO can all just collapse onto a single target.
Absolutely, and Driver's just been so annoying in these side lanes. He's constantly pushing out the waves. They've been able to get experience advantages because they're non-stop pushing in these side waves. Even building towards, which I'm assuming is going to be a Warmogs, which if he gets there means, well, Poke is not going to do anything anymore. And that is going to be really difficult for them to deal with. It's already so hard for them to actually knock through these front lines. It's really all up to Supa, and CFO knows that. Every single fight, they're just flying at Supa. They're sending everything at him. They're not allowing him to stand and fire and actually get that damage out because they know as long as we're putting the pressure on Supa, Jojo's not going to kill your tanks, and Mirwin, it's going to take way too long to really be able to do it by himself. They are so reliant on Supa with this composition.
Supa is 1.4 thousand gold behind. For MKOI, the smallest
Did
of
LCP
windows is
send
this
a
next Dragon
second
or Baron fight.
stream?
They're spawning at about the same time. If you can sneak away one of them, perhaps there's a
They
way
had
back
to
into
have.
the game, but I really don't think CFO are going to give you that luxury.
Damn.
They're so adamant with their vision control. They've been precise. Look at how deep their vision line is
into
the MKOI jungle. It's past the red buff. It's around where the wolves are. It's so hard for MKOI to step up, especially since they don't have a true tank. So who is guiding this Karma through? Well, it's Mirwin right now, but he needs at least another member.
I forgot about play-ins.
To actually put pressure into
Some people didn't even make it to the main stage.
Elioya just hasn't really been able to get much value on the in so far this game, but there is always the opportunity to make a big play on this champion. That is why it is so exciting to watch. He is down 2.6k. It's going to be very hard, but hey, if you can get into the back line, kick someone like Doggo in, get a kill on him right to start a fight, then you have more of an opportunity. But that is going to be tough, and Honkyu now just bought a full death cap. This guy is well and truly online, hit level 18, and he is ridiculously strong. So you're going to have to find those kind of picks. You're going to have to find those kind of plays. And really, the only one who has that kind of explosive X factor is Elioya. So it falls squarely on his shoulders.
The captain of the team rebuilt it around him.
He's behind them.
As he is behind them on that flank position. The Dragon secured by Honkyu in just a moment's time. Has that realm warp. That's why he's been left to his own devices down there. Will be sold for CFO. There we go. He secures it. Driver looking in. TP coming out from Honkyu.
So they got Mountain Soul.
But Junja's already onto the back line. Driver's taken no damage.
And then we're going to fight them for Baron.
Trying to dance around. Honkyu goes very deep though. But there's the Stand United. There's the shield. There's the Samaps. The angel on his shoulder keeps him alive. Alvaro forced away. And Honkyu just jumped into the middle of MKOI. Survived. Driver TPs into the base. MKOI, they had one last roll of the dice, but it's coming up Snake Eyes.
Not going to be able to do anything there. Honkyu knows his strength, pairs up with
Driver is ending the game.
March to take down this game.
Elioya's going to try and defend, but he's the only one left standing for MKOI alongside Alvaro, who might die as the collapse from CFO can just come in. The inhibitor does respawn in the mid lane.
Not a singular time, Desiree.
His bite is worse than his bark. And CFO pushing, Elioya trying to defend, but what can he do against all of CFO? One game away from glory here for Apex. CFO are flying high.
CFO very nearly took down T1, and now completely unconcerned with what MKOI is bringing out here. They are looking like they are in full control, really playing well in this series. Doggo has been a standout. Junja has been creating so much action. I love the draft. I love the answers here.
Honestly, I would not be mad at watching CFO dominate the lower bracket.
Super undervalued pick. Really
if I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, I'd be down to watch them win the lower bracket and go to finals. I think that would be fun.
Playing great. What do you think, Desk? Is it a sweep?
Yes.
Sweep, but my day's a little bit better because we have a very special guest here, Cloud9's Vulcan. Welcome.
Thank you.
What is he doing there?
Yeah, it's great to have you. I wish it was under better circumstances from the EU camp, but I think you're really happy to see that.
Yeah, I am also. I mean, unfortunately, our last hope of NA, not last hope, I guess FlyQuest is still going strong, but
yeah.
I'm very let down by the fact that the four European players, are letting down my little brother Jojo.
That's what I was about to say. In fact, if you were here earlier, you were his good luck charm. Where the hell have you been?
I just got here. I don't know. I mean, now you should be good, right? I just arrived.
I mean,
Surely.
He was missing CS and stuff in lane in game 1, so I'm glad you're here.
Keep him accountable.
But nothing was his fault. I'll say that. It was a team error, and especially CFO being extremely good. So what I want to do, since you missed the game, since you were in the car, most of it, I want you to blind react to a few things. The first thing is a draft, and I'd love to know from your professional opinion how you thought the early game would play out when you see the draft, as you will in just a second. And there's one pick in particular that you're gonna love.
Boom.
Bard.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that sticks out. I mean, the thing about the Caitlyn Karma with TF is they should be able theoretically to snowball. They should be able to get turrets, push their lane, be able to snowball that way. But I really like the Bard pick because even though your lane is hard, you have the W. You can. I always like to put like 2 points in it. If you're in a pretty difficult matchup, you can heal through it. The other thing also to point out is that they have Ryze and Shen, who both have globals, so they're able to get some help. It's kind of hard for Caitlyn Karma to really always be pressing, always be pushing up in the lane when they're playing against globals like that. And yeah, I mean, I would just love to play Bard in a game like this against Caitlyn Karma, two targets that you can ult, Semper TF, and you're very comfortable building Mikhails as well going into TF.
Expert read.
A pretty expert read.
Yeah.
Although I think what's going to be crushing if we
Poor
can queue up that
JoJo,
first
man.
replay is that I would love for you to have been right about the global advantage. It did come through in later stages of the game, but they didn't even have to wait for the globals to be available before it all came.
Okay, well, he need to pull out that cast
The
then.
jungle gap.
He need to pull out that cast.
The unmitigated disaster, because the strong points you highlighted, the Caitlyn Karma, the Twisted Fate being set up, just got kind of obliterated in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, that's tough because that throws a wrench in your, your whole game plan. And so early on, I think, yeah, that's tough to watch. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I didn't, to be honest.
Same here, to be honest.
Me too. But unfortunately, I did. And now, yeah, CFO is on match point, and I think you can point out there that everyone did their job correctly, and you will see this from these.
Imagine wanting to
replays as well, and
move.
I think we agree on all
Imagine
that.
not
They
getting
just look
CC'd for 10 years.
So focused, CFO. They never miss a beat. If you put 1 foot out of order,
Yeah.
they're killing your entire team, and I think that's what MKOI is struggling with the most, and it's beautiful to see from the side of the Oysters.
Yeah, exactly. The two people that we are always looking at coming into this tournament is Junja and Kaiwing, like the core of the squad, only because they set up objectives really well, and they had the ability to do that with their picks, specifically the Bard. I thought it was a great Bard game.
Captain Flowers is somewhere.
He loved this one.
Absolutely elated,
The delivery
screaming
system.
for this. But there were also really long range in their engages, which caught them off guard a lot.
Yeah, and I think you can see here while MKOI were able to find some angles back, CFO were always in a much better position to punish, and it wasn't just the global advantage that you mentioned earlier, Vulcan.
They were always getting punished
already
for something.
Better. They added the
How old
goals
is
on top of that,
Hongq?
and so for the vast majority of fights, they were in complete
I think they
control.
said
There were glimmers of hope.
18.
We did see the Caitlyn still get to do some Caitlyn stuff, still get to stay at range, but then your favorite pick, the Bard, I think ended up being so clutch, because even when MKOI had that glimmer, Tempered
Wait,
Fate
we
after
have the
Tempered
same
Fate after Tempered
birthday.
Fate, and
What the heck?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it now 2 times.
We
You know,
have the
yesterday
same
also against,
birthday.
The FlyQuest against G2, specifically Busio with it.
Wow, I guess just the best people were born on July 2nd, dude.
It's tough because he's
The best people were born on July 2nd. How freaking crazy! Whoa!
In the same time, if you play against,
dude, he was born exactly 10 years after me. To the date. To the date.
On the draft. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see more prior.
That is so insane.
It's also very fun to
He
watch,
was
so.
born 10 years after me to the exact moment.
Or Keria or Kaiwing, is it just as simple as if the enemy team has some of these immobile carries?
That's kind of mind blowing.
Should we be expecting Bard to come in? When are you?
That is kind of mind blowing.
What do you need?
What the frig?
The first thing I'll look at is the carries.
That's twin.
I'll think about, am I able to get through lane?
What?
Without, being massively behind.
Yeah.
Because most of the time, that's the other condition is like.
That is so crazy.
You have to be able to do those kind of plays that I looked at just now with with portaling behind, Skarner flashes behind the guy.
That is so crazy.
You have to look for angles like that. But if you think
what
those two check boxes you can get out of lane, and you have carries that you can ult, then I think most of the time it'll be.
I ain't never seen something like that.
I think we certainly saw that. The Tempered Fate.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody like that close.
Playing around with this tool, we have to kind of show the advantages. You see the goal difference over time there.
He is a decade younger than me. Wow.
For Flying Oyster, we really see how they have taken everything they learned at first stand. Maybe also the disappointment of not being able to show what they could. Because mind you not, if you missed this
7K Lee Sin damage, less than the Karma.
With them, they went toe to toe. So actually, if you think about it in that context,
and Lee Sin is a champion that needs to have a lot of damage, right? He's supposed to be ganking, getting kills early. Derpy thank you for the follow. Side note, C9 had a One Piece collab. I think that's their like most recent
They had an opportunity. They had a good chase down. Then Lee Sin dies. Then it gets like reset a little bit. So I want to see a little bit more out of that team. That being said, there has been a shift. MKOI selected blue side. Rest is subbing in. So
I'd love it if they sent it to me so I can review it and give my thoughts.
But we do have Vulcan here, and
at
I know you're
C9
because JoJo is on the roster, but you hate EU.
I do not. Brandon.
What do you want to say about this next game?
Yeah, it's very conflicting. You have a point there. I do hate EU a lot.
Right, Untra? Oh, I'm sorry, fam.
I just hope for a good series. I hope for a bounce back. I hope that JoJo can bring it back. Game 5 would be very hype. Yeah,
hey, y'all, the boba is
shown,
here.
So I think the coaches.
I'm gonna go grab this boba real quick. BRB. Oh, he was born on July 2nd as well?
Anyways, Twitch Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. You can subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Hui in-game emote. And we'll be back for Game 3. It might be MKOI's last.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go. Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
All right. My Bobar. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we got 3 minutes till the next game. Not gnarly. Should I make soup or chicken for dinner? What about chicken soup? What about chicken soup? Chicken noodle soup. Y'all are so silly. Yo, I pressed it. I pressed it. It must be bugging out, bro. It's bugged. It's bugged. Bugged 1,000. I did that. Dang, this person calling me on repeat, bro. They blowing my phone up. All right, so we got 2 in a row. Let's get a third. Let's get a third real quick. 760, 760. I did that too early. I did that too early.
But immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find two curtains open. Jojo takes one, takes two. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall for it. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Warp coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace. And that's as we see how CFO have dominated the last two games. The question in your head has to be, do MKOI have anything left in the tank? Because at the moment, in the battle of the aquatic, it is the oysters who are swimming happily. And I'm sorry,
I get it.
MKOI are sleeping with the fishes.
MKOI
help yourself.
buying oysters.
Freak was back. Well, here he is. There you go.
Channeling.
Living on.
In a David Turley, you know?
Yeah. Well, Rest is going to be subbing in, so maybe that's going to be an opening here for MKOI. I do feel like Driver has been performing a lot better, honestly, so far this tournament. But this is something that CFO always does. They swap back and forth between these two top laners. Rest is kind of known as the carry guy, so that does give a little bit of a tip of the hand here as we enter into Champion Select, powered by Omen
He
and
looks
HyperX.
pissed, bro.
MKOI must reverse sweep.
Look at him in the background.
They will be done here at MSI.
And then him in the current time.
One more game to close this out.
He's pissed.
And move on, where they would play the loser.
He knows they're going home, bro.
AL, of course. They would play AL.
He knows.
Yesterday, so obviously an incredibly difficult challenge that they would be facing, but want to take that chance.
I mean, every opportunity, CFO have stepped up to the challenge at this MSI, taking T1 to 5 games now, coming into this series as a close team, but definitely the underdogs. I think most people expected MKOI to be the slightly better of the two, and just dominating the first 2 games is Jace Pantheon and Cassante banned away by MKOI, Gwen and Vi removed by CFO.
Yeah, so
the AL coach will get them right.
Cassante, third most played for Rest, so clearly trying to throw something at what his expected champion pool is. Gonna be curious to see where Rest does go, because you'll remember back towards game 5 when they were playing against T1. He came in, he was actually playing the Ornn. That one did not go well for him, but we had heard in the interviews that was more due to jet lag that Driver was experiencing, and he wanted to sub himself out. Yeah,
I think Driver said it's only his second time on the international stage. There was a little bit of jet lag, a bit of anxiety around it all as well. So credit to CFO for making that swap at that sort of moment. It's going to be Talia locked in for MKOI, one of JoJo's best champions this split in the LEC. CFO
we are here for JoJo,
which is something we have seen quite a few times over MSI, and that will be locked in as well.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora has been looking very strong so far. A lot of these players are showing up, really showcasing
Yorick immediately.
Wow, Yorick blind to me. I love the champion, just so not a fan. We'll see what the answer is going to be.
Okay, so I'm not.
Is one of the guys that can he can.
I'm not tripping, right, Anna?
I would be almost most scared. There it is, finally.
It's the best counter.
This to me, I play a lot of Yorick. This matchup is unplayable. This is the worst matchup, like one of the worst matchups I've ever played, not just for Yorick, but of any champion. It is truly horrible. Every time you spawn your Aurelia just Q1 shots them all, stacks up the passive. It is so hard, even from ahead, to actually be able to win this out. You need your jungler. You need your jungler to be able to 2v1, put you in a position where this Aurelia is just slammed into the ground because it is so tough. And this is a matchup that I've almost stopped talking about in pro because no one wants to play Aurelia.
So it's Europe versus
such a risky pick. Aurelia has to be flying in, playing aggressive in those side lanes. The only way you win lanes is by throwing yourself into a position where you're easy to gank.
Yeah, it really is, and I like.
There's a bunch of regions in one in the LCP.
You want to go in on the Aurelia? We're gonna pick the Nocturne. Gives you side lane threat, but also
I do believe Flying Oysters is from Taiwan specifically.
The rest of his team can't see him. MKOI tried to mitigate a bit of Aurelia's weaknesses by picking up the Poppy themselves, because obviously Steadfast Presence very powerful into a champion that just wants to dash.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I don't think we've seen Irelia in pro play in like a long
this game is already
time.
Almost entirely about top lane. Both of
these champions diversity. It's something new rather than the same champs we've been seeing on repeat.
So we have to see drafts, I think, that have really kind of bot lanes that can just work on their own, that don't necessarily need a lot of jungle attention, that don't necessarily need a lot of help. I would really be thinking about, okay, how can I actually play this out to where, I have strong wave clear, I'm not going to be threatened in the dives, I'm going to be able to just chill on an island here so my jungler can play for top side, because I think that is where this game will be decided. Draven would absolutely not be it. To me, it's Senna, I think, is a fantastic pick that would actually allow you to play towards that side lane that is pretty good at actually sustaining on your own, especially when paired with a stronger laning support.
And as soon as you get the static shiv as well, it's really easy just to sit in that mid lane, push out the waves. If you put something like the Nautilus alongside it as well, it gives him a little bit of extra safety. Kai'Sa's going to be the pick. Has a little bit of safety herself with the Killer Instinct and the Supercharge. You can avoid a bit of damage, but as you say, full dive really seems to be the name of the game for CFO. MKOI are going to have to watch their flanks when it comes to this paranoia coming down.
And I mean, Nautilus is still up and available. Obviously, one of the really common pairings. Rakan is still up.
They need to be throwing Hail Marys, bro.
Makes a ton of sense
this
here
is it, or they go home.
It's a great answer to a full dive comp, which is what we are obviously showing from CFO. Does mean that you'd be giving the Nautilus over, but
they need to feel like they did everything in their power to win.
From the MKOI side, instead, they are going to be going in towards the Rel, so grabbing up the Rel for themselves here. Very interesting, and that does leave both the Rakan as well as that Nautilus as options for CFO.
Oh,
they really want to cook.
Nah, I mean, Renata also does a similar thing with the hostile.
I would have loved it if they set.
You can protect your AD carry a little bit if you think
if they set.
Overcome.
What happened with Team 1? They won.
I don't like the Renata,
they won.
Honestly. I would be very surprised. I think he's just kind of hovering around for
Team
fun.
1 is playing next. It'll be BLG versus.
It's like you need some sort of a go
Team
button, right? You need to be able to actually lock these people up, apply CC so that the Killer Instinct can even be used, right? Like otherwise, what is your CC? You're waiting for a Fear Tether to proc the
It's Mango Boba.
So can go into the back line. It just wouldn't make sense. So
they were supposed to put Crystal Boba in it, but I don't think they did.
Different styles. For MKOI, it's all about stifling the engage, absorbing it, being able to then turn around the fight in the longer run. Whereas for CFO, it's all about that first punch, and of course,
I just got one.
Side lane. You know, both MKOI and CFO are going to have eyes on that top lane. Rest and Mirwin. The fate of their teams, I think, really will be on their shoulders here.
Yeah, huge amount of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Aurelia, the last time we saw her was back in 2023 from Chasey on Mad Lions, which is the team that MKOI then became, or came out of, at MSI. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this Aurelia does. A lot of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Non-subscribers can come back in about 30 seconds, as we will see you then. For now, we'll see coaches handshaking on the stage and get into Game 3 here. CFO, one game away from a historic victory for the LCP, for the APAC region. A few times we have seen this region managed to beat out EU, but all time it's like 9-23 in favor of EU. In series, it tends to be close, but EU comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to take in consideration.
Come on, bro, reverse sweep.
Right? You know, we saw that.
Reverse sweep.
CFO was able to 2-0 KC and then had a close.
Let me see a reverse sweep real quick.
They lost, but still overall score 4-3. They actually were winning a lot of games there. This team is something different, right? And we have to respect how good they have gotten. CFO really is a threat on the international stage. They are absolutely proving that. Mirwin, though, this is the kind of game that is make or break for you. You are known as one of these really impressive carry players who has this deep bag of champions that you can pull from. This is an absolute hard counter in the 1v1. Yeah. You have the opportunity to take over this game, and I really want to see
Game 3 and they dancing in river. Lord have
on his shoulders and do it, because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1. It's going to be about that later stage.
Comes in, crash down from Alvaro. There's the heal coming out as well as CFO will just start to retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think this
he announced the heal before it happened.
I'm not going to be back in the lane too early, and Alvaro and Super trying to make sure that he
Did you notice that?
Easily.
He announced the heal before it happened.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a tough start. So you lose your potion, you're still not going to be full HP, but that was a risky invade. They were just kind of trying to walk in blind, and as a result, they are punished. So I'm going to be really happy about how things are starting out.
Are they reading off of a
on the top lane here? Again,
script?
It's not like you're just going to straight up kill them at level 1 or something. But the whole reason it's so difficult is because of this interaction where you summon the ghouls, just cues them all, one-shots them, heals up, gets the passive stacked.
Crash down in from Alvaro as they're going to force Doggo away once again. Not level 2 yet, so you don't have the Shadowing Strike or the Blade Caller, but still good damage out to Doggo. We did see the shared champion pool between Mirwin and Rest, but Mirwin hasn't brought out the Aurelia so far this year, unsurprisingly. Smite goes down. Lioya is the one to get
I've got my eye on you.
Away from Ginger here, looking for the slam into the wall. Won't have enough damage to kill him, but definitely harasses him out, using the bot lane pressure well there, Lioya.
Yeah, really nice invade. Just goes Raptors, meets his opponent over at that buff, and Junja had no smite. He'd already used it on the first camp to get that quicker level 2. Poppy, of course, just deletes the Raptors. Bot lane going horrible here for CFO, so you've got to be so happy about how this actually starts out. They already got to play.
You'll defer to me as the Nocturne expert. I got you.
Gold that was enough to get him another
so what he's doing is he's starting bot side. He's going to do a full clear up to top side. I assume he'll do scuttle or look for a gank after the full clear.
See the goals come out, and there
personally, I would do the same thing. I would start bot side, Gromp, make my way top, get these camps. He's pinging them out as he does them, so his team knows exactly where he is. I love that. I'm going to start doing that. I think it's going to be very interesting here because of this scuffle that we're getting in the top lane. Rest is looking a little low. And Poppy is in the top side jungle.
Taken out, thought he could escape with the flash, but the 3-fold hex just follows him.
We saw the exact same thing happening to Quad. You know,
they're doing a little fight. Honkyu has
comes back,
prio mid.
Take him out.
Here comes the TP.
Going to get supported here as well, as Honkyu's just going to TP right into this ward.
And the scuttle positioning was super tough for Elioya. Honestly, if I'm Genvia, I'm double scuttling.
They knew that they could have the 2v1 advantage right there.
I'm heading straight to the bot side because I know that Poppy just invaded my jungle. I am up a camp on her. I'm going to double scuttle her because I know she has to do her top side.
Honky goes in, proxy electrocute, and there it is. Hits him with the 2-volt hex, and when you flash through, you can still do the pullback, and of course that damage is going to follow. Able to finish him off. And Jojo.
Oh.
Jojo. Mistake, but MKOI looking for a dive here. Rest in
we love you, Jojo! Okay, we're fighting back. Elioya fighting back. Look at Nocturne. What is he doing? He's heading to that bot side. He's double scuttling. We see the Poppy top side. I would have been did that. Honestly, I think he wasted a little bit of time doing the 2-step in the jungle. I don't know why he did that. But he double scuttled. Now he's going into the enemy jungle. He's taking that chicken because Poppy has had a delayed recall. Love that. I love that a lot. It looks like MKOI does know of the little invade, but Nocturne has it back, and he might be going straight into his second clear.
If you're forced to base or even die without
again, something that I would definitely do. He's done the exact pathing that I would do besides the 2-step in his own jungle for no freaking reason. But I'm loving it.
Doesn't have to burn the flash, which I think is really what MKOI were looking for there, just trying to even out that summoner spell disadvantage. Honkyu flashes in though, and Jojo's dead again! That's not optimal, but Honkyu is absolutely slapping. Elioya comes in, will put the hammer down and get a kill in response, but Honkyu in the 1v1 is just destroying Jojo.
He is going crazy already here as Mir went down towards this bot
side. That makes me so sad, dude.
Gonna be able to kite this out. Honkyu making such a difference in this last game, as it feels like he's gonna kind of have to, because top lane is already really struggling, and it
that makes me so sad, dude.
In this matchup.
Slightly behind in terms of XP right now, but should be able to catch back up as the wave pushes in. Vest has brought in the Maiden to try and just get a little bit of extra pressure in the lane, but she's not that tanky right now, only 1,000 HP on her, so with a little bit of help from a friend, Mirwin should be able to take that down pretty sharpish. It's gone Cull.
Why did bot and top switch? They do this all the time now. I couldn't tell you why they switched, because they just got matched. Like they read the swap.
When I played this matchup, all you do is you try to survive. Like, you just try to not be the reason your team loses.
Yeah, he should have backed up
really
a little bit.
Able to win that 1v1. So, you know, rushing towards Triforce I think becomes less important. To me, it's like you're just going Bramble Vest into Tabbies and trying not to die.
Paranoia from Junja. The flash from the Fear Tether is enough to keep super safe. He was actually positioning up because that plate was about to fall on the top side, so he wanted to get the gold from it. Elioya now coming down towards the bottom side. Rest does have his flash available, puts down the cage, but I don't think Rest is able to escape from this. Meanwhile, on the top side, Alvaro and Jojo Pyun are still fighting. Jojo Pyun down to a 3rd HP as Rest falls on the bottom side. Able to escape. Kaiwin and Honkyu coming up on top in the mid lane.
Nicely done. Mirwin able to get another kill there with the help of Elioya. Doesn't even have to use his ultimate as well to add insult to injury there. Able to just chase him down, get the kill. Will be able to get a good base here, and when you get to Blade of the Rune King, any fun that you were having is already going to be a well and truly over here. Jojo just trying to survive mid lane against Hongq. The rest of the map is doing really, really well, so Jojo just needs to kind of sit back, chill. That is the 1 point of power right now for CFO. Junja at the very least did get Ghost Flash out of his first ultimate, but the ultimate cooldown early on is so long on Nocturne, you really want to be able to cash in on that first kill.
Especially when you're doing it against a Xayah and you get her flash out, but she's about to hit level 6.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I have more tools at my disposal to be safe. I have that Featherstorm now. So even if you come back in with the Paranoia, I can at least delay for the follow-up of the rest of my team.
I want to say lane swap started gaining popularity late 2010s. I think it was more of a top lane bully tactic that would allow bot champs to farm kind of free. But now it's like standard play.
That dragon here. Not super
so the lane start method, from what I remember, started in EU. EU used to always lane swap, and like at level 1,
because even though he was
like before you even spawn into the game, they about to lane swap. But Riot Games made the recent changes. Lane swaps became popular like last year. Or the year before that, like globally, like people started doing it, and they would do it because of the bot lane. If you are playing into a losing bot lane, like you know you're gonna get poked out, or you know you just lose, or it's a really hard bot lane, they'll swap the losing bot lane to the top lane because 2v1, you'll actually be able to farm rather than getting zoned out, poked out, yada, yada, yada. But now, with the lane swap hindrance of the World Atlas, I don't know why they still do it.
You have to depend on your jungler.
I don't know the reasoning anymore.
And, Junja is a very dependable jungler, so gets down there, is able to get the kill. Mirwin didn't have flash, and now MKOI trying to pressure on the
they did the lane swap before Dragon was taken down.
Is there to cover.
I'd understand it if like
hasn't invested too much in this right now.
The emotes,
he really is. He's going to be able to walk away. Junja here.
I'd understand it if they did it because Void Grubs were up, Dragon was down. They need the 2 bodies up top, but
underperformed and think, oh, this guy's not actually all that. But when you watch him in the LCP, he's just so consistently one of the best AD carries in the league. And you've seen him here as well, unkilled in this series, had a great series versus T1 as well. He's just such a good player that we don't get to see enough of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mechanically, he's extremely impressive. So definitely a treat to watch here. Has been performing incredibly well against some of the best in the world. I mean, you go up against T1 bot lane, you're laning against Keria and Guma, and you perform well. Like, oh, okay, you're pretty good. I don't think it gets much harder than that. So we'll
look at my boys being the standard.
Mirwin obviously did go down, but is still significantly ahead in that 1v1 on the top side, working towards that Blade of Rune King. 30 more stacks.
We knew they were.
And we'll be in towards that. And Elyoya, with all this early pressure that he's put out, already is on the Sundered Sky, so is going to have quite a bit of damage here.
Isn't the World Atlas thing just so that there isn't a second player with another support item, not about lane swapping? No. Incorrect. They changed it recently. Let me see if I have the video. So they made a swap, or they made a change to World Atlas to where if you have the World Atlas item and you are seen anywhere besides the bot lane for the first 3 minutes, you don't get any gold. And I think you get a reduction of XP. The enemy team's turrets will do significantly more damage and have more range. I did a video on it.
Doggo looking for the flank. The Paranoia is going to follow back up. Doggo still coming in here. There's the Weaver's Wall from Jojo. Alvaro chasing onto Doggo, but he's got both summoners still up, and he uses the cleanse immediately to get away from the seismic shove. Elyoya now on the retreat with the steadfast.
No one has died.
The Weirden coming out from Hongq is going to do a
They're
lot of
pretty
work
low.
as well. In the end, neither team will have anyone fall.
No one falls there, but it is the flash off Elyoya, the flash off of both the Nocturne as well as the Recon, the cleanse off the Kaisa. So a lot of big tools were spent there. It was a great injection from Elyoya. He knocks the Nocturne
This video
away,
explains everything about the changes to lane swaps and the World Atlas.
Hongq, but quite low on health. I don't think that's a play that you're going to want to look for, as Hongq is quite strong here. Does already have his first item done.
One of the most greedy dives, if that ever did materialize. Everyone's on half HP.
I've seen some dives in my time.
I mean, that is true.
Yes.
MKOI holding back off it, and I'm sure
this is without. This is in competitive. Also, the World Atlas item is given to the person with the support role, which I also explained in the video. I also explained in the video that it is automatically given to the support role. That's why they have role swapping in Champion Select now. You can no longer buy it.
Did get that relief and the shutdown gold critically
thank you, Sona.
So has just been playing it very defensively. You can see he's pushing out waves. He's just trying to move away from the Aurelia, really not interact whatsoever, which is absolutely the correct choice in this matchup. And the question is, can Mirwin utilize this advantage to either start farming plates and towers and get an edge there, or if he has to go into the team fights with it, can he really execute on the team fights on Aurelia? Because that is really hard to do. To play out this matchup, honestly, in the 1v1, it's not that hard. It is very, very Aurelia favored, but it is really hard to pilot this champion effectively in a 5v5 and really be able to get something done. So that's where I think Mirwin is going to have that big test.
Neither of the top laners have teleports. That's going to be a 4v4 around the Dragon. Super still has that Featherstorm, Magnet Storm Flash available for Alvaro if he wants to go in. The Drake resetting as CFO decide it's not in their best options right now to continue on that.
Some more plates did fall up on that top side as we saw that Rest went back to base, wanted to heal back up, get a buy. And Mirwin, as a result, was able to continue farming.
It's pretty even right now.
Tower, and MKOI now are first onto this Dragon. Junja's on the side, though, and Honkyu's moving over as well, so it could be a potential for a fight.
It might just be a fight afterwards. There's the Paranoia coming out. Smite goes in from Elioya. Seismic Shove shielded by Junja. Doggo and Kaiwing a little bit separated from the team. You could see the idea. Pincer movement, quickness, killer instinct. You have a lot of ability to close on that back line, but in the end, CFO don't pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I think MKOI positioning well there. If you get split up, then maybe it's going to become really problematic. But because they stayed as a 4-man squad, great. You have these 2 squads of 2, but they're just going to go on and attack one side. They're going to heavily commit towards that, and then it would be really difficult for CFO. So I think intelligently do back off, but MKOI grabbed the Dragon here, so all tied up as far as that is concerned. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, which can be really strong, I think, for a lot of these champions. Aurelia obviously loving that, Nocturne obviously loving that. A lot of these champions do get a lot of value out of this, even the Xayah as well as the Rakan, the Kaisa. Like, there's so many champs that just love it in this game.
Rakan is over the moon with a Cloud Soul. It's one of the best souls you can get. Obviously going to be hard for Kaiwing in this game because the Poppy exists and the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah exists.
Well, you just never use your W. You just get Cloud Soul and press R and run at them.
You never use W or E. You have Q and your R.
Press R,
that's your 2 abilities.
Just run through them.
Yeah, we've gone for the Mikhails once again. It has Kaiwing rushing that. Only going for the,
there are a lot of changes. I think the biggest changes are whenever there's a new actor season.
The Ionian Boots of Lucidity to kick things off. First item complete as well for Super and for Jojo Pyun. It's the Archangels and the Yuntal Wind Arrows. First items across the board actually for both teams as MKOI set up around the Rift Herald. Kaiwing looking for that flank position. Prey Seeker's going to come out as Doggo tries to connect, but the Rift Herald is secured by MKOI. Alongside it, those upgraded boots.
Yeah, and Junja had no ultimates. You're pretty much never going to look for a fight in that position. Nocturne without ult in a team fight is just so useless. And Rest just going to tank up this damage and knock down the tower. It is incredibly low, so we'll be able to finish that off nicely.
I freaking wish, man.
And that is the ult out from Jojo. Has not really been.
But like I said, I'm pretty sure they made an official statement saying that they will never fix the client because the code is so old that it's literally unfixable.
First, Kaiwing here for support. Even trying to close the gap before the duet. There's the charm, and Kaiwing can just run up to the top side. Great protection of his mid laner there from the CFO support.
Yeah, really slick stuff from both of them, honestly. Honkyu just drops the ult, clears out the wave, runs away from the dives. They have to walk through the tower, and that buys his support time to get there. They're looking for a dive on bot side.
Paranoia onto Mirwin. The Fear Head is going to connect as well as Rest.
Jojo is not having a fun time.
Doggo comes in with a killer instinct and will take out Mirwin. Meanwhile, there's a dive onto Honkyuu. The tower's not going to stand for much longer.
Jojo is not having a fun time. Well, GG's. It's a quick 3-0, bro.
Doggo's already dead as alongside Rest.
It's a quick 3-0.
So Jojo dies at bot. Mirwin gets a kill.
Did y'all know that the quickest professional esports game is like 17 minutes?
So you're going to be able to charge this one in. Maybe
is that not crazy?
Well. It's just the support in the area, so should be able to finish it off. More gold going the way of MKOI. Over 3,000 gold ahead. Going to be able to get a second charge in also. And Kaiwing's getting low. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, pops the heal. He does have that unsealed spellbook.
Cupcake.
Yeah, use Spellbook Smite actually.
And then we got our cheeks taken in by like 19 minutes, I think it was. It was like 19 or 18 minutes.
3,000 gold lead now for MKOI. As we have a moment in the action, if you're watching the action of Hold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score.
I do believe JoJo will be
but that we don't mean like
taking our pick'em cheats.
Actual skins and items and stuff. No,
just get like a bloodthirster popping up.
Start in the game. It's a free bloodthirster. It's the only way I think I'd be able to beat most of the players here. Between worlds from Honkyu, he's going to look to try and dash away, but can't get to the edge of the ring. Alvaro still chasing. Alioya looking for the keeper's verdict, doesn't connect. Honkyu jumps back.
Wow, they got him.
In the end, will fall to Super, who's now 3-0 with a 1.4K.
They got him. I'm actually kind of surprised by that.
Thinking about looking for an engage.
Paranoia. Ginger goes in onto Super, who doesn't have the Feather Storm. The tower will fall. The dash in is stopped by the Steadfast Presence, but the Charm's still going to connect. The shutdown with the Grand Entrance. Alvaro now on the front line as Doggo begins to open up. Elioya doing what he can. Jojo coming in from the side as well. Ginger's going to fall. MKOI turn it around and get 2 kills in response.
Dang.
Are able to knock down that tower there too, and Mirwin now pushing through mid lane here. He's got his second item, and Rest is going to have to be careful, but Kaiwing is in the area.
Yeah, Weaver's wall though. Mirwin just has to survive for a couple of seconds. Kaiwing dashes away, but the chase comes in from Mirwin. Kaiwing will fall. TP in from Honkyu. He's lost his support though, alongside his top laner. CFO unable to defend their mid tier 2.
Mirwin getting a kill back, and now he's spamming the
Are they trying to win?
Didn't take kindly to Doggo spamming them all to him. So he's letting them know with the penguin dab there.
Your paytel check
really
is
incoming.
Okay.
So clearly he wants to commit to that side lane. I do think it is smart. You know, we know Yorick wants to live in that side lane. You're going to be able to do it as well.
Have I said how much I love Irelia pro play?
Do these towers is incredibly high. Again, you can just focus down the turret, stack up the passive on all these ghouls, hits the double ulti, has the W to buy time here, and then Conqueror is just fully stacked. Flashes in. Kaiwing does land the CC,
the
but
high
it just doesn't matter because he has another Q to follow. Late on in the game, so
the high
hard to
noon skin line is so iconic and identifiable.
5,500 gold ahead in this game 3 of the best of 5. The domination that CFO had in the first 2 games, a not too distant memory.
Get him, Cap. Get him.
Take a few fights in game 1 and game 2 that have swung things in CFO's favor. So it's not all done yet, but they are in prime position to close this one out and take us at least to a game 4. Paranoia coming out. So we see Mirwin trying to dash forward. Flawless Duet doesn't land the stun. TP coming out from Alvaro to try and protect.
Whoa.
It's going to be a 4v2, but Mirwin looks to take down 2 before they get in. The quickness in time. Ginger will die to the tower shot as Alvaro tries to retreat.
I really thought that was them.
Couldn't find him. And there's the knockup with the Grand Entrance. Kaiwing tanking it well. Alvaro down to Doggo. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Elioya, Jojo, and Super are pushing in.
What's going on, Avatar? How are you doing?
But the stun doesn't connect against the wall. The keeper's verdict, though, will keep him in place. And Super brings back the daggers to get the kill.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna get the chroma for the vein skin? Do you have the vein skin? Well, if you have the battle pass, you have to have the vein skin, right? That's how it works.
I think that CFO has an idea that it could be going
if I remember correctly,
straight out towards that side of the map, but I don't know that they're going to be there in time, and if they are, Ginger has no ultimate, so I don't think they can really do anything to stop this whatsoever, especially with the teleport coming back from Mirwin.
Yeah, Mirwin TPing in just gives that extra safety blanket that MKOI needed to make sure that they can secure it. They'll get the Artican. Next rake up in 4 minutes time, but those pesos going in their pockets from 18 to 34. A huge amount of extra adaptive force now.
I just saw you send something over.
Their position here. Alvaro,
I was reading it.
Thinking about engage on Kaiwing, but Rakan, of course, very slippery. Can be difficult to actually lock down. Just need to continue buying time for Mirwin in that side lane, play around him. As long as you have someone behind him, there's not really any 2v2 that can be won right now when it's one of them is involving Mirwin. So CFO.
I see what you're saying. I'll respond in a bit. I want to get through this game.
Something like that to even have a chance. And at this point, honestly, Mirwin would have a decent chance.
Ooh,
even in a 2v3.
Definitely would, especially with the Hull Breaker and the Blade of the Rune King complete. I will say MKOI haven't really set up vision for him on this bottom side at all, so it's quite hard for him to push up because as much as perhaps he could win the 2v1, you don't really always want to take those 2v1s, and especially if your team isn't on position on the other side of the map. So I would like to see Alvaro stepping into that blue side jungle, getting a couple of wards down just to make sure that Mirwin
shall receive.
I mean, yeah, he's doing it. Obviously, good supports think alike, and also me and Alvaro. Mirwin having to stand back in this wave just to make sure that there's no collapse coming out from CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really the only thing he is worried about, is Junja collapsing, which makes getting vision a lot more difficult. That's why Alvaro is going so deep for that vision. You need wards in your opponent's jungle, not even just your own, but they're going to go for an age.
Paranoia coming out. The Weaver's Wall has been popped. Super trying to join the party here as Elioya's on the front line between worlds. Doesn't matter. MKOI just assassinate too. Honkyu looking to survive, but he's locked up against the wall. Jojo hits him with a threaded volley, and Super brings back the feathers to secure the double. Alvaro looking for the flank onto Doggo, who has the killer instinct and will be able to dash his way away.
Yeah, anticipates the Shattering Strike there to hit him. It actually misses, but he uses the cleanse anyway. So they get that cleanse out, they get the ult out. So critical tools now missing for Doggo. And CFO just trying to overload one side of the map.
These league players love to throw a game.
Intelligently just saying, you know what?
We've learned that lesson the hard way.
We have the gold lead here, so when they are running into these even number fights, they are just getting crushed. They don't have the damage to finish off Elioya. Jojo hit a really nice multiple man seismic shove. And they're able to finish off a couple kills there. Now 7,000 in the lead here for MKOI. It's going to take a miracle for CFO, but it's really hard to see them being able to come back. There's so many good tools that MKOI have to be able to actually absorb the engage. So as long as MKOI are playing respectful, are making sure that they're getting vision in the right spots, not walking in blind, I think they should be absolutely fine.
It's just so much disengage from MKOI if they want it. The Unraveled Earth, you've got Steadfast Presence, you've got Alvaro going in with the Mountain Storm just to distract, Featherstorm. Mirwin unlikely to be with the team for the next few moments. We'll just want to continue that side lane threat. The problem is the vision that was now on that blue side has been cleared out.
Really, MKOI doesn't. Why are we always here, bro? Why are we always here? I feel like this is always happens. It's not an 8K right now, though. Normally, it's an 8K gold lead. It's Cecile. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime in the 5 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, love. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today.
You don't see any Nocturne there, so guess where he is. He's
yeah, like normally,
so that's why it's just farming his own jungle camps. He's still only just
normally it's like
on that wave.
An 8K gold lead, but
that he did wait.
I feel like we're always here. Like there's no way they throw, right?
Even more difficult to actually knock down at that point. Just kind of paying some respect over to Honkyu as maybe that strongest member over on the other side.
Next dragon up in 15 seconds time. It would be Soul Point for MKOI. Elioya going in here, trying to steal away this blue. The Weaver's Wall will separate CFO. Paranoia coming out from Junja, but he's on the wrong side of dodge, and he'll be taken out, slammed into that Weaver's Wall. Jojo secures the kill, and now with the jungler down,
yeah, I think they got this one, y'all. I think they got this one.
Will be spawning about 4 seconds after the Baron comes up.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking at least about getting vision on that top side, but I think for now, just take the dragon here. It's already up and available. They have full push on that bot side, and they're just moving around the map really, really well. It feels like Kaiwing is doing a good job at reestablishing vision control as soon as MKOI do exit, but they're always kind of being reactive, right? It's MKOI now that are on the front foot. It's them that are playing much more aggressive with this gold lead, as you want to see them do, and they're working in towards this soul now. A teleport coming out. This is Rakan here.
Yeah.
Just made me a little bit nervous with Alvaro in the area that he was going to immediately TP and get caught.
Very understandable, but Kaiwing wants to switch over to that flash for the next fight, so uses the teleport, gets a little bit of vision. One of the great things about Rakan is how much you can wrap for vision. You can be behind enemy lines, you have enough escape tools to get out. If you really need to, you can pop the quickness, but with the MKOs as well, you just have so much utility in your kit. Elioya stepping forward here. A 3-item Kai'Sa is nothing to be sniffed at. Nash's, Ginsu's, and the
no maiden.
Honkyu going in. The quickness from Kaiwing as well for the charm. Alvaro's caught out here. Keeper's burning.
Wow, Rel was pretty tanky. Why would he go for the Rel?
And jumps his way away. MKOI will escape with their support still alive.
I mean, the problem is Doggo wasn't actually hitting anything there. And if Doggo's not hitting, they have no damage. Yorick had already lost ultimate, and without that maiden, you are doing very little damage. Junja ults in, then immediately flashes out.
Yeah, like
uses his full round of spells. He hit everything, but it's just
you
not
wasted your flash
Their only consistent
for a
damage is
tanky support that you knew was tanky from the jump.
Ult into the middle of their team. I will get
didn't kill them.
Die, so he couldn't really follow up. He wasn't
also
in
like
so.
Low key, like his build makes me want to like
tools here and don't get much of anything for it. Kaiwing critical to know
claw my eyes out, bro.
Smite. Looking for some sort of an opportunity.
I get the experimental hexblade is like
these are the kind of things that you're thinking about to try to come back.
But Stridebreaker is so much better on Nocturne. It's just so much better.
MKOI starting up the Baron though. Smite from Elioya already used. We'll be back
it's
up in
so
about
much
7
better.
seconds time. TP coming out from Rest as he looks to join the frame. Mirwin's in the mid lane. CFO trying to get in, but it's secured by
Okay, secured. Okay, killed.
Kaiwing already down, and I think that will be all for the fight. MKOI managed to secure the objective.
No, it's not all for the fight. They want more. Jojo, you're alone.
On Honku means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the fear
it hurts. It hurts to see a Nocturne get their cheeks taken the way that he just did.
MKOI now looking greedily at getting a game in this series.
Guys,
I think they're gonna do just that. It doesn't look like there's much that CFO can do about it. It's just
are we just ending right here, right now? There is 30 seconds on Hongqiu and Junjia. That's it. That's game, dude. That's freaking game.
On the fountain, Jojo, Super, and Alvaro though should still be able to clean this one up. Super
period. Super duper.
His opposite man, MKOI show. There's still life in EU yet as they get a game.
Let's go, Jojo.
Nicely done.
Let's
there.
go.
Jojo looking pumped up on stage as they.
I mean, you got your cheeks taken the whole entire game. I'm not gonna cap, but let's go.
Really about being able to
can they do it?
The confidence
can they do it?
Elimination game here at MSI was massive, and he is showing Blind Pick Yorick is
can
illegal.
They do it?
You just can't do it. Rest coming in. We'll see if that changes for game 4. We're gonna hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that MKOI win.
We do love to see him smile.
You know, we asked for someone to be the X Factor, and this is a part of him that we haven't been able to show the international audience. Can I just kind of
can y'all please win this next game? Please, 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 please.
We will.
Hey, I'm all right being late to the party. If MKOI reverse sweeps, I'm okay. I'm okay with it as long as BLG3O's T1. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm thinking about is this game.
Niche counter picks to meta champions.
Can they do it?
Highlights beautifully here. Even if you have these strong moments, Yorick overall is still just strong. The reason he's picked is because he's near broken outside of these counter pick situations, and that's why people go for Cho. Something that offers more to the team overall. But Mirwin and MKOI, they bet on themselves and they supported this beautifully.
And I do have to shout out LS as well because he made
some
context saying
this isn't.
Yeah, this is true what Finn says, but because of Elyoya being there when it mattered,
because
of Mirwin manipulating the waves as he should in those moments, that's actually what gets him there. But it was still, Raz, this is a risk to take, no?
I'm still
top laner for...
second the game started.
Okay.
If I'm on camera again, if we only get one game, I'm going out biased and I don't care.
If we only get one game and it's with Irelia, sure.
But these are the games that I'm promised with Mirwin. The picks that he has that he takes to Gambit. It doesn't matter if he's playing in Vancouver or Vegas, he's betting. And I love the fact that he makes
can they do it?
Because back in North America, by the way, back in LA.
Can they do it?
The only Irelia we got was a catastrophe. And if you see the composition you're playing against Rakan, so you can't really engage if he's going for a fight. If you see how playing on side, you're playing versus
there are only 2 people who picked for MKOI to win this game. It's me and Presence.
For Junja, for instance, right?
It's me and Presence.
And where we called out
please, bro, please.
In a very apt way in the early game. I feel like here they lost the plot a little bit once that they started getting caught out.
Well, I think
that would be so legendary, man. That would be so legendary. Can they please?
Feast or famine if you're not getting kills on those first few ultis. And it really goes back to what the bot lane was able to do at level 1. Alvaro, fantastic game, stopping the back, getting that early chunk, giving them lane prio. This time, not dying in the 2v2. Thank God.
Speaking of.
Finally showing up.
We need to do Spanish and Korean word of the day, y'all.
It reminds us how similar these teams are. You have great facilitators in Kaiwing and Junja, great facilitators in Elyoya and Alvaro, and whoever has better tools.
What was yesterday's Korean word of the day? Or what was yesterday's Spanish word of the day? It was the truth. No, our feelings.
Leaving at the same time. This game was completely opposite. There were times
sentimiento.
You could see CFO
El sentimiento. And the sentence of the day was we need to talk about our feelings.
I think it was second or third Drake fight. fight.
Tenemos
They walked out as a team. There was no openings for CFO to come back in.
And I think the big thing, you've highlighted it so well, is that once MKOI got that lead, they really did lock in. Because this is a game where, especially with an Aurelia, you get sloppy on your side lanes against this Nocturne pick. They managed to find a way back in.
Nosotros
and you really end up having no hope
hablamos.
Because it's wonderfully highlighted by Finn, highlighted us by here. Aurelia is this feast or famine option. And so it is good drafting from the side of MKOI, good early game, and then transitioning it with the discipline they needed to have
about
to close it out.
I mean, it's good that the Aurelia
isn't about like Sobre, but Sobre wasn't in the word of the day yesterday.
But we're gonna see here how even when the Nocturne
Nosotros
lasted, there was
hablamos.
such a good counter engage and such a good hold from MKOI. But I will also say that at certain points in this game, maybe already now, their wallets were just much bigger. So anytime they would take a skirmish, if Elioya hits that
dang, I do not remember.
Yeah, and all of this happened after the 2 solo kills that HongQ had mid lane. I was a little concerned. All right,
Okay,
I was worried.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, I opened the book. Open the door.
My Canadian goat.
Yes.
Jojo, like
I don't remember K being there.
Early games.
I mean, he's getting out.
But this looks right. Tenemos hablar nuestros sentimientos.
Right now, if you look at the side of MKOI, if they don't have this,
I wish there was a way for me to look it up. Only way to look it up is in the VOD.
I don't think that they are favored. It really is going to come down to as we approach game 4.
It was something to Tenemos, so I think it was we have to talk about our feelings.
Or an edge and jungle support.
Yeah,
and it was definitely sentimientos.
Getting stronger as a team from game to
dang,
game.
It's bad that I don't remember.
Jojo just having a better laning phase in the next one. We just need to see him kind of wake up a little bit. But just watching these team fights, I love it. Like, it just seems like Mirwin, it doesn't matter what's happening.
No, it's not done. MKOI just won a game, so we're going into game 4 for this series.
He will still take what he
okay, so Spanish word of the day today is tener buena pinta. To look good.
Tener buena pinta.
So let me turn this down.
Yeah.
Tener buena pinta.
Tener buena pinta.
Tener buena pinta.
Tener buena
pinta. To look good. Yo or Tango? Is this like literally to have good looks? Like, is that like legitimate? Esta comida tiene buena pinta.
Esta comida tiene buena pinta.
Esta comida tiene buena pinta. Pinta. Period. Period. Esta comida tiene buena pinta. Okay, Korean word of the day. 일치하다. 일치하다.
일치하다.
And that means to match. It's like look pretty. Okay, so it's like literally like physically it looks pretty. So I'm guessing like saying the food looks delicious, like the food actually like looks really good, like the display is pretty. What is on fire? 그 모양들은 일치하지 않습니다. Something doesn't match. That, whatever this is, that is plural. The shapes don't match. So this is that. This is shapes. 모양. 모양. 들 is like multiple. So like it adds like the S to shapes. Un is the subject marker. 일치하지. Well, 일치하 is obviously to match. The 치 않습니다 means like negative. It's like a negative way of saying something. So anytime you have to say like, don't do that, it's 하지마. You add the little 치. Okay, so 그 모양들은 일치하지 않습니다.
그 모양들은 일치하지 않습니다.
I'm in this hoe. I'm in this hoe for real. I'm in this hoe for real. Dos zapatos. Isn't that 2 shoes? Am I tripping or is that 2 shoes? Why are you talking about 2? Oh, the shoes don't match? Dang, I'm in this hoe for real, bro. I'm in this hoe for real. Why am I just now noticing Inspired called G2 trash yesterday? Where he say that? Where he say that at? Esta comida tiene buena pinta. 그 모양들은 일치하지 않습니다. I want to say 모양들은 일치하지 않습니다. Did Inspire lie though? No, like EU looks bad, bro. On his Twitter, let's see. I love instigating. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, he follows me. Period. Inspired. He's got taste. Found G2 and asked for a picture. Have a safe flight. That's tough. That's tough. That's a tough one. What else is going down in MSI? On the MSI hashtag latest. Thank you for the follow, Prime KP. Yo, actually, now that I think about it, can we go back into my clips and see where Homeboy was reading the script before it happened? Can we go back? Let me see if I can find that section of the video. Actually, now that I think, let's see. It was at the beginning of that game, right? Maybe he played it during the LEC split, but like back
2 games is
something different, right? And full HP, but that we need to take over this game. And I really want to see
game 3 and they
Lord,
here it is.
Because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1. It's going to be about that later stage.
Comes in, crash down from Alvaro. There's the heal coming out as well as CFO.
There was no heal. Maybe it was just a missed call.
Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1. It's going to be about that later stage.
Comes in, crash down from.
Okay, so technically it was a heal. Technically it was a heal. It was a Rakan heal. It wasn't the heal summoner spell.
And I really want to see
game 3 and they dancing in river. Lord have mercy.
Shoulders into it because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1. It's going to be about that later stage.
Comes in, crash down from Alvaro. There's the heal coming out as well as CFO will just start to retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think
he announced the heal before it happened.
Coming out as well as CFO will just start to retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think
he announced the heal before it happened. Interesting. Very interesting. He gets saved by a technicality. He's saved by a technicality.
Have a good contribution for them. I do think that he has been kind of getting outperformed by HongQ so far in this series. Definitely.
I mean, everybody's getting outperformed by HongQ.
His landing, especially against Knight, was really, really impressive. So, you know, I did
everyone's getting outperformed by that man
in this series, but has yet to really be able
I'm pretty sure HongQ would outperform Chovy.
Able to get control in that last game.
Now, will the rest of his team?
Got some nice counter picks, able to dominate that.
That's a different question.
And want to see if they can kind of continue forward from there now that Driver is back in. and is going to be looking really tough to knock down. I mean, he has been playing, I think, excellent so far in this series and throughout the whole tournament.
Entirely true there, as they're definitely beating out Mirwin in the 1v1s, but also his team fighting, his presence, his positioning has been wonderful.
All right, MKOI, please.
CFO now on the blue side. They're going to ban
please,
out
please, please,
removed by MKOI.
please.
Well, obviously, into game
Win
4,
this
Fearless, we are losing a lot
game.
of those
Please.
top-tier power picks, but
I'm begging.
still a few very strong ones available. I'm looking at things like the Vi, the Pantheon,
I'm
Gwen
begging.
the Varus, as well as you say.
On my knees.
Yeah, there are still obviously a lot of picks to work through here. Gwen getting banned away a number of times. They're going to be throwing some of these targeted bans. You know, we can clearly tell.
Yo, Samira would go crazy.
It was Cassante, you know, as well as Jace that was getting banned out. This time the Gragas
I think that's very coin flip though in a heavy CC.
So that is his top 3 already gone.
Meta
Rumble was already played, so that's his top 4 champions already gone. Shen was already played. York was already played. So, you know, out of the champions that he actually has played so far this split, it's just Ornn and Set remaining. So he is definitely being pushed as far as the champion pool is concerned. And it'll be interesting to see if MKOI want to throw another ban, and yes, they do. So they're going to triple ban top. This is the strategy I was talking about earlier. If you think someone has a champion pool that you can attack, you get to game 4.
I love how they're always zooming in on JoJo's face.
Now you really pinch it, and all of a sudden,
they're like, we know who you want to see.
Up and available that he's actually played this split is a Set.
Yep.
And do you really want
he
to?
He said 1v1
no,
me.
You probably don't. But
bro, and will.
Blue side, so you're going to have to bring something else out.
And will.
You are going to have to be in that position.
But because
I'm gonna add that, man.
These bands, you leave the Pantheon open, and
I'm gonna add them and say 1v1 me, bro.
Especially teamed up with something like an Ari, if you want that pick potential. Vi coming out from MKOI, they're gonna lock in the Kalista, yet to win here at MSI.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the Kalista. I don't think that, you know, it's a bad pick by any means, but people have really kind of developed this strategy of basically just playing, okay, someone goes Kalista, we're going to pick Poke, and we're going to outrange you. And the 2v2 all of a sudden becomes very, very difficult. Kalista has gotten a number of nerfs over the last couple of patches, which have really brought down her power as far as some of the damage, even some of the HP, her tankiness and stuff, and survivability. So it's harder to force the all-ins, which really was the way that she kind of came back in some of these matchups, where you are outranged. So to me, champions like Ashe become really, really high priority. I think that Nico becomes really high priority, because these are the kind of picks that
I don't
really
know if MKOI can win with normal
picks. And yes, you can still
bro.
have that team fight impact, but it is very hard when you're getting heavily outranged, and Victor, I think, fits alongside that. You know, if it were me, I would be thinking towards, you know, Nico or even that Ashe.
Currently, it's going to be the Cassante locked in here for Driver. Usually, we see rest on this champion for CFO, so obviously, MKOI's target banning has pushed Driver onto something he hasn't played this spring. I'm sure he's comfortable on it, but when we saw rest
Yo, she's throwing up them seeds,
Driver plays, it was not a pretty experience. Misleveling abilities on the Ornn.
That was wild.
In a questionable fashion. Does that go both
on
ways?
broadcast is wild.
The better of the 2 top laners. The question is, can he pilot this Cassante as the Renata is locked in for Alvaro?
We will be finding that out here in this game, absolutely. I mean, his 3rd most played all time. It has not played at this split, but of course, yeah, they have really been heavily investing into the 6-man roster. They swap back and forth constantly. They have them focused on certain champions. So that is the question. It's like, we know he can play it in the past, but how many Cassante games have you played, you know, in the last X months? You know, how polished are you on this if this is not usually one of the ones that you are expected to play? So it is going to be interesting. Lucian being banned away, so concerned about the potential of a Lucian Nami or something along those lines.
I mean, Nautilus is still available if you're looking for an engaged support here for CFO. Obviously, the Renata kind of mitigates that a little bit with the hostile takeover, with a handshake, with the bailout. Kalista Renata, a pairing we see very often. Senna will be the 2nd ban for MKOI. It's an Ari taken away by CFO. No real surprises there. Vi Ari is a tale as old as time. Yeah. The pick potential from that combination is just too powerful.
Yeah, that is absolutely the classic. You know, with the Senna as well as the Lucian getting banned out again.
Will we see in a Kali?
Champions like the Ashe. We have seen Doggo play
for JoJo.
It does only have the 1 pick on it. You know, MF is something that some people also do like into it. That does have a pretty strong early lane. Obviously, you can get mid lane control pretty
they got a
well
game
as well. That is a long way to travel there to come see some CFO. So a lot of supporters in the house. It's been great to see, you know, not just, you know, FlyQuest and some of these kind of more regional teams getting support, but we have had fans from all over the world here in Vancouver coming out to support their squads, which you love to see, as Orianna is that final ban. And now,
if you're a CFO fan here, you're delighted with how things have been going. 2-1 up against MKOI. The last time CFO or anyone from the APAC region took down one of these major regions, you know, the LTA North, LCK, LPL, or LEC, in a best of 5 was 2012, as 13 years ago, when TPA beat Azubu Frost. Azubu Blaze, I can't remember which of the Azubus it was, but one of the two. But all the way back in that World Championship, a huge time ago, it was Frost. Yeah, it was Frost. And now we'll see if MKOI are the ones to suffer the fate of Azubu Frost. Renekton locked in for them into that Cassante. Smolder being hovered by CFO, but they will go instead towards the Aphelios.
Wow.
Okay.
That is some confidence to actually slam this down. So they're not going the route that I kind of expected, which was more you just outrange, you outpoke. Yes, Aphelios does
They didn't have to slam it back to back like that. Like, give us a chance to breathe, bro.
Obviously,
give us a chance to breathe.
Because the execution barrier is so high, this champion can look incredible. But if you are not on point,
didn't we say JoJo has 100% win rate on Aurelion Sol?
Coming out. That is honestly really hype. He does have one game that he played on it in the LEC, and he was really becoming more flexible, I felt, in playoffs in Split 2. You know, bringing out the Cassin and bringing out the Cassio, bringing out these picks
like CFO locked in.
Expecting.
They locked in literally.
Though, and it is
they locked in
really early game and aggressive picks. So it is kind of interesting, you know, sometimes people will talk about drafts like that and they'll say, well, that's your late game insurance, right? Like that's your win
going down, y'all.
Late game. And I do think that can be true,
is going down.
I do think is going to struggle to get involved early, and where you have, you know, this Vi, this Kalista, this Renekton that want to fight early and often. Acel kind of wants to sit back and farm and be able to stack up Stardust and have the empowered ultimate, you know, be able to be ready in that style of game. So if MKOI do kind of let up on the gas a little bit to buy time for JoJo to scale, well, guess what? You're also letting the Aphelios scale. You're letting the Cassante, the Victor also scale, which are also really, really powerful. So it does feel a little bit disconnected from what the rest of the draft does. That being said, you can still fly in when the rest of your team is diving, you know, drop the ult aggressively, try to play it in that style, and we'll see if you can make that happen.
That's the thing. You do have a big AoE stun, right? And that can be really powerful in team fights. And then if you get the 75 Stardust stacks, you get the larger one that has the massive burst of damage going out from it in that ring. For MKOI, still 2 games to go if they want to make a date with anyone's legend.
Come on, MKOI, bring it home.
All it takes is one. All it takes
bring it home, please.
A slew of JoJo fans
We're begging.
in the audience here in his homeland. Yeah, it was great. Ginger looks for a little bit.
We are begging.
A relatively traditional line of scrimmage here. JoJo is stepping forward as Elioya and Milwin look for a ward. Driver coming in from the side, but Alvaro I don't think has been spotted here. If Driver does step a little bit too far forward, and he does, Alvaro didn't level up the handshake, so couldn't pull Driver back. In the end, MKOI with 5 players here. The hook from Kaiwing is going to connect. Breath of Light coming out from JoJo. MKOI will push CFO back.
He's able to land that hook, but JoJo just standing there, being able to get some damage back himself, and the minions now just spawning, so not going to be too much of a concern. You can see JoJo going Comet here, is going Resolve secondary, so second win here, expecting to be getting poked by a Victor. When you are playing against control mages on the Acel, it can be a little bit difficult at times because when you start queuing, you are locked in place, right? You are not moving. It is very easy to hit Victor lasers. It's very easy to walk forward and drop the gravity well. You know, try to put that pressure on. And CFO are going to start this game off very aggressively on the enemy blue
I'm so ready for this Aphelios Thirst bot lane. Like, I'm so for real, dude. I'm so for real.
Out on Raptors.
Please
so
don't ruin our pick'ems. Please. Please make our pick'ems look fantastic.
Comes across and just make sure to get or try to get his Wolves and his Gromp. Bot lane push always so vital in sorts of situations. Junja on the Wolves has that level 2. Elioya comes around the corner. We'll spot Junja here. JoJo taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane. Elioya just, assuming he delays Junja as much as he is being delayed, it's fine. Junja obviously has to walk all the way back into his own jungle, but with Kaiwing moving up, Elioya has to back away.
Exactly, he's going to have to back away here, so Junja will be able to take away these camps.
Hello, Terrence, how are you doing? Yeah, they picked Aphelios.
Still cross map, like, or do I just have to kind of accept that I'm just going to get 3 camps and then try to play for a scuttle or look for a gank here? As JoJo will be constantly getting poked out here. Doggo and Kaiwing did get the push here early on. And Doggo utilizing that early range with a sniper gun, just constantly auto Supa. Every time Supa is trying to hit a minion, Doggo is standing in the minions and hitting him because he has that additional range. So playing that out really, really well. And you can see Alvaro getting over there, spotting that Junja is still in the area, but Junja will be able to finish off that camp. And now the question remains.
JoJo Has to walk away from the Siphon Power. Singularity trying to get the stacks, won't get any of the minions as well, which will be disappointing for the MKOI mid.
Yeah,
so
I am.
He's going to go try to get in this cross map here. And now the question becomes, does Junja actually try to defend his top side, or does he just accept, hey, I'm going to take these 3 camps and then back off? And he's clearly going towards that top side, so has pings on it, knows that they could be over there. Elyoya does not have smite, neither does Junja, but it looks like the camp is going to be dead before he gets there. Yeah,
we'll be able to secure this blue. Sees Junja and decides to back away. He's
yeah, they all up in your jungle. They being aggressive, babe. You gonna have to. You don't have to be a little careful for the time being.
Seeing if Junja goes in here for the Scuttle Crab, Junja can just path down towards the bot lane because his bot side is still pushing in. So will be an exchange of crabs, but Junja about 2 camps up overall.
Yep, going to be feeling pretty good about that, but not honestly that big of a deal for Elyoya. Yes, you lost some of those early camps, but at least you got Scuttle, you stole 1 away, and we will see, his wolves and whatnot respawning relatively soon. So we'll see how much of an advantage Junja gets and what he can really do with it. Early play, wow.
Yeah, really nice play there from Doggo and from Kaiwing, cycling through those Aphelios guns. And currently has the Infernum, which obviously gives you good wave clearing. The Graviton really nice into the Callisto as well. The ability just to lock her down with that empowered Q.
Elyoya is just walking straight down here. I think they're looking for a gank. Will we see Alvaro commit for a Q flash?
Oh.
Flash away from Kaiwing. Alvaro was trying to
time so that is flash on Thresh,
so that Kaiwing was locked in that
but we get the flash on Renata, but she has Hex Flash
on that death sentence. So you can manage to catch him out while he is stuck in that animation. Elyoya passing through the mid lane here. Looks like he's just trying to help
Jojo refreshing.
Get the push
I agree.
Out so Jojo can go back and
I agree wholeheartedly.
A bit of a stacking item, maybe the tier early on here on the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, we'll see where he wants to go. A lot of the A-Souls that I've been seeing recently haven't really been feeling that they need to go for mana items.
Okay.
So they have been going, sometimes just straight Leandries. I've been even seeing sometimes just straight Rylai's and things like this. So there are a lot of different options. We'll see where Jojo wants to go here. But obviously the Raptors have respawned, so Elyoya going to be able to grab that. Now the Wolves, the Gromp going to be back up, so he is going to be cycling through this.
What's skin on Aphelios?
I think it's going to be feeling quite good
Spirit
about
Blossom.
That. Should have the earlier level 6 result.
I mean, speaking of being ahead, Doggo has almost twice Super CS. And this is Callisto Renata, which is known for its early pressure in the lane. Doggo and Kaiwing having a whale of a time down here. The 500 gold lead obviously facilitated by the fact that they were able to get one of those
threat to this MSI? I think they're going to lose to BLG.
This side of the map
and I think they would lose to Genji as well.
Yeah, they absolutely did, but I mean, CFO's bot lane played it out really, really well. Utilizing the additional sniper range in those early autos, constantly poking away at Supa, keeping him pushed in. And as a result, it's been very difficult here for Supa and Alvaro. We'll have to see, when you hit 6, sometimes you can find an all-in that just kind of turns things around as this sort of bot lane duo. But topside going pretty well for CFO also, pretty much dead even as far as the farm is concerned. Drivers already TP'd back.
Aphelios weapons don't spawn in any pattern, right? So do people really have to play mad games to learn how to synergize those things? They do spawn in patterns. So the pattern for, or the order of the guns when you spawn into the game is green and red, and then after that is purple, then blue, then white. So what you want to do in your first rotation is you want to use your red gun first and make it recycle to the back of that order, because it'll stay in the order in which you get rid of the gun. So you get 50 bullets per gun.
That does help you just push out that wave. It's one of these things.
And so once all of those bullets are used up, it goes to that gun gets discarded and goes to the back of that rotation. So like I said, white is at the end of the gun rotation. Everybody says red and white is Aphelios' strongest gun combo. So during laning phase, you want to use your red gun up first. Not only does it provide a little bit of sustain because it has lifesteal, you can get a little shield if you take overheal, but also like you want it to be the first gun out, so it will go to the back of that rotation and you will have red and white together. You normally use the green gun for long range poke and for farming a little bit safer. But that is why people use the red gun during laning phase at the beginning of the game so much, is because they want that at the back of the rotation. The typical gun pairings are red and white, and then a lot of people like the blue and purple together, and so your green is normally just in the middle there.
Still yet to come off cooldown. Arcane Storm used by Honku to clear out the wave in mid. Yoyo's going for it. Cease and desist. Junja's immediately going to stun him.
Runnings with purple is really good.
Has a couple of spears in his back, and Super needs the rend. He finds it. Alvaro survives the last tower shot, and MKOI on the board.
Yeah, Honku getting a bit
I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I'm not gonna get my hopes up.
I can just clear this out. Meanwhile, though, Doggo is getting plates topside.
I love red and white, of course, but I think purple gun. Well, I love the blue gun the most.
Of course, Honku going to be unhappy.
White gun is the most fun to use with red, but the blue gun is so much fun to use in general. Reverse sweep on blue, please.
Falling Star coming out as Doggo with the
Okay, you see how he's got red and white right now? You see how he's got the red and white guns right now? They do not need to fight Doggo. He is low, so maybe they do fight him. But you know what I'm saying? Like, red and white do not fight. Unless you're playing Aphelios. Then red and white, it's time to fight. You know what I'm saying? Yes. No, I feel like the blue gun is just like the best. Okay, he just used his ult. Now he's in between synergy of guns. Like, yes, the green gun is like cool, but like, bro, if you're not on purple and blue or red and white, like, get the frick out of here, bro.
Injuries can be relatively popular. You could go for a late tier, but I'm not kind of expecting that at this point. And we'll just be going for heavy scaling. This driver's going to take a fight.
Goes all out onto
Green blue, strongest pair.
Does still have his flash, but so does
yeah, because like if you hit that long range Q,
he took the fight.
And then crit, ooh, baby.
Can come and join it. Gets the knock-up on the driver.
Go, 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 go! Get him, 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 get him!
Almost there, almost in range to get him out. The hook.
Guys, y'all took too long. Why did it take y'all 19 years to kill him?
Able to finish him off, grabbing that kill.
Guys, that is big. We have got to do better, my boy.
From driver. Honestly, it was going to look like a pretty easy solo kill to me, but Mir was
so basically gun order is only random if you have no tactic to how you switch them out, but you can make a pattern depending on playstyle. Yes.
Survival ended up kind of baiting him in a little bit to try.
It's only random if you are not putting them in any order. They always cycle through the same way that you recycle them. They will stay in the order that you put them. But if you're not putting them in any order, they will not be in any order.
Do it though, because it was fairly wide. Then the Q3 misses as well, and this is where you're thinking.
And if your guns ever get out of order, it is very easy to put them back in order.
Going aggressive even with that Pathmaker. And then you can see the root there from Doggo coming in with the Gravitum, flashes forward, finishes him off, grabs the kill. Gonna be really happy about it. Doggo has just been so incredible for the team, and they're looking again.
Gonna land there as Alvaro pulled back with the face call. Hostile takeover is gonna hit onto Doggo, but only him, and doesn't really do too much when he switched across towards that Gravitum gun. Smart move there from Doggo just to change the weapons before he was hit with that Berserk. CFO doing a really good job on the map once again, reminiscent of game one where although MKOI are making some plays, CFO always getting a lot on the rest of the map. Vault Breaker coming in.
Do we have a pick? Nobody's there to help.
Basically on his lonesome. Jojo can come in with a falling star, looking for the stun. We'll land it onto Junja, but MKOI.
You got a little bailout card. What's going on, Shadow? I'm doing well. Praying for a reverse sweep here with MKOI and CFO.
He is farming plates. He is
you know, guys, we were in this exact same spot
to deny experience
2 days ago
from MKOI pretty consistently throughout.
The exact same.
And as a result, it's plus
CFO
20 CS,
was up 2 games. We had one.
For Doggo, and he's going to get this first
and I was here giving a pep talk to T1.
And they've taken all of the neutral objectives as
Hello, Curve Killer. Hey, Chim and chat. I stayed until the end where your teams won FlyQuest and Gen T. How goes it? Today has been super fun, honestly. Been having a blast. Hopefully the games stay up in high pace.
Well up above 200 before you're really doing a lot of work on the ASOL.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be tough. You're trying to think about, okay, what is the X factor here? Where can we find plays? Where can we make things happen? Because CFO does outscale you. Yep. Yes, you do have the ASOL that can absolutely be a game changer, but Victor is no slouch. The Aphelios, the Cassante, these are all champions that scale incredibly well. you know, do definitely give the kind of scaling advantage in the support role to MKOI. I do think that Renata can be really powerful, can be a game changer, but we'll see what they can get done. Doggo has just been incredible throughout this series. You know, hadn't died in either of their wins. Of course, you know, obviously did lose that last game, but again, looking really comfortable and off to a great start.
Now we're going to start pushing through this mid lane. Already 5 plates gone on the bottom side as CFO secured the first tower of the game. Looking to take the second here in mid, and we'll manage to take it. 2 off top as well. Super!
He's fine. He's fine. He's going to be low, but he's fine.
Would have gone down. Doggo just absolutely gliding
he hurt
on this
so bad,
right
dude.
Now.
He is
I'm taking note of his
really
build because I kind of want to play a little Aphelios.
He
went collector first item and he's already got a BF.
At MSI. We'll see if we can get the first
I think we need one of those pep talks again. Low key, my heart wouldn't be in it. I can only do one of those when like my heart is in it. I don't know MKOI. I only know JoJo.
That he does grab. And so we'll see what he's going to be able to get done.
Can someone smarter than me help me understand whether it's right click or left click that lets you use Thresh Lantern?
One of the things you can do is really put the pressure on the ASO and try to force them to use that.
Left click.
Cease and desist onto Honkyu, who puts down the gravity well. We'll land the double stun, but
right click is movement. You can right click on top of the Thresh Lantern, but you have to right or left click it to use it.
As the falling scar was used in the mid lane, Alvaro looking for Kaiwing and Doggo. I think it was just
an
engage.
Exactly.
Doggo and Kaiwing really that forced JoJo
Yo,
to pop
let's
that
go,
on.
Jerks.
That's exactly what I was talking
T1 is playing BLG after this series, so whoever gets 3 wins first, it could be after this game. It will definitely be after the next, if anything.
And Kaiwing, I really want to see how they were able to actually force that out, but still, good play from MKOI. Yes, they couldn't find the Q flash to follow it up, but they did get a kill on the top side. They knocked down Honkyu.
Let's go, MKOI.
Actually step out of the brush, doesn't know if anyone's behind
him,
so he's just going to watch the tower fall.
Also, the risk of the Grand Starfall always there from the Pantheon, can just jump in, especially when the tower's low. He jumps in, autos the tower, and then you're in a 2v1 without the safety of your turret. Doggo and Kaiwing having an absolute whale of a time in this game. 3K lead for them. And for MKOI, it's looking really bleak. For the APAC region, though, for the first time since 2012.
They be throwing up the siege for real, bro. That's
against one of these major regions. Breath of Light coming out from JoJo. Arcane Storm used by Honkyu just to harass him down and clear out the way.
Also cancels the channel, so it is going to be able to interrupt that ASOL Q. One of the things that is kind of nice about those interactions, but still, they get the flash off of them. They're putting pressure on Honkyu. This is the way that MKOI said,
for another long night. It just might be.
Out to the side lanes. Obviously not
it just might be.
Champion.
I don't know if the T1 versus BLG game will be a long night, but I'm praying that MKOI does a reverse sweep. I don't want my pick'ems to
because clearly
go
you
down.
do not want to be fighting around this bot lane right now. Supa is woefully far behind. Doggo is going to be closing in on his IE, it feels like. He has the expensive components already. He's 1.7k ahead. And if he can have a good fight, it could just be curtains for MKOI. So they have got to make sure they are locking him down.
And the big question now for MKOI is, do you fight third Drake? It would put CFO on Soul Point if they take it, obviously. I think no. I think you are too far behind. But then the looming threat always is Soul. They can just force you into every fight, every 5 minutes around that dragon.
It's so hard, right? It is a really difficult answer, but like Ocean Soul for Cassante, well, you're probably going to lose the game. But at the same time, if you show up this far behind with no empowered ASOL ult, it is really, really tough.
Flank attempt here by MKOI. Elioya goes in. Doggo flashes away from the cease and desist range early. JoJo joining the fray. There's the cease and desist onto Honkyu. The sun follows up. Super and Alvo chasing in as Doggo unleashes with the Severum Crescendo, but he's taken out. Elioya falls as well. Junja's the one to get the kill. Super with the bailout on him. It expires, and Junja can't quite get the damage. The spear.
Holy moly, how does Super live that, dude? Merwin?
Flashing forward across
Merwin?
the wall, looking for the stun there as well.
Merwin?
JoJo trying to rejoin the fray.
JoJo!
The Astral Flight forward as Kaiwing flashes to safety as well. Riftheld will get the charge into mid. The tower will go over to CFO, but MKOI have shown
Wait, that's a net positive play, no?
I mean, that is huge. They're able to get
we trade 1 for 2.
Get both the summoners off of Doggo and get the kill.
We get the sums.
Alvaro was able to get out with almost no health. Multiple members there from MKOI surviving.
Yeah, this is the first series of the day.
Looks funny, but he's trying to stay out of range of the Vi ultimate. But then Supa says, you know what? I can close the gap. I'll do it myself. Throws in Alvaro, goes over. The bailout is there to protect him. And Supa able to survive on the side. and then Alvaro, they're saying, all right, well, at least we can get a chase down here. At least we can get a kill here. But Supa there, quick cleanse, hops to the side to avoid the Comet Spear from Junja. That would have executed him absolutely. And then Alvaro, well, surely you're going to get him. No, because Mirwin arrives, comes in with his flash, able to peel as well. That is
Homeboy in the
really
back,
big.
not even carrying.
Both survive with a sliver of
Oh, he's a co-streamer. He's a co-streamer.
Now MKOI back with a new lease on life, but they will still
He's not
be
a part
losing
of the
the
team.
Dragon, and that looming threat is still there. Doggo has the IE now as well, and he is right back to pushing.
Yeah, you're still not in the game. You are still massively behind as MKOI. You need another couple of fights like that if you're going to get back into it. Great for Supa that he picked up the shutdown goal, but it's still a massive lead for Doggo. Falling Star coming out from Jojo. Astral Flight will get him across the wall and out of Driver's clutches. The mid lane tier 2 very low here for MKOI. They've already lost
What are
the tier 2
your
on the bottom side,
predictions for today?
Soul Point. And
My predictions for today, unfortunately, I predicted MKOI to win this series. I'm very scared because CFO only has to win this game to close it out, or we have to go 2 more. But I'm really praying for MKOI to come clutch. And then next game, I actually predicted BLG to win versus T1. Very sad, hard truth I have to face, but I did it for the pick'ems.
Jojo does get away and is critically close to that 200 stacks. You have to think having that empowered ultimate pretty soon again. Yeah. And does have a second item now, so he does have the Rylai's in, has hit level 13, so Jojo definitely the hope here. And MKOI gonna need him to step up in this big moment to try to turn things around, right this ship somewhat.
Taking on a lot of water right now.
Yeah, we didn't know CFO would show out like this. We had no clue. We had no clue it was about to be like this.
Up in 25 seconds, and Doggo still a full item ahead.
I don't care about truths. Every World's Pick'ems, I put T1 winning, even if they're forced feed. Oh, absolutely. The script is too powerful, bro.
He's doing what he
needs to do. The script is too powerful.
Relatively even with Jojo. He's about 500 gold ahead just because of the passive gold that CFO have picked up across the map. Even though he is slightly behind in farm. Has that Seekers as his second item, but isn't going to go straight towards the Zhonyas. He will. Usually you build it after.
Yeah, Munchie.
If I use that in the fight,
but like we had already submitted. We had already submitted. Because you have to lock in all of your picks at once before the bracket stage even starts.
Hey, if we win this next fight, that could be
they took cheeks, bro.
Don't want to give them the opportunity here. They're starting this up. They do have the Calista. They're going to try to secure this. They're even TPing for it. Both TPs coming in. MKOI can just turn on the TP.
They're going to look for Driver on that TP. In comes Cassante, but immediately dashes away.
But he's Cassante.
Going to reset. Supa's going to take a little bit of damage from it as it goes back into its pit. Kaiwing clearing out the vision here as well. Driver does have that all out and the flash.
Why does Hongq hit the Otacon? Like just to create chaos? Like why does he do that?
Driver stepping up again into
Why do you want to have it actively?
As well for Supa as they put the spears into the Otacon once again. A Comet Spear from Junja looking for the steal. Driver going in. The skies descend. Really a game changer in a fight like this, but Alvaro's already down to half HP. Look how far Doggo is back from the team. That's the safety of his tower there. Astral Flight forward from Jojo, trying to get onto Hongq, gets the knock-up, and Lyoya down to half HP though. Junja dashes back in onto Supa. Alvaro with a hostile takeover is going to land it, but not onto Doggo.
Driver's so tanky.
Mirwin with the Dominus looking for the flank position, but he can't find it, so MKOI
that's a lot already used. That's 2 ultis. Alvaro is so close to... He lives! He lives!
Jojo back, but Doggo has a moonlight vigil, and he's sending MKOI to the grave. The dash in is not enough for Mirwin as CFO come out on top.
MKOI
they played that so freaking well, dude. Like CFO played that so freaking well. Do you hear me?
They lose multiple
like you can't even be mad at that, dude. They played it so well.
As Junja goes in here, he flashes out. The hostile takeover comes over.
Look at Doggo. He hasn't even stepped up for an auto. This man hitting the cannon minion, bro. He said, I'm going to be efficient. I'm going to get my 90 CS.
And then Hongq flashes forward. Alvaro is incredibly low. So
and then here, now he finally steps up. Everybody's low. 1 ult.
Until Doggo gets in range, nails the ulti, knocks down a double, and then Mirwin is
that man put out no autos. Do you hear me?
Full control of this game, MKOI are going to have to fight again in a minute here.
Gosh, dude, like you can't even be mad. You can't even be mad.
They have to find a way to make this fight work, you have to think, or it is done for them at MSI.
No skies descend for JoJo. No flashes for anyone but Super and Mirwin on MKOI. How do you get on the backline? How do you get on Doggo? He was untouched in the previous fight, still has his cleanse and his flash and his threat and a Mikhail's and a Pantheon and a Cassante in front of him. He'll take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They push Mirwin back. Driver just clearing out waves down towards this bottom side. And now CFO retreat towards the Dragon. It's going to be a recall coming out from Hongkyu in that mid lane. He has the TP though, so he can rejoin the fray in just a second. MKOI start up the Drake, and there's the teleport from Hongkyu.
Yeah, they're starting it up, and it's going to be all down to this Driver trying to threaten the flanking position here. But MKOI may just get pincered.
Driver could just all out onto Super.
Driver's so tanky.
Mirwin forced away towards the top side. CFO take control over the Dragon. Elioya goes in, only onto Kai Wing. Doggo still untouched. Mirwin look at the flank position. The falling star comes down. The hostile takeover is going to hit on Doggo immediately.
Not letting JoJo play.
Down. Driver on the back line doing so much work here. Elioya with the bailout can't kill off Junja.
At least he smited it.
And the soul of EU is ripped right out of their very bodies. CFO cleaning up the fight.
That's a little dramatic. It's not ripped out of their bodies, bro. Like,
just wide. Junja can't see over the wall. Mirwin with the slice and dice. Kai Wing with a lantern flash, and Mirwin will not be allowed to survive.
It is a clean ace, and the question is, what more can they go for? Elioya critically during the bailout stole the Dragon, so Soul did not go over. But still, 5 for 0 here. They're going to crack
it's not
the base
over.
As well. CFO.
You know how we win this? We have to ace them 3 times.
The only thing that I think keeps some hope alive. MKOI started this
Please don't say the 8K.
They go in here.
Please don't say the 8K. You know what happens at 8K, right?
JoJo, but then he gets pulled over the wall by Driver. He's isolated. He's knocked down immediately by the Cassante, and it becomes a fight on 2 sides. Elioya, last seconds of the bailout, steals away with the smite. Had he gone down again, it would have been absolutely over.
What does 8K mean?
Situation,
every time it's 8K. I always say there's no way they lose with an 8K gold lead, right? And they win. But right now, that is not what I want.
In the moment, the CFO had managed to get the soul there last second from Elioya with the smite through the bailout, but still an 8,000 gold lead for CFO. Elioya has that cease and desist. Doggo still has his flash, only had to use the cleanse, and now has the Lord Dominic's regards complete as well.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. This guy is the problem. You have to kill Doggo. That is the only way you're going to be able to win a fight. This guy is ridiculously strong. This is the last time APAC, now LCP, actually won an EUNA or Chinese or Korean team in a best of 5. Taking down one of those teams in a series like this would be
massive. It's been since 2012. That's why I was like, EU should win this.
To do just that.
They different, bro.
To try to prove
they
that
different.
First stand, not a fluke. This team is here to play. This team is here to play with the best.
Yeah, caught out by Driver here, and Tofu's go wide for that Q3. Flank position from CFO again, but they've done this so well in the games where they've had a lead. Just deny vision out of this topside jungle. Make sure
what is the 9-3 curse?
MKOI are in total darkness. Sky's Descend available to JoJo. Has 300 stacks now on this Aurelion Soul. Junja looking for JoJo. There's the Sky's Descend. Junja forces Mirwin back towards the side. Hongkyu with a stopwatch. Hostile takeover coming out, but doesn't hit. Onto Doggo once again.
We wasted 3 ults
for the moment.
For 0 kills.
To go any further on it.
And with no ultimate, they're going to go straight to the Baron here. All it got was the zonies off of Hongkyu and it hit Driver. That was really all it accomplished. And now MKOI are going to have to try to get back in, find a way to win a fight without their key ultimates.
Yeah, JoJo showing on the bot wave as well. Would have to teleport up here. They're going to go for the battle. Elioya trying to go the long way around to look for a steal. There it goes. The smite secures it. Junja will get the Baron for CFO. 3 minutes on the clock now. And 2 minutes into that, the Ocean Drake comes up once again.
Absolutely. I mean, JoJo just desperately trying to push on this bot side, seeing if he can get some gold back, but there's no way he's going to be able to actually finish off this tower. He knows it. He has to just go back to base. They have to try to go bounty hunting, try to find some way to pick up some gold to try to pull this back, but you're 9,000 gold behind. And again, the biggest problem is that it's so isolated on Doggo. This guy is miles ahead of where Supa is, and they know it. it's really the key member. All you have to do as
so you
CFO
can get
is
to 9 rounds, one on one side, 3 rounds on the other, but then the team with 3 wins can come back.
You have so many tools to do so as well. Driver with the all-out. Junja can jump in with the Grand Starfall to distract the back. You've got the
come back
as well, coming
from
out
a 6-round deficit.
And redemption for MKOI yet to pick up a tower in this game. That's part of the reason they're so far behind. They just haven't really got any of that standing gold off the map.
Dang.
Whereas Doggo has just had it injected right into his veins. Jojo trying to farm up towards his 3rd item, has the Fated Ashes and the Haunting Guys.
9-3 curse is the definition of this game is still yours to throw.
Little bit of extra gold, but CFO are denying everything out of the MKOI jungle.
And the vision is such a problem. You look at the mini-map here, you have Elyoya trying to go for this deep kind of flank angle. There's no wards in this whole section for MKOI, so even after they're able to actually have this spawn, how do they get over there? How do they actually try to defend?
Oh, Jojo teleports in. Driver looking for that flank position once again. The Singularity out from Jojo will hold the wave for now. Breath of Light as well to try and clear out some of these bound up minions. Driver in the mid lane is on that inhibitor. And MKOI aren't trying to defend there. The Infernum almost just wipes them. The Redemption coming down almost takes out Alvaro. But immediately MKOI have to back away. A Moonlight Vigil from Doggo made me think of Aphelios of yesterday.
That was like 300 years.
That was just absolutely absurd from the CFO AD carry, now knocking on the Nexus. CFO, just a single kill away, you have to feel, from this best of 5 victory. They'll take down one Nexus tower. Elyoya still looking for the flank, but he's marked. Merwin dashing in, Jojo forced away by the Arcane Storm. Doggo, he knows Elyoya's there, and he's not even the one pushing in right now. Jojo goes in with the Astral Flight. Mikhail's away on Honkyu as he flashes. The Nexus Tower down to half HP. Doggo still just waiting for Elyoya. The Nexus Tower, they can't clear the minions quickly enough, so it's gonna fall. All Out comes out. There's the Falling Star. Hostile takeover coming across the side as well as Driver is down. Junja runs to fight his teammates.
Wow, the simple threat of Elyoya is keeping Doggo back.
MKOI, they do actually hold onto the base. Elyoya, though, gonna get spotted. He's gotta be careful. They're just gonna ult in with the Pantheon for the Dragon. They're going straight for the soul. Elyoya has gotta get over here and find some way to actually steal this, and Junja knows it, so he's not giving him time. Elyoya realizes, I have no vision, I have no chance, I can't die here or the game will just end. So you have to give up the soul. Doggo is playing so far back there, and the reason is he knows it doesn't matter if Vi ults me. If no one can follow up, I'm in no danger. So he was just kind of marking the Vi, not allowing him to come in for any sort of a play.
That was the MasterCard priceless moment of the game as CFO secure the Ocean Soul. They have a teleport on Driver, none on Honkyu. There's a ward in the base and pings towards the Nexus. Doggo now, 4 items. Rapid fire cannon with Gravitum is a very sticky situation to find yourself playing against.
I mean, there's not even any Nexus towers, right? You know, you could just walk in and finish the game if they feel like it, but at the same time, I think, you know, the smarter play may just be playing it slow, playing it steady, play through the side lanes, allow those super minions to draw the pressure, go for that triple inhib. Instead, they're looking for a potential pick here. They're seeing, does MKOI get greedy for some vision in their own jungle?
Well, they get a tiny bit of it, but MKOI back away after placing a couple of very superficial wards. CFO will push them out. 5 players grouped up in this mid lane. GA finish for Junja. Yet to see a 3rd item out of Honkyu. As we've said, game not really about him at all. Singularity comes down and MKOI's wave clear is solid for the moment. Double super minions on the bot side though, about to push in. Junja pings on the wave and starts to crash that forward.
CFO moments away, you have to think, from a potential match here with AL. Looking to try to close this one out.
Hook misses. Dominus out from Mirwin. Elyoya looking for the flank position. Hostile takeover used as well, but CFO just back away and then reset. Junja going in. Falling Star coming out as they dive onto Doggo, but he cleanses and flashes, and now he's barking. Doggo with the chase in. CFO cleaning up the fight. The Nexus in their eyes. After 13 years of hurt, the light of the LCP shines bright as they claim a best of 5 against a major region.
What an impressive performance here from CFO. It began at First Stand. It continues here at MSI. This team is so damn good, showing their strength here against MKOI, taking down the #1 team from the LEC. And doing it in fairly dominant fashion.
Wow, the LEC is the first team or the first region to fully get sent home.
Doggo was impossible to catch.
Both of their teams were eliminated in the first round of elimination matches.
Incredible performance all round from CFO.
The only teams that have gone home have been European.
Coming into this tournament as the first seed from the LEC,
wow.
They wanted to show that they can battle on the major stages, especially since the history with Mad Lions is
Wait, can we see a driver dance?
When they come to these international tournaments, though.
No, literally
CFO,
same band.
On the other hand, just
we love you, JoJo.
What an underdog story.
We love you, JoJo.
Showed us some really fun games, and
my perfect pick'ems.
VLG series, you know, what if that final game, it was very close to them being able to force a game 5 in that
driver
game 4,
we need a dance, bro. That's the only way I'll be happy, bro.
And you're gonna have a lot of regrets, a lot of thoughts about what if we won that series, what if we forced to a game
driver
5?
Can we get a dance, please?
CFO in this position, but that is the nature of these tournaments. You have to show up in those critical moments, and it's CFO that is able to do it, that gets that massive win, and is going to be able to have that pride in being able to get some revenge against LEC.
Hey, at least I posted them when they were perfect, bro.
Series by K-Corp
JoJo's a mid laner.
Exactly.
And now they have a date with AL as well. Anyone's Legend, like, talk about a step up in terms of caliber of opposition.
They took down TES, #1 seed at first ed.
Yeah, AL aren't TES internationally, it seems. But great performance all around from them today. Have a couple of days to reset before they get into
NA only had
MKOI,
one region sent to this tournament, and that one team is still there.
BLG later on today. I will say, BLG have never lost to T1 at an MSI. They played 3 times, and T1...
And now they're going to lose because you said that.
Well, that's fine. If I have that sort of caster curse, why am I not using it on European teams? You know?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe you should answer that. MKOI, though, this was, of course, their final stand. This is always going to be an almost impossible fight to win against Seoul, against that big of a deficit. I do think the additional engage actually quite good on Doggo. You're probably not going to get much better than that. The Ace alt lands, the Vi alt lands, the Renekton is there. But it's just so hard, and it's not like this point in the game the other members are weak, right? You're trying to fight through this top side that's also incredibly strong, and it was just always going to be a long shot there.
HonkQ did the most damage in the game of anyone, so even if you're killing off the Aphelios, which you couldn't do anyway because you had Moonlight Vigil, Severum, Cleanse, and Flash, it would have been very difficult to work your way through the rest of CFO. Great performance all around from them.
No, KOI can still go to Worlds. They just have to win their region.
Post-game interview.
CFO will advance to the next round again, anyone's Legend, and I have HonkQ and Driver with me in the winner interview. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations to both of you. First question is for you, Driver. You said in an interview with LCS Profile that you really did not want to play against Mirven. How did you prep against a player that has such a unique and unpredictable champion pool?
首先，恭喜 CFO 今天能获胜拿下 MKOI 的比赛。首先想问一下 Driver 选手，那么今天对线的是 Merwin 选手，然后之前有在采访里面提醒过说，不太想要去面对他的英雄池，因为他的英雄池比较特殊。那么今天比赛前有没有做出任何比较独特的准备呢？
对我来说，他的英雄池就是虽然我不想遇到嘛，可是我觉得他就算选出来，我也能应对嘛，因为他的角色都比较极端，会比较难为团队做出贡献吧。反观我的角色池呢，就是你想要选就能直接选，所以他们必须得背。我觉得这就是我跟他的差别吧，角色池的差别。
The biggest difference between me and Merwin today is that his champion pool is very unique. However, it only has one-dimensional gameplay. Meanwhile, for me, I feel like my champion pool is incredibly versatile, and they can ban it. I can just pick something else.
Amazing to have those insights. HonkQ, I want to ask about Twisted Fate. It doesn't work at all so far at MSI. Is it a bait champion, or did no one find a way to play it actually?
下个问题想问 HonkQ， 现在卡牌目前在 MSI 的比线还没有获胜过，所以你觉得这个英雄是陷阱呢，还是关于 BP 问题？
我觉得这英雄应该不是陷阱吧，我觉得应该是团队需不需要卡牌的英雄，然后我觉得这 ID 也很看选手的 ID， 这英雄。
I don't think TF is a bait pick. It really determines on the ban pick phase and if the composition requires a TF. And I also think the ID does play into this.
Driver, next question for you. We saw that, and you said that you were taking inspiration from Baus. when it comes to playing Sion. Is there anything from his gameplay that you've implemented in yours?
那么大家也知道 ，Driver 选手是 The Boss FFS 的粉丝，想问一下，你有没有从他的游戏或者主播直播中有没有拿出任何灵感来今天打比赛给大家显示出来呢？
我觉得他的玩法带给我很多启发吧，就是正确送投资好赢游戏的方式，就是打比赛也是一样的，你只要送得好就会赢游戏啊。Boss 就是属于那种。 很会送的人，所以我看他学很多。
So I think Boss definitely gave me some inspiration going into today's series because some deaths are good deaths, and in competitive series, I feel like that is also very necessary and could be used to our advantage.
Good death only. HongQ, you went toe-to-toe against Faker. You had an amazing series today, and you're the youngest player at MSI this time. How do you reflect on your performance so far?
HongQ 选手，首先你前几天刚跟 Faker 打出非常激烈的对决，然后今天的表现也是非常出色的。作为 MSI 今年最年轻的选手，你对自己在 LCP 还有 MSI 的状态如何？怎么评价
？LCP 的状态就是应该打得不太好吧，但是来到了 MSI， 就是对手都非常的强劲，所以得就多花1倍的努力，然后还有专注度去打这场比赛吧。
I actually don't think my performance in the LCP was the best. However, coming into MSI, the opponents are much more competitive, and I'm going to try twice as hard to perform for you guys.
Looking forward to what's next. Now, Driver, I cannot let you go without a celebration. We did not get any celebration for you, so would you give us one now?
Driver 选手可不可以给我们表演一下他的经典舞蹈，来鼓励一下，鼓励一下。
What is happening?
Absolutely amazing. HongQ, Driver, 谢谢, congratulations. Kitty, thank you so much for the translation.
Whose dance was that?
First, here we'll be right back for the second series, BLG versus T1.
Hey, he said, I did my dance on TikTok and went viral with it. That's what he just said. I'm freaking dead, bro. I'm freaking dead. Oh, man. MSI is too grand, bro. Too rich, too grand. I did my dance on TikTok and went viral with it. Nah, I'm about to make that a TikTok, bro.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark.
Do we have another game? We have another best of 5 series. It's gonna be T1 versus BLG. So like the games really start now. The game's really about to start. I did my dance on TikTok and went viral with it.
Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Okay, I got the dang. I'm quick with it, bro. I'm quick with it here. I'm trying to decide whose dance did he just do. Hold on. This man is acting like he didn't have this dance prepared. He's fully acting like he didn't have this dance prepared. He was like, I don't know if I should. And then did this. What is happening? Whose dance is that? What is happening? Whose dance? TF's? I don't know whose dance that is. Who does 2 snaps to the side? What is happening? Yeah, TF's is Gangnam Style. He's a top laner. Who did he play in that last game? Cassante? Cassante Dance. Okay. So it's not Cassante. It's not Cassante. Whose dance did he do, y'all? Yeah, CFO won. Okay, somebody does 2 steps to the side. 2 steps to the side. Kick their feet out. And do a spin. Who else did he play today? So he played Cassante in the last game. And then before that was the other top laner. Rest. So it can't be Yorick. And then before that was Shin. Maybe it's Shin. If not Shin, then it is Sion. What is happening? I don't know. That one's just a little bit too different, bro. Maybe he just made something up. Maybe he just made something up. Maybe he just made something up, bro. Had to have. Bro, when I see it though, bro, this is what I think of. I did my dance one time on TikTok and went viral with it. Hold on. I did my dance one time on TikTok and went viral with it. Yeah. He did his dance on TikTok and went viral with it. I did my dance one time on TikTok and went viral with it. Slay. Slay King. Woo! Oops, I closed out freaking the stream.
The Galio, I can still see it in
all right, guys. All right, now it's time for the real showdown. How far did I drop though? How far did I drop on my pick'ems? No, I'm in 5th place. The only way we can even this out is if BLG wins. No, I'm falling to my knees. Saddened. I did my dance on TikTok and went viral with it.
However, I think it's going to be about this mid lane matchup and then also about top lane because
I picked for BLG to win this game. I do believe they will be taking cheeks. I'm gonna make a little snacky though, and I think I might grab some cake. I said I wouldn't today, but I have decided that I will. What about Faker's feelings? I love Faker.
Thank you for that.
Okay?
Oh no,
This is known. This is not against Faker.
I honestly just love.
I've just already taken a hit.
I feel like he has been good
by believing in the people that I love.
You know, kind of falls on his face a bit internationally, and has.
I'm gonna have to not believe.
Reputation, but I feel like he is on the precipice of a breakthrough, and I felt like that last Worlds, I really do feel like this is going to be the time for him. He has stepped up in the clutch when T1 needed him. He was
I went from first all the way down to 25,000. That's insane.
Like,
I didn't even look and see like globally where I was at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
I've also been on your side when it's come to like
defending Doran, especially
with some of the phenomenal domestic performances he has had.
Wow.
And I think
be right back. I'm gonna make a salad real quick.
Right, because we saw again
some struggles in the regular
but
season,
also during
BLG.
that road to MSI, absolutely stepped up, was a massive difference maker for T1 in their run to get here, and already is making waves with this team in their first series.
Now when it comes to Bin, what do we think of the player? Because this new revamped version of PR Bin that we had in interview maybe is not the one that we're expecting to see when it comes to Bin on the international stage.
So from my perspective, I think Bin has spent a lot of this year being a little bit shakier than I was expecting from him, right? He's kind of always been that top laner willing to slam these counter picks. We did see that at some points, like I particularly remember him slamming the Camille into, I believe, Flanders and Bessa and just absolutely destroying him. However, he's been really, really up and down, in particular because they have been putting him on champs like the Rumble, which I think he's performed adequately on, but I still wouldn't say is like his absolute best champion. So for BLG to step up and be able to defeat T1, I do think Bin has to have one of those classic Bin performances.
All right.
And I had production make me a very handy
how better to determine than by tracking it on the Bin-o-meter.
So we have the 4 states of Bin.
We have a Bin head that we can move from Rubbish Bin to Sin Bin, which actually features the hometown Vancouver Canucks against the Calgary Flames.
Got a couple cheers.
Yeah, 5 of them in the penalty box. And then Bin, so regular Bin, and then Giga Bin, where he's, I believe, lifting Doran above his head.
So which one did we have so far? If you look at all the series that BLG has played at MSI.
I feel like it's kind of been
between these two.
Swapping between these two. I don't think he's been bad. I also don't think we've seen that kind of classic breakout performance. So I'd kind of put him like in the middle here right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is at his best incredible, like unstoppable. So he definitely hasn't reached there yet, but if he can today, it could make all the difference.
We need Gigabin to perform against the Krog Lord today on stage, but let's check out how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They are calling the match for T1 with 78.2% of the votes. Who would have thought?
I don't think T1 has ever lost a fan vote in the history of League of Legends. This team, everywhere they go, is home field advantage.
True.
T1 fans are everywhere.
What are you thinking, though, Emily? You gave us your prediction.
Yeah,
quickly.
I also am on 3-2 T1. I do feel like they are a little bit better prepared. I feel like Doran's going to have a breakthrough series.
It is a rematch of World's Finals today here at MSI in our second series of the day. T1 versus BLG. Casters, take it away for game 1.
Thank you very much, Laura, Emily, and Isaiah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second series of the day here at MSI 2025. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius for this one, and I cannot wait to jump into this head-to-head, a remix, a rematch of the most recent World Finals between BLG and T1.
And it feels like the desk is a little T1 favored, but I have to say that when it comes to MSI, they mention the historical record. BLG just feels like a different beast at this tournament. They're currently 9-1, having only dropped a single game to KOI, and it feels like that this team, when they get a lead, are the most ruthless that we have seen at this tournament. They do not hesitate at playing around objectives. They are incredibly fast and effective at punishing the smallest of mistakes, and we have to be honest, CFO put T1 through the ringer in their best of 5.
And we know some teams, when they get a lead, they like to slow the game down and control it. BLG seems much happier to test that lead, to put their opponents in a real hot seat and make them answer the call to battle like you're talking about. They'll challenge you at objectives. They'll force a fight. They'll say, if we've got a gold lead, if we've got some sort of an advantage, we're going to push that lead.
Certainly seems like it. We'll see how things pan out as we get ready for the draft of Game 1. Obviously, this has become a huge international rivalry with both many appearances at the World Championship and MSI. The support matchup is one that I am especially excited for.
Okay.
Keria versus On. I feel like that, I mean, Keria's ceiling is just, it's unrivaled with what he's able to do on support. He seems to have a champion, Ocean. You can't really predict what he's going to bring out.
All right,
Some picks definitely work better than others, I
right.
think we can safely say. But there are certain champions that he's just able to have such a huge impact on. Meanwhile, for On, I feel like that his engages that we have seen in this tournament have just been unbelievable.
How funny would it
He
have
knows
been
exactly
if I had a BLG jersey on under my owner
for so
hoodie?
many of those
I think that
fast
would have been
engages
very
that can be
funny.
very difficult to
Low-key.
react to.
And I'm really
I
excited
think that would have been
because
hilarious.
we're getting this World Finals rematch
BLG.
in this year, in this season, where we've moved over to this new Fearless format. When I was watching back the World Finals yesterday
Keria
evening
looked
to
mad?
just make sure that it was fresh in my head that last time that we got to see these two go head-to-head, it
Why do
was
you
a
look
little
mad?
bit jarring to see Bin lock Rumble 3 games in a row, being like, wait a second, isn't that against the rules? It wasn't back then, but now we've got to go deeper into the pools. So if we get to go to that Game 5 again, if this series does go the distance, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they navigate the drafts and how they try to outplay each other before they even hit Summoner's Rift.
We go back to last year, and when these two teams did meet at this point in the tournament, it was BLG that got the better of T1, knocking them down into the lower bracket, where we saw both Genji and BLG matching up in the next round. I wonder if it's going to be a repeat of history, or instead we're going to see a different story from
He said,
T1,
"Don't move my
because
stuff,
at
man."
the end of the day, T1,
Don't
no
move my
matter
stuff
what you
ever
think
again.
about them, no matter how many VODs
You
you
messing with the
review, no
freaking
matter
king.
how much
That's what he just
analysis you
said.
do, no matter how much detail you go into with this team, they have something that is just, I don't know, magic.
He said these rookies not getting my stuff right.
Tangible. That is the word that I'm looking for, and that is the beauty of T1, why they are such a fan favorite, why they're so widely decorated. The
Baker over there
ability to just
chilling.
find that way to turn
Harry
games
over there
around
about to
has
smack
always
somebody.
been a joy to watch. As you can see, we are currently experiencing a slight game delay, so you're listening to me and Captain Yap while we get ready for the first matchup.
Just a little bit more. We do have a hardware delay on the stage. As soon as we're able to get that resolved, you can see league officials talking with the players right now, so hopefully we can get that taken care of ASAP, get ourselves into this first draft, start this series off. Remember,
it's the monitor.
if you win today, it's not like the road is going to get any easier. It's Genji waiting up there in that next winner's bracket match for whoever wins this one. MSI is a real battlefield, Vedius.
And I know a lot of LCK fans are hungry for that match because they were denied it domestically. We don't know how the two compare currently. We got to see it a bunch during the regular season where Genji did dominate, but we never got to see that best of 5 between those two teams. Meanwhile, for BLG, I mean, it's just a matter of revenge for them, right? Yeah. They're always the bridesmaid. They always
This is
so
Worlds
close to winning
2024
so many international
rematch.
titles, but then they're always denied. Last year it was Genji at MSI, then it was T1 at the World Finals. They're a team that comes so close, yet they cannot quite
I've been great, Bar.
close
How have
the
you been?
gap. We'll see if they're able to do it, and as we get closer to the draft, we can think about some of those high priority picks. Champions like Talia, Annie in particular. I very much expect that to be a contested mid lane champion between these two players. We've seen both of them blind pick it, and I will say that there hasn't been a very comfortable response to the Annie matchup, just because she feels so safe in
why
lane,
don't they run
and because
any
of how
support?
reliable she feels in the team fights.
And then get like a
alongside
Galio
those high
mid.
priority mid lane champions, we've been seeing so much priority on Varus in the bottom lane. The
Okay,
power
Star
of the champion
Guardians.
both in the laning phase as well as the
Okay,
incredible
Goros.
burst and range that he has as the game goes on for the team fights. We know that both of these AD carries are very adept mechanically and can carry a game on their
No,
back
literally.
with just their individual performances.
I wanna see
Locking
the
in a
world
power pick
skins.
like that in the bottom lane could also be an easy win condition.
the jungle pool is also very shared based on what we've seen at this tournament as well. And for Beishuan going up against Owner, naturally on paper, you would give the advantage towards Owner, especially given how impactful he was for T1 specifically during their regular season in spring. But Beishuan really
what if this is why
slotted in nicely. It's kind of
MKOI
amazing
lost
how
because of the
BLG
monitor
always
problem.
Find these junglers that just provide them exactly what they need to get across the finish line and function as a team. I feel like that he's having a very solid tournament overall, and his priority around making sure that Knight is comfortable in the lane,
absolutely,
focusing
Shadow.
on setting up his bot lane for success,
I need to change the title.
Putting Alcon in a winning bot lane position, I feel like is going to be crucial as we get ready for this first matchup.
And you're talking about how Beishuan slots into the BLG roster. Reminder to everybody who might not be completely familiar, this is a 4 out of 5 man run back for both squads of those rosters that competed in the World Finals. It's only Shun being replaced by Beishuan in the jungle on the side of BLG, and on the side of T1, top laner Zeus replaced by Doran. And Doran's going to have his work cut out for him up against Bin. This guy, we know when Bin is all the way to the right of that scale that Emily had when he's playing like Giga Bin. It's a real problem.
I mean, the amazing thing about Doran is he's such a controversial player. You can never really
EU not sleeping tonight. All of EU being eliminated on the first elimination matches is insane. I hate Ryan 123 XYZ. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Why do you hate Ryan?
Rumble as well was really impactful in the series. So
I remember somebody being named I hate Ryan, and I was like, why do you hate Ryan? They were like, I'm Ryan.
So the top lane matchup is another one to keep our eyes on, and like it feels like no matter where you put your eyes in this matchup, there's always going to be something exciting to watch. The question is going to be which role ends up being the most important. Like, that's the beauty of this matchup. You never quite know which role is going to be the
I need BLG to win to fix my pick'ems.
Role or player, and we're going to have to wait and see which player stands up.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the journey that T1 had to get here, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, because ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 1, the rematch of the 2024 World Finals. Best of 5 starting off here. First ban from BLG on that blue side.
I don't play Wild Rift, but I'm going to have to, because if you see, we reached a certain sub goal, so I'm going to have to do a 2-hour Wild Rift gameplay stream.
That champion for Bin specifically, it's something he can have a monster performance on. It did struggle when playing against Koi. Choosing to run the Ignite is where he ended up getting chain ganked a lot, but still, Tier 1 respecting, they don't want to have to deal with it. The Azir, not an uncommon ban for BLG, not something that Knight has a huge priority on himself, and of course against the GOAT, it's a champion that you really can't afford to give it.
It's one of those champions that I feel like is just such a staple of pro play, and particularly for somebody, you already said it, it's the GOAT, it's Faker. You don't want to be giving something like that over for free if you're not willing to pick it yourself. The Vi will be the next ban here for T1. Pretty much a staple jungler this entire year everywhere for the playmaking, the point and click lockdown that we see from it. And now the TF, so this is one that continues to be very,
T1
very
or
debated
BLG
among the community, because this thing has been highly prioritized, but also highly ineffective so far with MSI. It will be the 3rd ban for BLG as Rumble is banned away from Bin.
Y'all got 2 minutes to vote.
Are available. You expect the
2
Taliyah
minutes
to be the
to
first
vote.
pick, and it will be. Knight not going to hesitate, going to grab that one for himself. I wonder if Faker will respond with the Annie of his own, or if instead they're thinking more along the lines of something like the Ryze or the Ahri as a possibility. Throughout this year, we've seen Ahri used as a matchup into the Taliyah. You pair it alongside something like the Xin Zhao, and you already have a very strong mid-jungle duo right out the gate.
Speaking of mid-jungle, I'm thinking about Pantheon, man. We're talking about powerful champions on the patch. Right there it is, locked in for T1. Pantheon is scary to begin with. In a lot of people's eyes, he's the best jungler on the patch if your jungler knows how to pilot him well. But you combine semi-global with semi-global in mid-jungle, that is a nightmare. T1's going to deny it while also locking in the Orianna for Faker.
Going for a little bit more team fighting, a little bit more mid-control and solid wave clear. Of course, on the Orianna, you've got to be super careful. Does potentially open up for a Jarvan possibility for Beishuan. I wonder if he will just lean more towards the Xin Zhao that we've been seeing a lot from him. You could also go towards something like the Wukong. Bear in mind, though, that with the Pantheon locked in, that means there's no Trundle, which means that champions like Sion massively rise in priority. We've seen this pick just dominate in MSI. It feels like that there are very few champions.
I want to see some more Doran emotes, bro.
He provides. He's just a very safe.
I don't know if y'all remember Doran brushing off his shoulder like ain't nothing to
Even
it.
in the last series that we just got done
I want to see
watching
some more like that.
CFO and MKOI, the game from Driver playing the Sion, massive impact on that champion in that one, but that'll be locked in for the side of BLG. You can see it has a 70% win rate so far, like you're talking about. It's been dominating games, and the Poppy will also be picked up. This is, of course, possible flex potential. You can go into the jungle with this. You can play from the support position with this, but T1's answer into the top lane Sion is the Yorick for Doran.
So a little bit more split push power. You can already see that T1 with the Pantheon and the Yorick rather have tools to play through the Sion and try and punish this Sion who's going to be looking to try and safely farm up. But BLG have already started to craft this effective front-to-back team fight style composition. BLG need a little bit more DPS, so I imagine T1, if they're going to look to try and ban, maybe they get rid of some of that long-range tools. They've already decided to target the Karma. That does weaken the potential of a Caitlyn Karma on the bot side of the map, but I do wonder if they look to get rid of something like the Caitlyn if they want to have that long-range damage threshold coming in from the backside. Alternatively, they could consider the Misfortune.
Let's go,
very
Curve.
Effective LPL team fighting AD carry
Let's
that
do
fits
this.
nicely into a composition like this that's looking for the front to back.
Okay, clock runs down on BLG's next ban, so they will decide to take the Lucian off the table, thinking, all right, if they've already locked in the entire top side, that leaves them open to potentially grab one of these spicy bot lane duos. Lucian's one of the ones that can play very aggressively.
Thank you for the follow,
They're going to want to deny that from Gumayushi and Karria, especially when you see the Karma banned away. That tells you that you're trying to ban away anything that would be the long-range, take over the lane, oppressive poke style, which is typically something that get more jinx from Guma. So BLG is going to respond, getting rid of the Lucian, as On's Rakan is banned out by T1.
These bans do suggest that T1 might be looking at either an Alistair or even a Braum. If they want something a little bit more defensive, I think both these champions can be very effective
I'm blue.
into the Braum. But
BLG, go, go, go! Yeah.
For the last pick. I expect the AD carry to come through now and try and give Karria and Guma the best possible bot lane 2 versus 2 matchup, but also allow Karria the freedom to kind of round out this composition nicely. The Nico right now is the hover. And it's going to be locked in immediately, so they're just going to put that towards the bot side of the map, already giving you a very strong 2 versus 2. BLG, yeah, they're going to deny the Kalista away from Guma, and they're going to pair it alongside the Renata. Another champion that we really haven't seen have a lot of success so far at MSI. It feels like
why do
Kalista
people keep
really does
pushing
struggle
it?
to get through so many of the frontliners that we have in the
Why do
current
people
meta.
keep picking
With Pantheon
Kalista if it's not
constantly diving on your
working?
face, many AD carries just struggle to play in this current meta.
Right, can be very difficult to deal with. One good thing,
Like,
at least for the
I don't
Kalista,
understand
there is
that.
not
Why do you
a
think that you can
true
do so much
massive
better than
tank
every
on the
other
side
team
of
that is one of the best
Pantheon
teams
and
in the
Yorick,
world?
Both bruisers, yes, they can be difficult to deal with, but it's not like trying to punch through a
Like,
Sion
I just don't
or
get
an Ornn
it.
or something similar. Last pick of the draft, red 5 for T1 is the Jhin for Gumayushi. So Jhin Nico versus Kalista Renata here in the bottom lane. Vedius, I asked this question of my co-caster at the end of every single draft. I got to ask you now, who has the edge here now that we see all 10 picks?
I think both comps, honestly, have very clear strengths and weaknesses. I think the BLG want to play a slightly slower game. When you draft that Kalista Renata, my instincts are always that you want to try and play aggressively through the bot side of the map. But with the Poppy, you don't necessarily have the best tools. I think T1 have a lot more early game agency, especially on that bot side of the map. Gumayushi getting his hands on his fabled Jhin when paired up alongside the Nico gives you a very present, very effective bot lane 2 versus 2, and with a Pantheon alongside it, if they can land that poke, T1 is going to set their sights on the dive. So in the early game, I very much like what T1 have drafted for themselves. I think they have a lot of options to get this game going.
With Talia on one side and Pantheon on the other, I'm really looking to see how they use these long-range ultimates, how they cash in on the value of these semi-globals to create unfair fights and force these situations that can give themselves an edge.
The arena is
if I lose this series as well, my pick'ems are fried, bro. I'm not even gonna look at them no more. It hurt my heart. I don't even want to look at the pick'ems no more, bro.
Yes, sir.
The crowd is feeling good. We're getting ready for game 1 of this best of 5. A rematch over the last few years that has gone back and forth, with T1 currently holding the advantage as the reigning world champions. Doran gonna face check.
Yeah, Doran walks right into the brush there. Beishwan's waiting, and so is Knight. Doran's gonna take a lot more damage here than he would like to. Beishwan and Knight continue their chase. More rocks are flying out. Beishwan's going in. Doran nearly killed off, but he barely survived.
We start off with a very oh, Knight!
Knight, oh,
that was cheeky.
Seeing if maybe he could catch Doran window shopping there,
that
maybe.
Was cheeky by Knight. He thought that he could get the finish, but he does not. That means we get a Trader Summoner spells. Doran no flash, Beishwan no flash. Perhaps that means that Beishwan's going to change up his pathing, maybe set his sights on a top lane play for a potential early gank. You'll see him actually pathing towards his Raptors, likely going to start there, as Ona's going to start on his top side, as we kind of expected. Gumayushi and Gumayushi in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Carrier now shows up by surprise. They're going to look to try and get the advantage in the 2 versus 2. Expect a lot of trading in this bot lane matchup.
Oh yes, and you can see right here, this is your rematch, 2024 World Finals. It was a full 5-game series, BLG winning, then T1 winning, then BLG winning, then T1 winning, and finally at the finish line, T1 clutched the game 5 for the 3-2 victory to hoist the Summoner's Cup, and you know BLG are hungry to get revenge for that loss here at MSI.
That was such a good series, y'all. One of the best I've ever watched ever.
Where we really got to see the unkillable Demon King himself.
Yeah.
Faker earning the finals MVP, having a standout performance in that series.
It is, Quentin.
When we come to this MSI, Faker did struggle in his first matchup against Honkyu. He was put on the back foot in multiple games of that series, and I feel like Knight really has been a standout for the side of BLG. One of the core components of what helped BLG even qualify for this MSI. And already we see Knight off to an early push in the matchup. Very much what we expect. See him move into the fog of war, act as that potential threat, moving around, potentially working with his jungler. Now we know that Beishwan is pathing up towards the top side, a potential dangerous avenue that T1 has to respect. And on the bot side of the map,
isn't it true that T1 has never beat BLG in MSI
very good
ever?
Right now, no real risk of a dive.
Yep. And checking back in on what we were thinking about after that bit of a dicey start there in the top lane.
They still talking about Honkyu. That's how bad it was.
Originally did go to Bin. Doran was underneath the turret, but now you can see that wave is pushing back out right around the time that Beishwan is finishing those camps in this top side of the jungle. About to kill his blue now. He's going to path up towards this top lane. Now, Doran's going toward the Pixel Brush at exactly the same time that Beishwan's making his entry. Doran, with a nice use of the cage there, does block Beishwan's ideal entry point, but still a little bit of damage from the Poppy to harass Doran a little bit more, but not really a huge threat coming out just yet. Doran manages to keep himself out of trouble.
I will say, Sion plus Poppy, not the most effective early game ganking duo.
Not really.
You can definitely be annoying, and I think Doran is a little annoyed, but aside from that, he's not into much danger. The wave state is in a fairly healthy spot. Faker will take a bit of damage, but Ona already setting his sights on the Raptors respawn.
It's the #1 minigame for junglers to play. Mark those chickens, steal them away at every respawn you can get, but Beishwan is here to contest, wants to fight Owner for this second set of the chickens. Owner, though, has the smite on the large chicken is on, has to sidestep the deadly flourish down in the bottom lane scrap at the same time. Owner with control over the jungle of Beishwan here in this red quadrant, as Beishwan will make his way back out. There's nothing else right now for Owner to go after because of the Krug camp still not being something that's within his reach. Since Elk and Honor all the way back behind the turret, they would easily be able to come help Beishwan. So Owner's just going to take his one camp steal and walk away from it. Back up top side, continuing the trading between these two. As long as Ben is able to just keep trading and farming early on, he's going to be just fine. The Scion can be so powerful into the Yorick. The Soul Furnace is powered by ghouls. They count as coal every single time he farms these things up. He's getting extra power on the W, extra maximum health to be that massive front line.
Wow.
Gonna be a train with a lot of power behind it. That's
yes,
for sure.
sir.
We'll see how impactful that train will be later on into the game. I just want to come back to that Owner pathing that you were talking about. I love the fact that he started with the red, moving to his Krugs, and then Raptors with the full intent on stealing the enemy Raptors, knowing that he's going to be able to work with Faker to get that mid push, be able to contest those Raptors, steal away what he can, and then the Raptors will respawn that little bit later, so he can then path back towards the Krugs, path nicely back through his jungle, and now he's going to continue on with that full clear. As right now we have a very timid, very safe early game with the swap coming through from BLG. Nothing too surprising.
What's going on, Bill?
What we see often is not only can you get yourself out of
if you're just now tuning in for the day, you missed the first series, which was MKOI, which is Europe versus CFO, which is LCP. And
now Doran could be in a little bit
oh wow,
of danger
he blocked
here.
the jump, or she blocked the jumps of the duels. It was Europe's last team in MSI, and they did get eliminated after a 3-1 loss. And now this is the first game of BLG versus T1.
Swaps are happening when you could end up in a 1v3 situation. Have the Maiden deleted
is Doran's lane the only lane to gain?
Smite available. If you lose that Maiden early, the cooldown is so long, it feels really bad, and you feel like you've lost a huge part of the power budget of your character, as now the Pantheon from T1 owner has secured the first Drake of the game. 6 minutes and 45 seconds in. Beishwang coming back up into the top side. Doran forced to flash away again, but nice handshake brings him right on back. And
what were you saying about top lane?
Get first blood.
One of those setting his sights on mids.
Right, flashing away, stays
what were you saying about top lane?
Carrier's Tangle Barb's going to force out the summer spell from the BLG mid laner, but it does cause Carrier's flash at the same time.
Okay, so a lot of things happen. Ooh, the Shockwave connects.
Nice Shockwave from Faker to Chunk Knight, but not threaten lethal damage.
It's just chipping
R.I.P. your
and he's doing damage because he's just denying a lot of farm away from Knight. You'll notice the mid-gold gap really starting to increase in Faker's favor. We don't get a chance to talk about the previous play.
Yeah, Carrie is already in danger. Remember, he used his flash trying to go after Knight. Now he's already dead. Owner wants to jump in and make something else happen, but he has to flash back over the wall. As on, Elk and Beishwan continue going forward. Elk needs a bailout if he wants to survive, and he gets it! Elk stays alive! Gumayushi tries to fire back, but he's got to reload the gun. Now the curtain call's open on sidestepping 3. The fourth can't hit Beishwan, but the dancing grenade dances on his grave. BLG up 3-1.
Action-packed is what we were hoping for, and BLG deliver, finding kill after kill.
I'm sad that it's happening.
Elk is a fantastic start for BLG.
But I need this.
T1 played for the Dragon. The swap was initiated by BLG. They recognized that they couldn't really do much to help Doran in this situation, but I don't think they were quite expecting this. After their gank attempt in the mid lane, Carrier's trying to group up with his AD carry, but he get collapsed on by Baserun, not expecting him to invade on the top side.
I'm sad that it's happening.
He falls short, but then the Pantheon ultimate had already
You bet against
been
Faker?
committed.
I
There's
did.
little the owner can do. He has to turn and fight.
I did.
Guma does his best to help him, but he ends
I'm
up
sad that
proccing
it's
the
happening.
bailout with all those spears stacking up in Owner, allowing him to get the revive and turning it into another kill.
I did put
out of
BLG
options,
to win this
out of ways
series.
to escape. At the very least, Gumayushi will get one back.
And you could see at the end there, Gumayushi,
what were you saying about
takes
Kalista?
3
Hey.
shots at the escaping players from BLG. Thinks maybe he can convert that
You got
fourth
me
on
with
the
that one,
Beishwan,
Bessie.
but Beishwan had the distance to sidestep the curtain call. Sadly, Dancing Grenade, more of a targeted ability. Can't quite get away from that one as Elk takes a chunk of damage. Back on live now as our bottom lane duos continue to scrap back and forth topside. Both junglers
Top 10 anime betrayals, no, but I actually like
these trios of junglers and bottom laners are so aggro in the early stages of this game. It's a very modest gold lead for the side of BLG, but really nothing to write home about. Bin happy to just ult back down into the bottom lane, clear out the wave. Nice chunk of damage onto Doran there as well.
Choo-choo, Bin continues to build an advantage, and it's really him that benefited so much from all that action that was happening. Doran getting killed. He was also able to get a plate in the bot lane on the bottom side of the map.
Welcome back, Stacy. What kind of cereal? Don't let Faker find out, mamas.
For the highest kills per minute at MSI in 2025.
What you gonna say when I say that Faker say he gonna throw it for me?
Title, given the pedigree of players that we have on stage right now. BLG have accrued a small advantage, but what I will say that surprises me is the goal difference between the AD carries is actually not that big.
What you gonna say when I say he in on it?
To get himself a small gold lead, all because of the farm that he was able to generate while all that action was happening on the Rift, getting one kill for himself. But considering that is a 3-0 Kalista, Guma is kind of unfazed.
Yeah, it's a lot of times what we're seeing get picked into these Kallistas that ends up making them not as effective as you would otherwise expect them to be. The power of range, the power of just bullying them away from playing as aggro as they want to. Nico throws out a Tangle Barb. Jin hits you with a deadly flourish into the dancing grenade.
My love.
Hopefully, fourth shot auto attack. And all of a sudden, the Kallista doesn't feel as empowered to run the lane like she wants to. Gumayushi with a 4-wave lead, almost 5 waves of minions ahead of his opponent. Really feeling good about the state of things there. As you already said it, man, it's just the slightest gold lead for BLG. They do have those first 3 grubs. T1, of course, though, did secure the first Drake, and the next one is spawning in about 25 seconds. You can see T1 trying to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane as Beishwan takes control over that bottom side of mid towards the river for BLG.
Sometimes top and bot will swap based on certain lane matchups, or if a team is trying to prioritize a certain objective.
Sky finished for both junglers as
For example, if you're playing against a heavy poke lane,
not gonna find one. It is BLG
if you yourself are playing against a heavy poke lane and you are very short range,
going to be super important.
you kind of lose that lane just off of camp select, right? So your thought process is like, I need to get out of this lane as soon as possible. So what teams will do is they'll send their bot lane up the top lane, because that's a 2v1. Hold on, we're going to lock in on this fight. Elk is a little bit low, but still pumping out damage. He needs the bailout, doesn't get it. They fighting back.
And take the fight.
Just like that, T1 flip the fight on its head, and they get themselves 3 kills. BLG, it looked so good at the start of the fight for them. Faker wasn't involved. He had to go the long way round. Owner initiates the play.
Absolutely.
Carrier's ultimate looks fantastic, but then the re-engage from BLG is even better. Carrier's out of tools. He has to flash
Now I gotta do a pep talk for BLG.
He can come back to life if he can just get the kill, but then the shockwave comes through and finishes him off. Faker arrives at just the right time to secure a double kill.
Faker said he's not gonna make it look too like
get the dragon, and they
look
take
too obvious
control in this early game.
I said it was 2, but it was more like 2.5 because Elk was bailouted, but he still got hit by the thing. The shockwave sealed the deal, but the fight navigated so well by T1. Carrier's pop.
I'm def telling Faker you bet against him.
Reinforcements to arrive, and
he
at
in
the
on it,
I also do want to compliment On, who perfectly blocked the deadly flourish from Gumayushi, stopping that one from hitting Elk.
There's gonna be 3 plays where he just run it down entirely.
Better. Look at the damage in the last fight from Owner, beating the next closest damage by almost a full 1,000. There's a reason that this champion is considered by many to be the best jungler on the patch, as Beishwan goes in for Faker, and now it's trouble for the T1 mid lane. The handshake pulls him right on back. Knight's got enough damage, and a shutdown for BLG.
Now, BLG are not the type of team to go out without a fight. Nice pick onto Faker. Even though he had his flash, they collapsed on multiple sides, and they make the kill happen. T1 still holds on to a gold lead for now, but Knight, with some much-needed relief after the amount of push that Faker has had in this early game after getting a double kill, they really needed to get some gold back into Knight's pockets.
Knight on this Talia. That could be the playmaker they need, and they're trying to get him there with plays like this.
A nice flash.
Look what direction he runs.
But then he gets handshaked back into the team. He then decides in his last moments, maybe I can get a few more minion waves.
It's okay, man.
He's just going to shake that one off. A nice collapse comes through from BLG. You can now see the goal difference between the 2 mid laners very even, but the gold advantage largely
who that is, my baby daddy. Who that is, my baby daddy.
You can see here as we are now past that 14-minute point. A few for both sides, but not a major difference in the game being decided by them.
Faker on the phone right now. I got him on FaceTime, but y'all can't see it.
Right now for T1, the game is that close. Only a couple.
Let's report Chim and Faker.
The number 2 seed of the LCK, the Rift Herald, about to spawn in only a few seconds. BLG bringing everybody up here. Now, Knight
mind you,
will have his teleport. I believe there's still a few seconds remaining on that cooldown to use that to make his way into the fight. But Faker has been found out. Beishwan tackles Faker out of the decimating smash, and Owner's made his way into the fight, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's verdict. Faker Faker still under pressure. Decimating smash hits this time, but Ben and Beishuan don't have any damage.
So dead.
Ben tries to get away, but a Pop Blossom locks him up. A deadly flourish to follow. Hostile takeover saves Ben's life as Elk and on to fire into Gumayusi. Elk goes forward. Gumayusi still shielded and getting away as Faker's the target for On, but Elk and On have overextended. Faker's already.
Oh my gosh, he almost lived. So like, can anyone raise their hand and tell me what the frick BLG was just doing? Can anybody raise their hands?
But the Avengers
Why the frick did Elk and On think they were about to 2v5?
To protect their mid laner, they turned the play massively in their favor, getting 3 kills as well. You called it, Flowers. The synergy.
No, literally, Queen Jasmine. Why did Elk run in?
Doesn't connect on the Faker. A good shockwave buys
watch. Right here. Right here. Oh no, not right here. I lied. Right here. On. Look at On. Look at On. Okay, On sends the little doop bop doop bop bow. Okay, and then look at Elk and On. Okay, we gonna get Guma. Okay, you can't get Guma no more. Why are you going in?
Faker's got another target on his back. He's got another shockwave on BLG, and Carrier picks up the kill. They just
keep going for him. I can't even be mad at them. They kind of putting me down right now.
Faker gets it done again.
They kind of putting me down right now.
Faker's shockwave just continues to find them all. 8-4 is the kill score.
Mad at it.
BLG have set their sights on the Faker, but he only finds himself with a single death so far in this game. Dragon's
they looking kind of good today.
Ben unleashes, he finds a target, but it's only a Nico clone. The power of this ability has now another catch for T1. Spells the end of Beishuan in this.
So like, why y'all want to clock in today?
Drake timer's 15. This is going to be
and y'all didn't want to clock in 2 days ago.
Of T1, 17 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, Vedius,
no way we're getting a quick 3-0, right?
He's doing a little bit of construction work in the side lanes, flashing forward after Night to try to get this kill in the solo. The Maiden of the Mist giving him the life steal.
Oh my gosh. Wait, Doran almost ate that. Doran almost ate that, but we might have forgotten that Knight does have hands. Yeah, he almost ate that. Did you see how he was?
The Drake is going to be taken. Its soul point 18 minutes.
I forgot how cute it was to be good at League of Legends.
T1 is running,
but they reminded me right now.
Game 1, 3 dragons to their name. And while Knight does, at the very least, get a kill back, it's really
look at this dance.
A small amount in the drop of the advantage.
Almost one death for a minute. No, like it's a high kill game.
He's gonna get chased down by Knight. He flashes forward.
That flash was kind of insane.
And he realizes, oh, if I can just get one more Q off, maybe I can turn this in my favor.
The
Seraph Shield's procced. He can't close the gap quickly enough, and Knight secures a kill. Doran,
I honestly am not even mad at that, low key.
With the lead that
I'm honestly not even mad at that play.
They're still in full control of this game.
Exactly. Doran is the demo
Krug
man
Lord
in this
is insane.
Game. The side lane turrets have been his targets, and he has been achieving those objectives.
Yeah,
4,000 gold lead, 3 Drake lead
got them the
for the side of T1. All BLG really has here are those 3 Void Grubs. But Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turrets. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's going to take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2.
Guma, all of them ult shots went every which way but onto your target.
Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Gumayushi's got his number.
What is this fiasco we are watching? Oh my gosh, Carrier! Dude! Holy freaking moly, dude! Okay, despite the absolute that we just watched, Carrier ate that down, bro. Oh my gosh! Watch this in part. Like this is right here. All I hear dun 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 dun. That's all I hear. That's all I hear. Watch this flash by Faker. Okay. And then watch this. Okay. And then on dies. Watch Ben.
And then Bin
Bruv,
arrives
your
just
team is
too late
deceased.
to turn the fight in their favor.
And then Carrier, look at the root, bro. Double root on that.
They converted
Oh.
into 4 kills. And
Oh my.
T1
Yeah,
are
bro. Nah, you
steamrolled.
good.
That tangle barb was disgusting to hit them both. T1, 5.5
I think
thousand
owner
gold lead
said
now.
what?
Betty, it's only 2.5
Like,
minutes,
if I read his
and
leaps
T1 will claim the
correctly,
Infernal
read
Soul
his lips
unless
correctly, it looked like
BLG
he said
can
mo,
somehow stop
which is
them.
like what? Like
Everything
what are
has
they
gone
doing?
T1's
What's
way for
happening?
what feels like the past 10 straight minutes.
5.6k is the gold lead. BLG trying to find some footing in this game, but the Soul 2 minutes away. Push on the bot side, push on the top side for T1.
That was
They're
a
keeping
crazy
mid-control
fight,
as
bro.
well. BLG is being suffocated out of their jungle. Beishwan's found an angle in.
This is another one of this play we've seen so often. Faker is the target for BLG. He drops a shockwave, and now BLG's got to be on the defensive. Beishwan channels Keeper's verdict, ends up not needing that one. But now that cooldown is spent. T1 recognizing that BLG now has a very injured front line. They're going to go after the Otacon.
Why do they keep trying to kill Faker? They're obsessed.
BLG know they can't afford
Only
to give
answer.
an objective away when they're already this far down. Faker trying to use the ball to zone on out. Hostile takeover goes through, but it doesn't find much of anything else. Going to be zoned away now by the rest of T1 as immediately you got a problem for Doran. Beishwan takes him down. Curtain call's been opened up. Beishwan might just die here. One last shot goes through with a 4th shot, finds its mark. Now Bin trying to steal away the Otacon, but it's not going to matter. Doran and Beishwan have been traded, but everybody else is still alive. Faker claims the Otacon, and T1 get the objective as they look potentially for more of a fight. Carrier thinking about a tangle barb here, but he can't get the range in time. Bin still here on the front line, gets caught by the tangle barb. Carrier
Name a time Carrier missed.
Earth, but he stays alive for now. Owner steps
Name
forward,
one
the
time
shield,
Carrier
not
missed.
quite enough damage. Shut down from Elk, but Faker
They.
takes out 2. T1
Oh my god.
unrelenting as Carrier kills Knight over the wall.
They kind of ate that. He's like, let me remind you. Let me remind you why I'm him.
T1 will leave no
Like,
survivors.
okay,
The Otacon was
I
not
see
enough.
you,
They saw
and
blood
I
in their
see
eyes,
you.
and they took out the rest of the
I
BLG
really do.
roster. A tier 2 tower will fall, and it looks quite separated.
Let me
BLG
remind
pick a
you real
fight on the
quick,
top
'cause I
side,
think we
while
forgot.
T1 set their sights onto Elk. The cleanse is good from the Kalista. He creates enough space, but now he's out of the fight. While they do get that pick onto Doran, Gumayushi responds with so much damage onto Beishwan.
They don't want Faker to be great, but little do they know, he gonna be great
BLG just don't
regardless.
have the HB to play with.
He gonna be
What surprised
great
me is T1 said, we can still
regardless.
fight this. Look at the TP on your minimap. Faker comes in from the angle. He comes through the fog of war to come in from behind BLG, unsuspecting. And Faker makes the magic happen once again. A triple kill for the Orianna. Knight gets killed over the wall. And T1 with a statement
Yeah, I had to tell
game here
Bay
to
I
start
was
off the
rooting
series.
against him for him to clock the freaking.
Orianna is a miracle
And I think it
worker in
worked.
this
Sometimes you
game.
gotta play
He has
mind
found
games with him.
so many plays, so many
Sometimes you gotta play mind
counter
games with him.
And T1 now with an Infernal Soul.
When you
with
act
20
up, they start to
flowers
act
of a
right,
lead
and that's
thanks
all
to
I'm
the
gonna say.
Otacon harvesting everything
Don't ever
for
forget
them.
that.
They are so strong. BLG will need a full-on miracle
When you
to
act
not
up,
drop this game 1
they
in our
act
best
right.
of 5 World Finals rematch. Beishwan out on the map trying to
said,
see
let
if
me
he can
remind
get
you who the
any sort of
frick I
useful
am,
information,
shawty.
but it's so tough.
Do it
Betty is
then.
look at all of the vision
Remind me.
placed down by T1. They've got
Yeah, this
wards
is
all
only
over
game
the
1.
jungle. Damage dealt in the last team fight, nearly 8,000 on the Orianna. It's almost as much as I actually think it is as much as the entire enemy team put together. Doran flashing away from the unraveled Earth, manages to not get caught out there. And T1 just continues slow and steady pushing up until they get
Not the
their moment to make
8K,
something
atrocious.
happen. Fake Faker,
That
real
8K
Faker,
is a
stepping
scary
up to just
place.
completely scare BLG all the way back. And we've got 20 seconds until Baron spawns. T1 just fishing to see if they can find anything, but not wanting to overcommit because they know you get Baron, you walk it down a lane of your choosing, you win the first game.
So much of this game has been about Faker, but the quiet carry, Gumayushi, with a 3-0-13 scoreline. Faker, they're the target.
Faker caught, handshake from On. This could be huge, but Faker with a nice shockwave ready to turn it around. The hostile take spear doesn't hit the target. And now on, right back out of the Callista. Ulti trying to stay alive.
Thorn's
Faker
tanky.
with a nice use of the stasis, keeping himself alive and healthy as the curtain call opens. BLG gonna take a couple of shots from this one, has been body blocks for Knight. T1 won't
His
get any
Orianna
kills,
is
but
like
it's a big win in terms of
kinda
health bars, and they head back up
him.
towards. Wait a second, Beishuan's going on a magical trip. Okay, he will at least be able to escape for now, but the enemy jungler's at 10%
Like, he's
HP.
kind of the best Orianna.
T1 sees the green light to go for the Baron.
Exactly that, Flowers. It's too difficult for BLG to contest this objective.
They
They're
wanna
still gonna
focus our
try,
little
though. The
fake
TP
fake.
comes through from Knight.
It's a full send from BLG, perhaps, as Keria goes in. He finds the pop blossom of the BLG mid laner, and Knight is already dead as the fight starts. Ben's made his way into the back, but Faker will not be threatened by a Scion alone. Owner continues pressing forward, and Gumayushi puts the kill shot into On. Beishuan's
Wow,
the next to fall,
they look
and Doran
solid
buries him.
today.
T1 with a Baron plus 3 kills will force their way into the base. Elk continues
They
fighting
look
and kiting
solid.
and trying to get away. The
Mind you,
deadly
it's
Flurry
only
doesn't connect,
26
but it gives them
minutes.
enough space to get the kill right after. Guma's unstoppable.
Mind you, it's only
Ben is
26
standing.
minutes.
T1 slam this first game.
Gumayushi involved in 20 of the team's 22
Wow.
kills, has the Nexus in his eyes, and is looking to close things out.
The Nexus turrets are nothing but a formality. Ben's health bar, the same thing as T1. It was close for about 10 minutes, and then it was not ever again in this first one. T1 takes game 1.
A dominant
I'm just gonna say I took
showcase
the
from
L so y'all could
T1
take the W.
as they
That's what I'm gonna say.
dismantle BLG.
Awesome showing.
I took the L so y'all could take the
Let's head
W.
on over to the analyst desk to break it down.
I had to let Bay know that I did not believe.
Here in Vancouver, and guys, Faker called it. He said, we're gonna make you guys relive that World's Finals nightmare. No lies were told during that interview.
Not at all, and shout out to the Vancouver crowd. It sounded like World Finals
It's
in
great.
here.
You guys are amazing.
You guys are amazing. Keep that going for the rest of the series. We love you all, but man, T1 statement game 1 here, right off the bat, an amazing composition that allows you to team up.
BLG really saw the 0% win rate on Renata and Callista and decided to pick them. I don't know why they keep doing that, bro.
Where we're like, okay,
I don't know why they
really
keep doing that, man. It's so annoying.
They're all set, and then we have Faker coming in on, again, a classic champ for him. He's been playing this
It's
since
so
he came
annoying.
into the LCK in the Orianna, being a massive
But you know, they did what they had to do.
I mean, honestly, I was a bit worried for T1 when I saw, this
They
top
did
lane
what
matchup
they had to
especially.
do.
I think it's pretty tough for York to get an advantage there. Ben, he's going to become a brick wall, just getting so much.
Golden Corral,
passive
I love
HP
me a
from the
little
Sulfurs,
Golden
from
Corral,
those
not gonna
York
lie. Them
pools.
rolls,
So I thought it was going to
them
be a
bread
bit of a slower
rolls
game,
are
but
so
T1
good.
had other plans. They're able to find so many advantages around the map. Utilizing Faker, the bot lane owner, they were crushing. So even though Doran wasn't really much of a part of this game, it didn't matter. He was there too. He was in the screenshot at the end.
I know, for a matchup that we set up about the top laners, it was a little bit less about them and a little bit more about how T1 were able to play out the composition. This is the play I was talking about, where it looks like it's going to be rough until Faker comes in with that clutch shockwave, really
They
allows
said
Guma
no
to
more.
pop off.
Now,
And then this was
remember,
actually set up by
BLG
Beishuan
is very good at adapting
Doran
after a
out of,
loss. So,
Ben's knockup, which
game's
was a
not
little
over.
bit
Well, the game is
unfortunate,
over, but the
this was
series
really
is
the
not
game
over.
breaker. This is where T1
They won
took
one
complete
battle.
control.
Let's
And
see if they
BLG
can keep it
kinda
up for
lost
the
their mind.
duration of the
I mean, it
war.
seemed like one of those things where it's like a bit of a sunk cost
T1 is
fallacy
also
where
yes.
one play goes bad, so the next person's
You
trying to
are
make
not
up for that play, and
incorrect.
that play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that. They're all piling in. They were trying to catch
You
Faker
are
in
not
that top lane
incorrect
after he
at
used his
all.
flash mid lane when they got that kill. So you see him top, you're like, okay, maybe they have Faker. And then Beishuan comes in, knocks him out of Ben's Q. He survives. Everyone piles in. We see,
I
Elk
wonder
flying in
what
there
parts of the
trying to
clips they go
get some kills,
over
but
after a
everyone
win.
from T1 survives. They all kited out. And you've got to say their coordination in these fights is insane. The first replay that we showed down on the bot side, when owner re-engages, you're thinking, okay, that bailout's going to be enough for them to get a kill.
Like,
to be
after
able
a
to turn
win,
around
what
the
do you
fight.
go
But
over?
he goes in, Faker arrives, Shockwave comes through. Even Guma saving his 4-shot with the Jin ult to hit
I want to see some really fun drafts, though, dude. I want to see some really fun drafts.
And then after that, it's just like T1 is styling on him.
They're just
They were. were.
On them, but I'm just thinking when you look at both compositions, you have on the side of T1 and Calm that allows you to play really long fights and to fight back to whatever BLG was throwing at them.
The cloud moment,
any way with
for
BLG's
sure.
composition to come back in those fights? Because I feel like they had the tools to do it. It just came down to how they were playing together.
I mean, they got to the point where I
oh
think
my gosh, all the Star Guardians.
T1 were actually just able to go to objectives, set
Period.
up however they want, and then kind of force BLG to have to
What's up,
respond,
Deadwolf?
right? And we saw when BLG were able to respond, they weren't necessarily all on the same page.
Ooh, yes. A Caitlyn Lux, I feel like would be so fun. And I mean, Carrier wants to play Lux. Guma can play Caitlyn. Let's lock it in.
BLG tried to contest.
They go back and watch Faker highlights. Valid. I'd want to rewatch that too.
Roll over them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, this is desperation hours for BLG, right? Yeah. They're going to try to make something happen, but T1 is just playing these fights out so well. Faker is being focused.
They did play that very well.
Out. Guma, finishing off base one, and then the route truly begins. All of BLG are running. Faker goes back to base, and this becomes this really cool extended sequence where the T1 members that are still healthy are using their health to be able to keep them interested, to be able to keep them around, not allow them to just get back to base. It buys time for Faker to go on this deep TP angle, and then he is flanking them on the Orianna behind the tier 2
Such
tower.
A good flank.
Gets the shockwave, being able to pick up a triple kill on a flank like this on Orianna is not something you expect to see.
Yeah, and Carrier kills Knight on the back.
You're all good, Munchie. I got it.
Well. Just an
Thank you for letting me know.
Route by T1, and I think, Laura, that's where you do see, even when BLG did look like, okay, maybe we have a
they actually pulled up my stream because T1 I went against
so
Father.
For them,
Dang
especially
it.
with the way that they can play with range.
What do we expect to see here in the second game if we want BLG to come back? Because we've said it, usually MSI, when it comes to this matchup, it belongs to BLG. That really didn't look like it here.
No, I mean, honestly,
it did not
I'm
look
not gonna
like
lie,
it
after
here.
that game one where Dorian wasn't even involved and T1 stopped him, I'm pretty worried for BLG. Like, when T1 is playing this well, when they're really clicking and all playing on the same page, coordinating incredibly well in team fights, it could be a sweep, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, low
he
key.
Got one kill at the end of that. It was actually, again, another thing that this allowed, because I agree with you on this Sion.
I'm a little bit worried because I do feel like
counterpicks himself
if it comes down to it,
but when he was able to get that nice alone time with the side lane,
they might just like stomp him out.
That was a huge difference.
Game one curse, you think so, Holy?
For T1.
Damage on kills is always interesting.
We shall see.
This is how much damage actually was contributed. So 9.5k for Faker
shall
out of his total damage, damage that resulted in an actual
I'm
kill.
a little bit nervous.
So look at how much as well from Owner. Owner, basically all of the damage he was doing was resulting in kills. He was incredibly effective. The gray damage is essentially the damage that is just dealt in poke and whatnot, like hitting each other in lane, but not actually getting a kill. So I always find this stat really interesting to look at. And you can see how
BLG 3-1. I do think that BLG normally comes harder in game 2.
Was resulting in T1 success,
so we'll
T1 kills, T1 objectives. I mean, they were slamming them across the map, and they still found time to get a soul here in like 20-odd minutes.
BLG is going to stay on blue side for the second game, so I feel like they're comfortable with their preparation on this side.
Yeah, that is
Look how Faker's the only one back on the stage.
I think that blue side is kind of the favorable
He's
side
the only one back on the stage, putting in work.
However, one thing I would like to see from them, again, this
I see you. He said he want to get back on stage, so
but I would love to see Bin on a classic
he wants to get back on stage so I can see him.
To smash the matchup,
He's
because
so
I think
silly.
that is something we have been missing a little bit lately from this BLG team fighting.
He's so silly.
We said it. Gigabin calls to the action here, but it is T1 who strikes first here in the first game of this best of 5. We'll see if BLG can come back in game 2.
Okay, Holy, can you tell these pro players to stop picking Callista, Renata? Please. He's Googling cooking recipes. Can you imagine? G2 greater than T1. Lonely kid. Babes, Europe isn't even at MSI no more. Both teams eliminated. NA only got to send one team, and we still they. No, Callista is good if they build lethality. I don't think she has won I miss Brawl too. On Q made JoJo look regular. JoJo looked regular today.
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to? Okay. I get it now. Sweet dreams are made of this.
She hasn't won because they don't build lethality trust. I see the angle, I know the tech. I just need them to pick something else. They losing, it's not working. It's gotta stop. It's gotta stop. It's gotta stop today. BLG gonna pick Ziggs. I will literally turn this off. I won't. It's too good of a series. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's way too good. Why can't the games start at the same time every day? They do. It's either 12 or 5 p.m. It just depends on how many series are getting played that day. So since there's 2 series getting played today, it starts at 12. And all of next week, it will only be 1 series per day. So it will start at 5 p.m. Oh, goodness gracious. What a day it has been. I can't believe Doran almost died at the beginning of that game though. He was just face checking purely. He purely just walked in and face checked. Very wild. Very unhinged.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
The unkillable Krug Lord is insane.
Down, you can't get to the turret. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's gonna take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2. Carrier in danger, but now Bayswan, stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Goma Yoshi's got his number, and T1's count patties. Another pop blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Bayswan dies to a point blank.
Crazy fights.
And T1 runs the rift. T1 smashed the first game here in our World Finals rematch. Best of 5. It was close until it wasn't, and then it was really not close.
I was worried for T1 after Elk started off with 3 kills on the Callista, but T1 matched that in kind and just resorted to violence. I am hoping that BLG bounce back, because we were talking about it, Flowers, at the World Finals last year. The first 3 games, stomp, stomp, stomp. You know what I mean? And so I'm hoping that this was just a precursor, that BLG will be able to fight back and we'll get the 5-game series that we deserve when these two teams fight against one another. We know the caliber of these BLG players.
Are we sure?
I imagine they will brush that aside and bounce
I don't know if we need 5 games to relive this experience.
To the World Final, it was a back and forth every time up until T1 had to win 2
You know what champs got world skins last year?
So let's see
it was Jinx, Bard, Orianna, Lee Sin,
to a T1
and
weak spot
Jace.
in game 2, as T1 were looking good in that first one. BLG over here on the blue side, they're going to continue to ban away that Azir. They're also going to ban out the TF. Over on T1 side, they'll continue paying respect to the Gwen from Bin, and they're also going to make sure that BLG doesn't get their hands on a blue side first pick Varus.
Let's see what the priority is here for these teams, with both the Pantheon and the Poppy already taken out. Vi immediately raises in value. Poppy, such a good answer into the champion. BLG taking away Faker's Galio. He did lose on it when playing against CFO, but I mean, it's Faker. You always gotta respect
Owner does not like playing Sage.
The question is, will this Vi be banned away by the side of T1? Because you just expect it to be that first pick.
The Galio was also the champion in Game 5 of the World Finals that Faker had
3 Faker bans. Are we surprised?
In that top side team fight that really just was that final
Are we even
unkillable
surprised?
moment as the Vi is banned out and BLG first pick. What's it gonna be?
Annie Wukong.
There it is.
Annie Wukong. Nice. Okay, so T1, will they choose to remove the Wukong away from Beishuan, or
Oh, no,
will they allow it? Or will they allow him to have it and have some sort of response? So far from Owner, we've been seeing a lot of just high-impact junglers. We've seen Xin, Wukong. We saw a Zed game from him, the Jarvan and the Sejuani so far at this tournament. Both acting as a front line, but also acting as a carry player. It looks like that he's leaning more towards the front line with the Victor locked in for Faker. The champion hasn't had the most success here at MSI. However, in Faker's hands, it is a big comfort pick, and it does seem like with their priority around getting Faker something comfortable in the mid lane matchup, they just want to make sure that they get him a control mage that he can have control in the lane and also scale nicely into the mid to late game.
Yeah, you could see the win-loss for MSI, 1-5 on this champion. The only thing I'm concerned about is when you look at the last game, Faker had so many clutch moments.
Last time I saw Owner on Xin Zhao was versus HomeQ, and I think he ended, no? Or was that when we were playing in LCK? I just remember seeing him on Xin Zhao, and he performed very poorly.
The guy to stand on it for 2 seconds so that you can start the fight. However, Owner will be on that Xin Zhao like you're talking about, but BLG happy to complete the Annie Wukong combo. And what's that? The champion that Bin played for the first 3 games in a row in that World Final, the Rumble for Bin. BLG's cooking.
This is quite the wombo combo that BLG have crafted for themselves. Cheeky hovers coming through from T1, but it will be Doran.
Why do you always do that?
So that's going to be the primary engage. Things like Braum now rise and
Why did you bet against T1, Chim?
That's likely going to be high on the ban
I feel like BLG is very hungry,
we'll have to wait and see.
And they have looked like they haven't missed a beat, while T1 was dropping games left and right.
Say that BLG is immediately looking at something like
So that is why I voted against T1. Also, T1 has never beat BLG at MSI. And
either as a follow-up or as an
I just feel like there's a lot of mistakes that can be made on T1, and yes, BLG can make mistakes, but I feel like they make less.
Joking a little bit between the games about how Doran just got to kind of enjoy the passenger top laner lifestyle in game number 1, just split pushing the rest of the team, making all the big plays. But this time around, without Faker having the playmaking ability like he'd had on the Orianna,
who is he screaming?
Being on this big go button with the Ornn, there's the pressure on him to find the right angles, find the right times to start these team fights off. Lulu Kaisa banned out by T1 in the second half. The Rakan removed by BLG.
Kaisa is the concern from T1, recognizing the potential backline access. And
But yeah, I'm a T1 fangirl to the day I die. People don't like being called like fangirls or fanboys, but I'm just somebody who keeps it a whole buck 50. I'm a T1 fangirl. Like, I don't even care. I don't even care. I love that team. Bad. All of them. So, okay, guys, hear me out. Can we please get Caitlyn Lutz?
You can see
Can
how
we
the game
please
plan is
get
going to work
Caitlyn
out. Karma is going to be a prevalent
Hey,
pick.
Carria, at least just like bare minimum, can you hover her?
But it is a tried and true combo that
At
we've
the
seen this
barest
bot
of
lane bring out
minimums,
before.
can you at least hover
Of course,
her?
If they want to play safe, they can also play the Braum themselves. There's that Ezreal that we were talking
Just like-
about. Can match the
Just like for
range in the
0.5
sense that
seconds,
you can
hover
play
her.
very safe with the Ezreal on the back line.
Yep.
And
Just
also
hover.
Aurel, not a champion that's designed for
Just
peeling,
hover
but it is a
her.
champion designed for engaging. So when paired
Just
up
like
alongside the
acknowledge
Ezreal,
that
Elk can play
you know what we
independently
want. Just
without
acknowledge it,
relying
bro.
on Ron, whereas Honor's going to be working with his team to dominate in the team fights.
These team fights from
He won't even
BLG
acknowledge
are
it,
absolutely
man.
ferocious.
He won't
Rel,
even
Wukong,
acknowledge
and Annie
it.
all have the ability to start the fight.
See, if
Then
it
the
was
other two
Faker,
can
he would have
follow up,
hovered it.
Drop the Rumble ult over the top. You bring the True Shot Barrage in too.
If it was Fakey
Every single
Wakey, he would
champion
have hovered it.
contributes to this massive AoE damage dump, and T1 cannot get caught in it. Anybody that those 5 abilities overlap on, you are gone. Your screen is black and white for the next little while.
T1 bringing out the Braum to try and mitigate some of that engaged strength that BLG have crafted for themselves. It's only the first game, but we could feel the pressure that T1 was able to exert on the MSI stage. BLG have faced that pressure before, though. Early game, likely towards the top side of the map. Doran was a point where he fell short. They were able to find a lot of successful ganks. If they could put the Rumble in a great position, the mid-game spike from BLG, Trinity Force on the Wukong, Trinity Force on the Ezreal, is a big spike that they're going to want to try and play around.
What's the my special gift in the top 75% reward pick'em? Is it an emote?
Express, right? When you think back to Elkanon chasing so deep in the top side team fight, when you think back to mid lane after they get the first pick, and it looks like they're going to get the second before Faker and Owner turn it around. BLG is so bloodthirsty in these fights, but they just didn't quite have enough firepower. This time around, I think they got it.
Game 2. And the crowd here in Vancouver continues to
Top
deliver.
50%
BLG versus T1, always
is
an
an
exciting
emote,
matchup.
I think.
So far in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's an emote.
Relatively safe. We're expecting that early ward to come through from both sides to try and track where the jungler is starting and what they're up to in this early game.
Still have the combat summoner, or not summoner, keystone there for the Rel on the side of BLG. Meanwhile,
We support. I support T1.
The Braum. And when we heard from
But
T1 about the
I
possibility of
picked
playing
BLG to
in this
win.
rematch, how they were feeling about it, what they thought about it, Faker
But I
said
support
he
T1.
didn't expect BLG to be as tough as the Oysters were after that best of 5. Gumayushi said that BLG is going to relive the nightmare of last year's World Finals and coming so close only to falter there at the finish line. Their Game 1 performance lived up to their words.
I will say that Gumayushi throwing out some trash talk, kind of par for the course. Faker throwing out trash talk.
Yeah, I want
That
another
man is one of the most
prediction.
humble esports players that I know. So to hear that from him was a surprise, but I absolutely love it. T1 backing up their words, as you rightly said, after game 1. But I imagine we're going to start the game off a little bit slower.
Okay.
You're only going to have 30 seconds to input because we're doing it so late.
Expect T1 to be the
You have
team
30
to initiate
seconds.
that early swap, get the Ornn onto the weak side of
You
the
have
map to play
30
into the 2 versus
seconds.
1. For the time being, Gumayushi going to leverage his range to try and get that early push, chip away at the HP bars where he can, and potentially look for an early back and then a swap towards the top side.
Now, one important difference between Game 2 and Game 1, Doran did not find himself in a nasty 1v2 situation before the minion spawn. He was not forced to use that flash early, so there's no extra incentive for Beishwan to path up towards that top side, try to make a play towards Doran this time around. You can see both of the
love
junglers
TL.
actually doing their
Very
clears,
sad they didn't
going
even make it.
opposite directions. Beishwan will be moving towards that bottom lane as Owner paths towards the top side. Tri-lane camera just showing the state of everything. A little bit of trading back and forth on the one who's taken the most damage of anyone anywhere. As Gumayushi, just like you already said, the power of the Caitlyn early on. Every chance you get, utilize that 650 range. Find those little pot shots to build yourself that lane advantage.
Apparently, the dance Driver did was called the JoJo Torture Dance.
Everyone on the Rift is very much aware of what the early game plan is for both.
Is that what he said in the press conference?
T1 going to drop some vision on the ward in anticipation of a potential early gank, and On is looking to try and clear it out. Won't actually spot that ward. This means that there's a possibility of
He had to have had that prepared, dude. He had to have that prepared.
My eyes on Beishuan. E in from Elk, a little low on mana. The trade not really turning into much.
Yep. That's the
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the anime.
He jumps in the way, you throw up the door, the fireplace, I suppose, on this skin, and immediately negates all of the quick trade that wanted to be accomplished there from the Ezreal, as Beishuan has made his way down to this bottom side river. Standing on top of a ward, though, T1's going to be aware of the presence of BLG's jungler.
The fact that he had this prepared
it doesn't really have to alter their behavior too much. A lot of times, if you're playing super aggressive and you back off, it lets the enemy know, hey, that area is warded.
This is exactly what he did.
Safely, as Beishuan now,
I'll show y'all after this game.
Again, but he's still walking over top of that ward. T1 now, though, might be caught a little bit off guard as Beishuan does decide to try to wrap the long way through the tri-brush. Decides to go for a recall.
It's a torture dance that a gang did to JoJo and JoJo's Bizarre Adventures.
Gumayushi using the cleanse there as immediately, as soon as there's distance between Keria and Guma, Elk and On try to step forward, play a little bit more aggressively.
Oh, that's not JoJo, I don't think. It's just crazy that because he was going up against JoJo Pyun, he had that prepped and ready, bro. That's wild. That's so wild.
Spotting him out, he did drop that ward into that bot side of T1's jungle. As Doran and Bin continue to trade on the top side. Close affair here in the bot side of the map. Elk doing a good job considering.
Where did you learn that that's where it was?
Nice chunk. Ooh, nice follow-up there, too. Whenever you can get the stun from the Braum, you set the Yordle snap trap right underneath their feet. It'll arm by the time the first stun is done. You'll get the second stun. You'll prime the headshot, and it makes for a very mean combination there as Guma and Keria will crash the wave into the turret. Knight's down to 100 HP here against Faker's Victor, but Faker is almost completely out of mana, now hitting level 6. Does have enough for maybe one more spell, as Knight will take the opportunity, start his first recall, make his way back to lane. Does have TP for all 4 of our solo laners as per usual, but remember Elk on the Ezreal. This is one of the 80 carries you very commonly see teleport.
Yeah, I low-key need to rewatch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
TP as the game moves forward. We'll see how well BLG can
halfway watched it in college. I think that was the first anime that I was like forced to watch.
Slightly behind in farm, but honestly, as the Ornn against the Rumble, you're fine with that. And just like you were predicting earlier, T1 wants to get him down into that bot side of the map here nice and early, but BLG responds by sending Bin down there at the exact same time.
TP.
Everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. BLG able to match the lane assignments from T1, and they're going to keep things standard for now. As mentioned, Elkanon doing a good job against this Caitlyn, who continues to try and trade, but not really converting it into much. Faker's put a huge amount of pressure down on tonight, but he himself has also been farming very well. So it's a very slow and steady affair here, 6 minutes in. Dragon becomes a point of contention as the Scuttle Crab is what they're setting their sights on for now.
Ooh, Knight drops the combo there on
Oh, we're
Faker,
going in.
Doran launching out the Ornn horn. Beishuan could be in a little bit of danger, but Vin's here ready to back
it's
him
a
up. The equalizer's already been used.
Faker is not there. Faker said, anyways, so...
They thought that they got the chain combo onto Beishuan, but Faker wasn't in a position to follow.
Nah, Faker was not with that fight.
Try and rush these type of fights. I mean, look, Faker's sitting on a catalyst. You really don't have that much damage this early on into the game. So a bit of an overforce there from Doran. Is that BLG find themselves with first blood once more.
All of that for Crab.
So annoying with the Molten Shell on it as he continues to harass Faker with that. Knight going for the early Ionian Boots of Lucidity also makes it so much easier for him to rotate down into those multi-man skirmishes in that bottom side of the river.
Why we gotta pause?
We'll let you guys know as soon as we figure out exactly what's going on with that one, as BLG is off to a nice start here in the second game.
They certainly are.
Ben put, they put paper towels in front of the light so that it doesn't hurt their eyes.
To be the next main point of contention rather than
y'all see that?
Unless one side decides to try
very smart by them,
which wouldn't be unreasonable from T1, as we talked
probably
about.
diffuses the light a little bit better.
Slower early game when you're running Victor Caitlyn. There's no need to overforce anything. We've definitely seen Caitlyn games kind of just come out the gate swinging, especially when we saw that it was from BLG, the Caitlyn Elise game, where at level 2 they were diving towers, they were roaming around the map, they were snowballing the game incredibly quickly. But this time around, I think that because they want to play more of that front-to-back style, they want to leverage their range. They
Look at his little sippy cup.
Especially against an Annie, that double Trinity Force spike.
Yeah, little sippy cup.
If they take a bunch of bad fights early, it just accelerates those spikes on the side of BLG, which means that they can then force you into more dragon fights and they can then continue to compound that lead.
Yep,
so
they got lights everywhere.
I think just trading in the cross map is a wiser choice for them.
It's a cascading problem. The first mistake only makes the second mistake that much easier to manifest, I guess I would say, as this type of situation can be very nerve-wracking when you have a pause in an intense game. Luckily, at least it's at the early stage of the game versus somewhere in the later stages when things can all just come down to that one.
We'll go over the JoJo dance in a second.
Again, we're probably going to end up referencing
once
the last
we learn
time these teams went head-to-head quite often,
why the
considering
pauses.
it was such a high-stakes match. It was such a close match going to the full 5 games in the 2024 World Finals. This was not fearless. It was not the one champion.
See, look at Ben.
Series limit.
All of those towels in front of the
2025 reality.
in front of the light.
Ben played this rumble.
It's literally just on the light.
3 of the first games of that series. In all
yes,
3
they're
of the
holding hand
games,
warmers.
Ben was Rumble, and in 2 out of 3 of those, BLG were
yeah,
the winners.
it's
this
bright
is a
and
very
hot.
iconic
Exactly.
champion for Ben. He is very good on this.
Carrier just took off his jacket, y'all. He said, "I ain't playing no freaking games, bro."
River fight. He has the equalizer. He has the presence. And we'll see how well he can continue building his leads. You can see a massive farm advantage.
They didn't tell us why the pause,
even though he didn't get the kill, he's up 500 gold. He's got the biggest individual gold lead here in the game.
It's interesting because for many Bin followers, this Rumble is definitely a conventional pick. Some will criticize that he isn't like the strongest on Rumble, but then he's had so many good Rumble performances, and I would say that throughout his career, he's definitely had highs and lows on the champion, that's for sure. So far in this game, he has built a very healthy lead over Doran. Does help that Doran did make that mistake in the river as well, as BLG have built themselves up about a 500 gold lead. Elk gonna throw the ulti down onto Faker, chip away at his HP bar. And this is an important play when you're setting your sights on the grubs. You move that bottom lane into mid, you guarantee that mid wave control, and then it makes it very easy to gain access into the river and contest those grubs. As we mentioned, T1 doing kind of what we expected them to do. Not looking to actually fight the grubs, but instead cross-map. Playing more towards the Drakes. And I think it's completely fine to get yourself that Drake, because when we talk about that kind of powerful mid-game spike on the side of BLG, if you're conceding dragons and grubs and all of these neutral objectives, the problem you find yourself in is that you're forced into a fight when you do not want to take it. So getting that dragon alleviates some of that pressure, but the sieging power now, thanks to these grubs secured by BLG, will be something that T1 has to deal with as the game continues.
BLG,
look at that gold lead in top lane, man.
2 grubs claimed already. That third one now.
20 CS lead.
The extra pushing
That's
power
a lot.
they have now could build itself into a lot of extra gold if they can knock down a bunch of these plates. And that's going to start up here in the top lane. Doran's the target as it's a 4-man dive onto the T1 top laner. And Doran.
Oh my gosh, I was about to say. If he got the Ornhorn off, he takes Beishuan.
For the T1 top.
So he was down 20 CS. He's going to be down even more now.
Resources to make that kill happen, though.
Yo, they love your little Doran, Sanjeev.
Get these plates where they can. The mid wave was also pushed
CFO ended up winning, Tone.
Respond. Wise choice by Bin, recognizing that if he'd stayed on the bot side of the map, the risk of a dive was very real. So this cross map is going to happen. BLG will extend that modest gold lead ever so slightly, but Gumayushi still with a gold advantage over Elk.
But the
Look at him
problem,
just taking these
is you're playing
turrets.
turret race against a team that has all 3 of the grubs. Yes, Guma and Keria were there first, but they're doing slower progress. BLG's got more men on the objective, and they're spawning these grubs, doing this true damage over time. At the same time, T1
I don't think Doran can stop it.
time for maybe Gumayushi to win this race. The wave is finally cleared out up here in the top side. The last little bit of the HP.
They're paying for assistance in bot lane.
Turret. Gumayushi needs to shove another wave down bottom. There's also only a little bit of HP left on that.
Knight is going.
Turrets just at death's door, but neither one fully claimed.
Those extra resistances being gained by the turrets means that the damage was not enough from either side.
You calling him the Krug Lord is frying me.
Bin now finds himself in mid. I imagine they're going to move him off to a side soon. You can see on the minimap both AD carries setting their sights in the mid lane. With no neutrals to play for, it very much becomes about farming once again. Continuing to ramp up towards those first major items. Potentially fishing for another pick.
Who's the Krug Lord? Dorn is. So during one of the matches in LCK, Dorn died to Krugs. So it has become a meme. And they clown him every chance they can.
Up towards the top side.
Yeah, T1, fix my pick'ems, please.
For a potential play, or even just to cover Knight in the 2 versus 1. Meanwhile, Faker now finds himself in the side lane with that upgrade.
Bill, I can ask, but every time I ask them not to, they fight within the next 15 seconds. So I think your best.
Was the refillable potion, but now he has to flash away. Base one's ready to follow. Ben's got the follow up. The turret ain't even dead yet. Owner and Faker wanted to commit for the objective. They'll get it, but at great cost.
It's best if you just go without saying anything, because that's what happens every single time, Bill. Every single time, without fail. Because sometimes I'll be having to go pee during stream, and so I'm like, I'll be right back. Don't fight without me. And then as soon as I leave my chair, they fight.
Maybe we can turn this around. It's a really good ulti from Owner. But the damage is just too high. That little minion survives for absolutely ages, but it doesn't do enough to keep the mid.
Granted, Shadow, he did die to Krugs and then destroyed the enemy team. He did. It was as Gwen, right? If I remember correctly.
3 kills, well, 4 kills, I should say, for BLG.
Yeah, the BLG gold lead now. We're not just talking about it as a number that shows a slight lead. This is real meaningful gold at this point. Nearly 2,000 for the side of BLG, as we do have an even state at least on the neutral objectives. T1 with that first Drake, BLG with all 3 grubs. The next Drake spawning in under 60 seconds, as both supports are already starting to play the vision game. Faker does not want to walk too close to on here. It is much easier for the BLG support to engage than for the T1 support to do the same, especially considering Keria still has 25% of the cooldown remaining on the Glacial Fissure. Knight on the Annie now has his first fully completed item as well with the Malignance. Remember, still has those Ionian Boots of Lucidity as well for the extra move speed, the extra ability to rotate around to these plays and back up the rest of that BLG war machine that we've been talking about since draft. The power of the AoE, the power of the combo of all of these ultimates overlapping. That type of a threat can be so dangerous moving towards this next Drake as it spawns, especially since we just saw Bin hit level 11.
Look at the map control that T1 have. They made sure to push in this bot wave. They've got great vision control around the entrances towards the bot side river, but Bin has already moved down. He's now going to help his team get that mid-wave control against Gumayushi, and they're going to gain access to the river first. Faker's pushing out another wave as quickly as he can, and he should be able to do just that, thanks to that upgraded E that he has access to. But BLG still find themselves first into the river. Keria isolated with the mid-jungle duo. BLG not going to waste any time. They know they're stronger. They're going to force this objective.
Yeah, T1's hanging around the area, but I think they're just going to get a front row seat to the dragon dying. BLG pick up their second neutral objective this game. As
We're getting a TP.
About to arrive from T1 deep into enemy territory there with the red buff. Doran's made his way in. Beishwan just blocks the winner's bite there with a clone. Doran's just going to make his way back down to the bottom lane as Owner and Keria steal away the enemy red buff. So T1
why did they do all that?
Not going to find anybody straggling, maybe making a greedy clear through the jungle off the back into the dragon take. They are set up to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane, but not a whole lot else to gain from it. The Kanik Rookern now fully completed for Doran. This is usually when the Orange starts to feel comfortable in the matchup against the Rumble. You just allow the shield to tank all of the damage as you clear the waves. But Faker now
I have a Worlds question. How many teams from ENA are going? I believe it is 2 teams for 3 teams from each region.
Gonna get
Three teams.
ulted on by Gumayushi. Gonna lose a bit of his
It's
HP.
either 3 or 2.
Knight has the TP
And by coming second place in MSI, you can earn an additional slot for your region.
They're a little too slow, and this objective is dying way too fast.
Yep, not only is that going to be Rift Herald for the side of BLG, but the third neutral objective secures the third and final feat, guaranteeing that BLG has the extra power on those boots as well. So nice extra power for the LPL #2 seed, as that gold lead has shrank a little bit compared to the peak that was once around 2,000 gold, closer now to about 1K. Doran, though, I mean, the Kanik Rooker, you can see the little bit of purple on the very end of the health bar. The anti-combo doesn't fully remove the shield, so as long as he's only dealing with Bin or Knight, Doran feels pretty good. It's when Beishuan or Elk starts hitting him that the orange going to start
NA gets either 1 or 2 out of their 3 slots, depending on how they perform during Summer Split, since LTA South is guaranteed one of those slots, right?
Until the next Drake spawns, Otacon just about 60 seconds after that.
Well, with this Herald, BLG have a lot of options. I love seeing the Herald being utilized
Correct.
to open up this mid tower, especially with Guma acting as gatekeeper to help protect this tower. He's doing a really good job of continuing to clear through waves. Victor's wave clear is not going to make it any easier. He's cautiously stepping up on the top side of the map, wary of the fact that he could get collapsed on. Waiting for a little bit more information. On will be spotted. Doran has to respect it. This should give Faker a little bit more confidence in the top lane 1v1.
Okay, Carrier gives him a Christmas present over the wall here. BLG knows the T1's not going to get caught out on this one, but the thing that I'm immediately drawn to when I look at the scoreboard, very low leads in a couple different directions here, right? 200 over to Owner,
I mean,
200 over to Knight.
the top
not
lane
even
lead
that amount back and forth
is
between
pretty
Gumayushi
crazy.
and On compared to their counterparts. Almost the entire gold lead, Vedius, is the top lane difference between Bin and Doran. So if I'm looking at T1, I'm looking at, can they find a fight where Bin's not very effective? And if I'm looking at BLG, I'm saying we've got to get value out of our equalizers if we want to make sure we're continuing to win these fights. The Rift Herald is summoned up mid lane, but the tier 1 turret is still almost fully healthy. Herald's gonna chunk about half of it, now about to die. Owner goes in, immediately drops the Crescent Guard as he engages to make sure that BLG can't immediately burst him down. It buys T1 enough time to clear the Herald out of the way and prevent BLG from strong-arming the tier 1 turret. Now Carry and Gumayushi got to be a little bit careful.
Rumble farms better than Ornn, it is expected. He also has a kill though, yeah?
Sidestepping away from that Mystic shot, 75 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and you can see BLG taking control of the bottom side river.
Yeah. It's got a kill while Doran has 2 deaths.
Faker, though, still very hesitant to push out that top wave. He's been left isolated a lot of this game, and you can see that resulting in the XP advantage. Now Doran caught out.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. Doran is only strong against magical damage. Beishuan does a lot of damage with that stick, and Knight, plenty of extra firepower to back it up there and secure the kill. 5-0 now for BLG as they get the pick on Doran. The tier 1 turret still the target for BLG. Owner and Gumayushi still defending it.
Doran's 3rd death of the game.
Never mind, Jinx don't, right?
Towards the bot side of the map. It means that BLG continue to mount their advantages. A clean scoreline of 5-0. The TP. Oh, a double TP actually. They're trying to collapse onto Knight or Beishuan. I don't think they're really going to get much off
Can
the
we
back of
fast forward this game to where T1 starts winning?
T1 really want to get some kind of a punish here. Knight still trying to get away when becomes lightning slows him down. Carrier misses the winner's bite. Exhaust used to guarantee that Knight can't try to get anything back. Slows him down enough. Shut down over to Faker. 18 minutes and 51 seconds.
We really be manifesting things, y'all. We really speak things into existence.
The pick that they were looking for without Knight, it becomes a lot harder for BLG to contest.
We really do.
Instead are setting their sights on the mid-tier 1. They want to be able to trade this neutral. They're going to pick it up.
Carrier with the Glacial Fissure trying to stop the exit of BLG there, but BLG can get away safely. They don't have to spend any summoner spells doing that. Owner still working on taking this dragon down. And the important thing here, I think, for T1, they got the pick on Knight at a time where they can then stop further stacking towards a soul from BLG without having to do a big team fight. Ben doesn't seem to care about Kanik Rookern anymore right now either. He's already got a big mask and a little mask, and that Kanik Rookern is not doing enough to defend Doran from it.
I mean, Doran also only just ticked over to level 12. There is
honestly true. They've kind of ganking and camping him for the whole series. It hasn't just been this game. Dude, BLG's jackets look so clean.
But it's such a terrifying thing to play against. Double Trinity Force, it's a pretty expensive item, but having it completed, it just gives you so much power. It gives you so much of what champions that run it want. And so with no neutrals on the map to play for, you kind of set your sights on these outer towers, but of course, no outer towers to play for. Now, BLG is the type of team that when they know they're stronger, will say, I don't care what it is, I'll use anything to force a fight against you. And so that means that Artican's priority will definitely rise up as BLG, based on what we've seen so far at MSI, like to try and push the advantage.
You know what's stronger than a Trinity Force power spike, Vedius? A Trinity Force power spike with a fully evolved Muramana power spike, which is what Elk just ticked over to as he fully stacked the item.
It's the best of 5 series. We've come in on game 2. T1 won game 1.
True shot barrage into Gumayushi. Hits him for about 1/3 of his health just with that spell. And the Mystic shots are going to hurt. Remember, again, finally, we're seeing some armor on Doran here with a chain vest, but it's still not going to give him a ton of resistance against the power of this Ezreal.
You can see all this vision control being invested by T1, expecting the Artican to be prioritized soon, but Gumayushi hasn't had a chance to go back to base, is still at about 75% HP, getting a little bit of life back. But on now in a dangerous spot. We'll jump over the wall to safety. Knight gonna try and push in that bot wave. Elk pushing in the mid wave once more. Faker working with Carrier to hold good vision control around this Artican, making it harder for BLG to start the subjective off.
Come on, Cardio.
We've got the Void Staff fully completed for Knight now too, and he has his flash up. This is a massive playmaking tool for the side of BLG.
Hello, Jamal.
Their summoners are all ready to, their combat summoners, excuse me, are all ready to go. 2 of the teleports aren't. The only exception is Beishuan's flash is not quite ready. If they want to wait on that and then try to force the Otacon, they would have everything possible at their disposal to use against T1. T1's combat summoners, though, also all prepared right now, except for the flash on Doran. That one's going to come up right about the same time Beishuan's does, as T1 will see if they can continue trying to defend this objective. Both of the potential skill shots there towards On miss their mark, as the BLG support feels confident stepping up, trying to clear away some of the vision. Otacon, though, does hurt, so On doesn't want to hang on here too long, leaves that last hit on the board for Knight. And it's 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns. 2,500 gold lead for BLG, still having the bonus stat advantage as well from the boots. But one thing that's important to note that makes this gold lead less than you might otherwise think, the flower advantage for T1 is actually really huge. They're at plus 15 flowers, despite the fact that Otacon hasn't been claimed by either side. This gives them a lot of extra adaptive force and makes that 2,500 gold lead feel at least 1,000 less.
BLG for the time being are holding on to the control of this game very well. I like how T1 have been combating back with good vision coverage. Carrier working with Faker to push out these waves. And then
where are they seeing flower count? If you look under the names or the logos of each team, you'll see like a little lotus flower-esque looking shape. So on the left side under BLG, you'll see the number 3, and then on the right side under T1, you'll see 18. Those are the flower counts. Jamal coming in with the 27 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream for a year, and then some, 2 years, and then some.
Carrier's already almost dead. Uses the Unbreakable to guarantee the True Shot barrage. Doesn't have a chance of executing him there, but with Carrier barely able to stay standing, that is BLG's go signal to start up the Otacon. T1 looking to approach, but BLG is ready for him. The Otacon down to 1/3 HP. Keep your eyes on Doran. That could be the big engage, but Knight is waiting over along in the tri-barrage. Doran tries to fire back into him. Pressure on Ben and Doran immediately now, as the Otacon's going to be stolen away by Owner. Beishuan is low. On is already down. Gumayushi with the kill. Knight has to try to run away alongside Ben, as Owner kills Beishuan too. Elk has to try to get away, and Owner is on the chase. Ben and Knight trying to escape.
Oh, now Owner's gonna die. Yeah. Owner was doing too much.
T1 find the fight. It feels like that this game has just been driven by
Owner,
BLG,
you will always
but
be
chipping away
famous.
at the HP of Carrier.
T13. Oh, no way.
Why wouldn't they feel good to try and force
I used to have a stream setup video, but it is heavily outdated. If you do exclamation point setup, that is the one that I'm talking about. But it has been somewhat 5 years since that video was filmed, so it is very...
Ben wants to burn them all up. A little bit more damage isn't there, though, as Ben gets stunned. T1 continuing their retreat. BLG trying to find anybody as the ace in the hole forces BLG to regroup to protect Knight's health bar. And T1 exfiltrates the hot zone after pulling off the fight.
I see it says you resubscribed for 6 months for tier 1. So maybe that's what it is. I think you still get to like
the way in which they've just changed the
do
momentum
the thing.
of this game. And this gold lead is now very deceptive because when you
but I think you still get to like every month
things are pretty much dead even across the board.
do the renew.
The only real atomization
you know what I'm
difference
saying?
sitting on the top lane.
Like I should still be able to see it each month for the next 6 months.
1.9 thousand lead for BLG. Owner jumps in.
Yeah, exactly.
Down to 1/3 HP now as the equalizer fires back from Ben to guarantee that T1 doesn't want to chase further. Owner at 40% HP. BLG continuing to step away to the side here as T1 pressure forward, looking for the tier 1 turret. Doran being the front line, creating the space for Gumayushi to take the objective. The gold lead for BLG shrinks to 1,500. However, it's 30 flower petals to 3.
If they hit the 8K mark, it wouldn't have been that bad.
T1 in intangible gold. 2,000 minus 1,500 is plus 500 effective gold for T1.
I think that the atomization is just on the right people as well. Guma and
I don't like
Guma
that
Faker
way of thinking.
well. Faker's got a
They're really saying like
Knight is fishing for a pick, but
the lotus flowers equate directly to gold. And I think that way of thinking is kind of silly, because if that was the case, it would just give you gold. Oh my God. Faker, why are you playing in that man's face? Why are you playing in that man's face, babe?
You best not miss, because the consequences of what happens when you do are massive. 3 members of BLG fall after Doran. I mean, he just makes up for all the mistakes he's made in this game. A massive ultimate connects onto so many members of BLG. It's Owner that gets one shot from the start. This is the damage potential that we've been talking about from the very start of the game, seeing it in action. BLG with 4 members on the top side think they get this collapse, but Doran
I thought they got that collapse.
This ulti. BLG's getting collapsed on the Brawl multi from Carrier as well. The knocker onto Knight.
Holy.
Faker with the assist on
Where
the
did they
back
go
line.
wrong?
T1 respond with force and find themselves 3 kills.
What a massive, massive turnaround. Doran showing up when
that
T1
gold lead that they had, I think it was like
about
6K.
The entire change in the roster.
Absolutely
We think about how
gone.
controversial it was with T1
Absolutely gone.
swapping out Zeus for Doran. And right there, he's getting himself a couple of points, I would have to think. As BLG thought about starting up the Baron, they think better of it. The gold lead now on the screen, very close between the two. But again, remember,
Krug Whisperer now. Is it Krug Lord or Krug Whisperer? Y'all gotta pick one. Y'all gotta pick one. This is crazy. Y'all are so freaking savage. Both of them, the Krug Lord Whisperer.
Force T1 to an awkward situation.
The Krug Whisperer Lord.
On the flank.
On's looking for it, but he immediately gets counter-engaged. On has to try to get away. Flashing out after using the crash down defensively as well. But a nice engage from Knight.
The flash ult onto Faker for him to not die. Are you not embarrassed, Knight? Are you not embarrassed? Call Faker father right now. Right now. Call Faker father.
BLG utterly routed
Say dada.
Ben will be able to teleport to
Say
safety
that.
alongside Elk. Yes, they won't die.
Wow.
But there's 2 dead BLG
Wow.
players. There's 2 in retreat. And now the Baron's
That
on
was
the
crazy.
menu for T1.
Every attempt that is made by BLG is shut
Say that is wild. Okay,
the
but
idea is
it's
so
wild,
good.
but
Faker
valid.
Isolated in the mid lane. You think that you have
Wild
the
but
one-shot
valid, no?
potential, but it's not quite enough. The Ezreal ultimate from Elk is a nice try, but
Wow.
the Baron will be secured by T1 as they're looking to go to match point here in game 2.
Before that,
No way
they're
it's a
looking to go to
3-0.
Soul. They just got the Baron. They went back. They reset.
No
they
way it's a
purchased their
3-0.
items. 3,000 gold lead up to 5,000 when you consider the
Tell
pedal
him,
bonus.
Cupcake.
And now they're moving
I
down
never
towards the
doubted
river.
T1
BLG have
for a
made their way
second.
up here, so they'll at least have an opportunity to try to fight for this, but they don't have a jungler.
I never
There's
doubted
still
them
10
for a
seconds
singular
before
second.
Beishuan is back alive, and T1 have already started the objective. Owner and Gumayushi putting a little bit of DPS
Thank you for the follow,
in there,
Big
but
Boy
they're DPSing
Dumpling.
very slowly. BLG trying to walk up.
Let's see those pick'ems. My pick'ems are so freaking
but it's a line of
screwed.
cupcakes from Gumayushi, and it's so difficult to fight through for
They are
BLG.
so screwed.
The Ocean Dragon is the target. On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he
Look
gets
at
is a
that,
face
True.
full of bullets. Doran has joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're going to go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Beishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup.
So
They're gonna
T1 gets
claim the Ocean
Soul.
but
What
about
about
the
this
rest of the
fight
fight?
afterwards?
Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayushi's ready to free fire.
Did Doran just flash Ornhorn? Did Doran just flash Ornhorn? Talk to me. Did Doran just flash Ornhorn?
Not quite enough range, and T1
Did he really?
Finally, Faker drops, but the cost is far
No. We're gonna have to go in the clips. We're gonna have to go in the clips. No. We're going in the clips now. We're going in the clips. I'm gonna pull it up.
BLG execute upon their game plan. The wombo combo looks so good.
We're going
but
in the
at this
clips.
point, it feels like the T1 is just too far ahead with the Soul
We're going in the
secured
clips after
as
this game.
well. In the extended fight, they're able to make magic happen once more. 2 additional towers
Krug,
secured,
Whisperer,
and
Lord
BLG
Flash,
find
man.
themselves firmly on the back
Yeah, let me
foot.
see this again. Let me
We'll
see this again.
The engage come through from the MasterCard price this moment onto Faker. The combo with the Rumble ultimate, with the Wukong. Faker doesn't get a chance to escape, but the response is swift from Guma. He takes out Beishuan. In the 4 versus 4, it looks like it could go either way as Doran gets lower and lower, but then the ulti from Doran with fantastic patience. He works with Guma to pick
You
them
can't
apart,
dodge it
and
if you don't know
BLG
it's
falls
coming
short
a
in the
second
fight
earlier
once
than
more.
when it's
And when
supposed
Faker
to.
died, the Chaos Storm was
Wow.
still raging on top of the Dragon,
Doran
making
is
it
looking
difficult for BLG
mighty
to try
fine.
to approach and do anything. Beishuan was the one traded, so there's no
You
chance
did,
to smite it
Munchie.
away.
You
but
did
even
him
if
too.
anyone else wants to try to
He
step
really
up to
did flash
challenge,
R2.
the
He
Chaos
did.
Storm is still
He did,
there.
Bill.
T1 now with the
That
Soul, with the
was
4,500 gold lead, with
crazy.
the push here in the top lane. Doran with the call of the Forge God, and it's on. Called straight back into the grave yet again. Gumayushi unstoppable.
Y'all, is it really about to be a
T1 stepping
3-0?
forward behind the Braum, but they've stepped too far. They end up losing 1, but they are not done. A double for Guma, make it a triple.
That's game.
Caitlin's on the hunt. She's locked and loaded.
Look at Beishuan. He
T1
said,
on the victory march. Inhibitor down in the top lane.
Knight, why do you look frantic, fam?
Knight steps in. He goes
Knight
to the
just
engage, but he
flashed
doesn't
to
find anything.
Doran.
T1. They were behind for so long.
Are y'all scared of T1? Y'all playing frantic. Y'all are not playing calm, cool, collected, and confident.
The Nexus will not, and T1 go up 2-0.
This is embarrassing for BLG.
It is the intangibles that you cannot quantify.
Okay,
for
Sippy
T1,
Cup.
regardless of the form.
Okay,
When
Sippy
it comes to
Sippy.
international competition, they are a force to be reckoned with. BLG had such a good start to this game, but T1 found the will, they found a way, and they go to match point.
BLG looked better, but it still wasn't enough. Lore, analysts, tell us about it.
The crowd goes wild again as T1
No,
takes
truly,
us
that
to
was
match
crazy. Okay, we got a couple of clippies we gotta go over. This is our first one here.
After using the crash down defensively as well, but nice engage from Knight.
the flash ult onto Faker for him to not die. Hold on, did we even see it? Oh, yeah. Right here. Whoa. Babes, you did no damage. The flash ult onto Faker for him to not die. Are you not embarrassed, Knight? Are you not embarrassed? It's crazy. Call Faker father right now. Right now. Crazy work, dude. Say dada. Crazy work. Say dada. Okay. And then I want to see the Ornn. The Dorn on Ornn. That was crazy as well. I think it's this one. Right here. I need to slow this one down. I want to slow this one down. Look right here. Watch Dorn. He calls the Ornn horn. So T1 gets soul. What about this fight afterwards? Right here. Look. Right here, you're expecting, okay, you probably have about 2 seconds. You got about 2 seconds to dodge this Ornn horn before it comes back at you. Like, you're just looking at the distance from Ornn and the actual, like, ult, right? No, you have no time. You actually have -5 seconds. The Ornn horn is actually already behind you. It's actually gone. And the emote! And the emote! He flash R2'd emoted on your forehead. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Did Dorn? How does that make you feel? That's diabolical. That's diabolical. He needs to go to federal prison for that one. That's diabolical. I can't take it. Diabolical. He styled on your forehead and gave you a thumbs up. Diabolical. Diabolical. Okay. Last thing we need to do here is okay. So here's the dance that homeboy did. Here's the dance. What is happening? There's the dance. Now here is the reference. Here is the reference. There's the snaps. And then there's the turn. It's literally JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. That man really Googled this, practiced the dance, and then did it today. That is crazy work. The JoJo torture dance. In front of JoJo. In front of JoJo. Just flash Ornn. Today has truly been a game.
Like that is a little bit of the Faker effect. That is a little bit of the T1 effect where it's hard to turn those nameplates off and try to pretend that you're just playing just another guy.
And I want to come back to what Bin told me when we had this first interview at the beginning of the tournament. The fact that their biggest enemy is themselves. And I am wondering, have they been challenged enough in the previous series that they had, because it really looks like it is the first big challenge that BLG is having here. I'm just wondering, what do they need to throw? What do they need to do to come back and actually bring us a series? Because so far, I haven't seen such a one-sided series since G2 yesterday. So let's
no. I mean, I big agree with Ben still, right? I said it during that interview. Their biggest challenge is themselves. Like, we saw them really fall apart after one mistake.
They do look like they fell apart, dude.
Game one, we see them kind of fail to be able to engage. Part of that is just T1's incredible map play, but part of that also is being unable to recognize these windows, like you said, Isaac, to really
Dorn
make
gap.
their advantages matter.
Real life.
Exactly. I just say nameplates off, play exactly to your win conditions. If you're an early game comp, full send it, no fear. You have to go right at T1 because T1
I'm sorry this is happening to you, brother.
The way that they need to play.
T1, they have the world champion title.
I'm sorry this is happening to you, brother.
They have the crowd support here in Vancouver. So we're gonna take a short break here and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to see if BLG can bounce back or if T1 can close out.
Crazy. Wait, why are you sad about that, Bill? They really did say they're not playing no games. They ain't playing no games with none of you hoes. None of you hoes. Crazy work.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers.
Something about keys in a key graveyard.
On us. Yep.
Wait,
iPhone
what?
16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
I do not know the lore behind the trophy. Y'all, we might be getting into a quick 3-0. This could be it. This could really be it. This could really be it. Holy moly, we got a whole 2 minutes in between. Are there any more like games that we can play in between? Like any of those? Let me see. There might be some more quizzes. I forget what the... It was like League of Legends. Oh my gosh. Do y'all remember the Impossible quiz? Dark, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 14 months of support. I hope you are having a wonderful day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows. Do y'all remember this? Oh my gosh. Is there a dark mode version? Holy moly. I'm gonna turn this down. Dude, I don't know if anybody's ever beaten this. I definitely haven't. I forget. You can't start off with 0 lives. I think it's 4. All right. No, but a 10 can. KO. The answer. Flip mouse here. Wait, why isn't it working? Okay, well, I'll just go around. Is it carrot? Oh my gosh, is it shallots? Dang it, man.
Wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna have to start over. We're gonna have to start over. I feel like I remember most of them. Was it shallots? An elephant. There it is. Oh my gosh, I forget. I forget which one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here at MSI 2025.
Oh
we are in the middle of the World Finals Best of 5
this is so sad.
between BLG and T1.
I don't remember what that one is.
Game 1 was a stomp for T1. Game 2 looked like BLG had figured things
Well, it wasn't this one.
They were locked in until
top right.
Until
okay.
T1
choose food.
Roared the life in that bottom side river
the
fight
smallest
near that dragon and immediately slammed the brakes on the BLG War Machine. Now they're up 2-0.
I will say that what we
it's
saw
one of these.
while the game was happening was Faker just quietly continuing to farm in the side. You know, in that final fight, it was all 18 to 14 of Knight.
Dude, the fact that I can remember this is crazy.
Finding some fantastic on
Is it
engages. The wombo combo that we were waiting for from BLG, it just felt like T1 was adamant to not give it to
Why
them.
do I feel like it's
and then when they did
it's 17
the gold
hammer time. Oh my gosh, I don't remember this one. It's like blue, green, green, yellow, orange or something like that.
Pressure that they seem to be putting onto T1.
It's blue.
It feels
blue.
Like
is it blue, green, green, yellow, orange?
Whatsoever.
And we're still in the upper bracket. Obviously, losing here doesn't
blue,
mean
orange, green, green,
but for BLG,
yellow.
after
Holy
so
frick, that's so insane. Like, we remember this. Like, I was correct. It is blue, 2 greens, a yellow, and an orange. It was just, like, incorrect.
The first 2 games have gone the way of T1.
I think it's sealed.
Electing to stay on the blue side.
Holy freaking moly.
As they'll continue
it's this
to ban
one.
out the Azir and the Twisted
it's
Fate.
this one.
They're also going to
oh
ban
my
out
gosh,
the
this is
Nocturne, keeping that one away from
crazy.
Owner. Over on the other side, T1 still
Kitty was
wants
translating
nothing
for
to do
CFO.
with Ben's Gwen. They're
Kitty was
also
there
gonna remove that
translating.
misfortune. You talked
Okay,
about
let's
it
get back into
previous
it.
drafts, how BLG likes to draft these big team fighters. They don't want to give Elk the opportunity. Aurora, the last ban for T1 here.
Vi is now open, Flowers. It's something that was banned away by T1 on the red side. With Poppy gone, it rises a lot in value. And without hesitation, BLG is hovering the pick. The question is, what are they going to look to pair alongside? Perhaps Knight's all-time famous Ahri. We've been seeing the priority on the champion decline over time, but with so many prominent mid laners taken out of the pool, it could very much return to being a priority for Knight.
Hey, T1, since y'all are so far ahead, can we do like a fun bot lane?
Seeing them prioritize Faker's champion a lot.
Can we
First game it was the
please?
Orianna, second it was
so
the Victor, but this
why do y'all
time
keep
it will
ignoring
be
me?
Yushi's Varus.
Why do y'all keep
World-famous
ignoring me?
champion for him specifically. And he's going to be able to lock that one in, and they have pick of the litter with how they want to match up into the Vi.
And we remember last game, the Varus was banned out by T1. They didn't want to allow BLG to have that power pick on B1, but I feel like this time they're saying, oh, the Vi's open. You probably really want the Vi. They leave the Varus open. They end up getting it for themselves. The Skarner next to it for Owner to have that front line, have that big, powerful meatball there to lead the way. And how does BLG want to respond to it? What is going to be the answer to the power pick in the bot lane here? Or do you even want want to bother with the bot lane right now. Instead, they'll lock in Ambessa for Bin.
They might need to grab the Kai'Sa now. Oh, there's
no,
the Ahri.
Okay, of course, that's what we needed to see. Knight's famous Ahri picking that one up. Huge.
Not you not rocking at it. Well, not rocking with it at all.
Zyra Khan's in the lore. Vi and Ahri are in pro play. This is the duo that gets so much done.
But it's also Knight's Ahri. It's a champion that he's had so much success on throughout his career. It's a champion that I'm gonna
have to leave this watch party in my underwear. Oh no! How is it though? How is it, Holy?
Because of how good he
Tell Oats I said was good. I miss my peepos.
When he gets his hands on the pick.
I miss my peepos.
Has kind of been left to the wayside, so BLG can continue to pinch
they lit over there.
Try and put some pressure on Faker.
My husband playing hi best friend. Look at my bait on the screen right now.
Matchup against the Ambessa, a pretty good
Look at Bay.
in the early game. He can definitely build some leads and will also act as an effective dive buddy.
Sanjeev, you might have to send it in the Discord because there's no links. Like my auto mod censors out the link.
This second half of bans looks like here. The Silas.
Oh, who's Bay?
Faker played this a lot in that last World Finals best of 5 against BLG. They don't want to allow him to have the opportunity to do it here on match point, while T1 instead going to focus those additional dive buddies, those additional engage mechanisms on the support role for On. They'll ban out his Rakan, they'll ban out his Nautilus, and try to reduce the amount of extra go buttons that BLG can use.
I do wonder if they will consider
period, Holy. Are there a lot of people there? Is David there?
To try and bully out on that matchup. But, ooh, the Tom Kench as well.
I didn't do a watch party there, but I streamed there.
It's very interesting.
For like a weekend or so.
Champions in the Tom Kench. You can see where BLG's head is at, a potential
decent turnout. That's so lit. I really want to go back.
How much dive is coming through on the side of BLG.
Maybe if Worlds doesn't happen, or like if I don't go to Worlds, I'll go to New York for the watch party.
Saving it relatively late into the draft. No, it does look like that.
Yeah, no, I miss it, bro. They were so nice.
You take that away from On, one of his best champions.
Nah, Worlds will happen. I'm on my knees freaking praying. I hope they invite me to Worlds so bad. I really hope they invite me to Worlds.
Now, what do you even pick into it? With the AD carry pool kind of limited in terms of good matchups into the Varus, the Xayah, of course, raises in priority. You go back to the bans, you can see the Rakan taken away. It does lean you
I really hope I get on-site co-streaming, man. I really do, I really do, I really do.
Potential follow-up.
Okay, Xayah is locked in here, so the defensive option.
Right, Cupcake? I really hope we get to do something like that again.
It can be difficult for her to try
I'm
to get in range of these longer possible artillery type champions. If Varus can hit a lot of piercing arrows, particularly with
plus like just being in China.
Nightmare for that Xayah. And it looks like our last pick here will be the support Gragas for On.
I love that, honestly. I love the support Gragas. Like, I don't hate that at all.
Open an avenue for your dive to gain access onto the backline. Oh, your Renekton is flying
period. And I would do it up even more. No.
Quickly set
not even a China vlog.
Like the idea
I've got my IRL streaming like backpack, y'all. Like y'all would get China streams. Like how dope would that be, bro? It would be Streamer University in China. Like come on, dude. Do you have to apply for Worlds, or is it just they shoot you an invite? They just hit you with a DM and they're like, hey, we got this opportunity. Do you want to be a part of it? And like, I don't even know why they asked me, do you want to be a part of it? Because I'm always like, bro, I will do backflips to be a part of it. Like you don't even gotta ask, bro. Like I'm freaking there, man.
Let's look at this from the perspective of BLG. BLG are the ones
I just hope.
Are against the wall. They
all right, bye, Holy. They won't, but bye, Holy.
Now that we see both drafts.
They want
have
to
a great day.
Aggressively. Set up Knight for success. Vi is such an effective champion at working
they will.
with the Ahri specifically around their level 6. Get the flash
I mean, I even picked them in my pick'ems, and the copium is not that high.
And then when this rise is put behind,
reverse sweep incoming. All right.
To start making plays throughout the rest of the map.
All right.
All right, let's do it. Loading into the Rift for the third time today. T1 up 2-0 in this series.
It trips me out how Ben put the napkins over the light, bro.
With Gen G in the upper bracket after. It's gonna be a big one. Can BLG bounce back and show that they've got what it takes, or will T1 run this series over 3-0? BLG has a larger grouping top side than in previous games in this series. On just going to use his body slam over the wall there. The mobility on the Gragas can get you deeper into enemy lines than you otherwise might expect someone to be. T1 going to go for a counter invade, but they are on top of an early ward from BLG.
Immediate response from T1 to get that very deep vision onto BLG's bot side jungle. BLG gonna path back this way. Faker, he's gonna spot them out.
Faker walks right into the brush. Knight with the level 1 charm finds that on Faker as Keria goes for the headbutt to knock Elk away. But now On continuing to put the pressure on. Faker's under pressure from the Ignite.
I was about to say, no way that man gets out.
First blood goes over to BLG's mid laner.
Knight has to commit his flash,
Knight
realizing that
with his Faker skin on. Flashes to kill Faker.
Great start for BLG getting
Say
that
Dada.
punish. And how the trade in the bot lane, Guma, he extends the barrier. And BLG already off to the races here in game 3.
Yeah, this is a very nice start for BLG. The non-flash summoner spell down for both On and Keria here in the bottom lane. Guma also using that barrier, like you pointed out. So it's +1 summoner spell in the bot lane 2v2. The advantage
And then
for BLG
immediately loses the game, right?
They got onto Guma Yushi, and Faker dying there before the minions even spawn. He's already had to use his teleport to get back to lane and make sure that he doesn't miss EXP. So that typical handshake of mid laners trying to scale towards level 5,
Do y'all say XP or do y'all say EXP?
Item and then return will not be there.
I mean, the good news for Faker is that Knight started with the charm, which means that in terms of the very early mid-wave push, it's going to be entirely in Faker's control.
Yeah, I say
Getting
XP
that
too.
push, they also have that early ward that they invested onto the Raptors to spot out where Beishuan was starting in the early game. The trade's going to come through.
I ain't got time for one extra syllable. We'll talk about it.
So even though the barrier was expended, Guma Yushi leveraging the strength of the Varus to bully out Elk and On in the early laning phase. Knight finds himself underneath his tower in the early game, kind of as we expected by starting with that E. So Faker's been able to build a little bit of a CS advantage in the 1v1.
Another big difference in this game that was also present in the last game. On continuing to play with combat keystones, the aftershock that he played on the Rel in game 2. He is also playing on the Gragas here in game 3. Meanwhile, Keria, once again, taking the Summoner's Spellbook. You already mentioned in draft, the Alistar typically doesn't have as much lane presence as many other supports do. So instead, he's saying, all right, we're just going to rely on Varus, keep the range, keep the push, and he's going to use the Spellbook to scale through the game, have more of those options to try to catch BLG off guard.
It's a very fast swap towards the top side of the map coming through from Elk. A lot of farm and experience is going to be lost. The wave state also isn't ideal. It's not like he's catching a wave that was pushed underneath the tower. So he's about half a level now behind Guma Yushi. He lost a wave and a half in terms of farm. Faker maintaining control over the mid wave. His owner hovering around. No flash, remember, on Knight.
Doran, ruthless predator. I mean, maybe if Doran just gets really crazy, but right now he's happy to just ward the brush. Elk steps up, finds a couple of feathers there, but Doran's still just fine as Guma Yushi and Keria have now made their way up here for the response swap. Keria using the minion to gain a little bit of extra distance with a headbutt. Wants the pulverize.
Okay, good peel on.
Doesn't
Good
find a
peel.
whole lot else, but Elk loses a bunch of health to the piercing arrow of Guma Yushi, even though they
I
don't
respect
get the full
that. I respect that.
lockdown. And now, yeah, Elk going for a recall. This Xayah feels pretty far behind.
Yeah, no TP to get back to lane. Already down 10 CS. While Guma Yushi slow pushes this wave top lane.
The good news that this wave should slow push back towards that top tower, but they don't find a successful swap in the sense of getting out of this 2 versus 2. On now in a lot of danger.
Uh-oh. Keria's gonna stand in the way of it. Immediately flash, pulverize, headbutt to knock the big man back. Now with owner showing up, there's no way out for On. And Guma Yushi puts an arrow straight through him.
A clean play from Keria. The flash in front to give On no window of escape. Oh, this is disaster for Elk. Owner's hovering around. The threat of a dive is real. He recognizes that he's in serious danger. Beishuan has to get over here quickly. He desperately needs this farm.
Beishwan coming around from the side. It is a one-level advantage for the Vi, but that's not going to matter. Elk gets slammed into the wall. Could have a 3v3 here. Faker thinking about rotating over. There is a Realm Warp available for the Rise. TP coming in now
or Faker for series MVP, I wonder. Maybe Guma for just never dying.
Using the heal from the Alistair for the extra move speed to make their disengage. Faker also
I feel like they never give it to supports, but Keria does put it like this team would fall apart if it wasn't for Keria.
For the Vi as Knight has the spear rush. Faker's going to be caught out. Nice play from BLG, and Faker's taken down.
Faker comes from mid to assist with T1's escape, but he finds himself isolated.
It's kind of hard for him to not die when they focus the frick out of him 100% of the time.
Some of this pressure that was coming down onto the top side. Elk, though, still finds himself in a very difficult position, a full level behind Gumayusi, and he's down about 2 waves.
Yeah, and look at how big the wave is, Betty. It's bouncing straight towards Gumayusi and Keria. Elk Zaya is going to have some work to do to catch back up. But Knight on his famous Ahri, off to a 1-0-1 start, off to a gold lead against Faker. In both of these past couple of games, BLG has tried to find the plays, tried to find the kills onto the T1 mid laner, and they've just come up short time and time again. If Knight can get fed, if Knight can be the one behind the wheel, they just might find what they're looking for.
I mean, they're in a great position because Beishwan about to take over to level 6. That mid laner has no flash. Knight, when he gets his ultimate back up, that is where I want to see these plays being made. Either threatening a play onto Faker, or at the very least getting that mid push and threatening a dive on the side lane. BLG need to find a way to help get Elk back into this game. Because
it's a very valid support.
Very awkward spot.
But I think it's because they still need some type of like tank engage while also having AP damage.
Meanwhile, on the top lane is
kind of checks all of those,
as they have done throughout this series, just kind of farming
all of those
back and forth. Dawn has
boxes.
built up a bit of a lead, kind of as we would expect in this matchup. Renekton having the advantage in the 1 versus 1. Knight, with the Lost Chapter already completed, is kind of an Ahri's dream. Getting that first item as quickly as you can really just helps with your wave clear. Really nice mana. On and Elk find themselves in a 2 versus 1 here. Guma has to respect this.
Yep, trying to get the distance and
TP
does
coming in
successfully
from
get away
Alistar.
before On can find the range that he would need to try to make any sort of a move here. And now the teleport from Keria. There's the use of that Summoner Spellbook, like I mentioned earlier, just having the versatility of all the different options. 2-1 for BLG. Dead even game considering the extra disadvantages
Rakan
for
could
Elk
fit
based on those minion waves like we were talking about earlier.
Build, but not with the AP ratios that
now going to
Own
start
has.
up the Void Grubs. The first dragon wasn't taken before these, and T1
Or
going to go
Gragas
ahead
has.
and get ready to go. Now Faker looks like he's taking a recall now, but he has his teleport ready to join up here in the fight. First grub already over to T1. And it looks like BLG is going to call
Also,
it
I
off.
think they've already played Recon this series.
They would have loved to have fought it.
Or maybe I'm
but
thinking
they're
about
already
last
kind of in no
series.
position to fight. Gumayusi being level 6 has that ulti available. That alone could be
The
a
games
difference
are going
maker,
so fast.
But without the additional damage of their AD carry, in a 3 versus 3, they would consider taking it. But as you recognized, Faker TP's back into the grub pit. They generate a 4 versus 3 numbers advantage. So T1 secure the grubs. Now they can swap their top side back towards bot and start playing towards the dragon if they want. Knight takes a chunk of damage from Faker, zoning him from the wave. But here we go.
Beishwan goes in. There's your cease and desist. Knight needs a little more damage. Faker's
And he gets out. And y'all do all of that for why?
Doran with the dominus, trying to put the pressure on to Bin. Public execution is still
And
ready.
y'all did all of that for why?
Defending himself underneath the turret. Doran charging up that Fury bar, though. Finds the empowered Call the Meek for a little bit of extra damage. But remember, once Ambessa unlocks her ultimate, she has the passive vamp on everything. It's much harder to wear him down over time.
A scary situation for Faker to find himself in. This is the play that we were talking about.
I mean, they're
draft.
on
This is
him
what I wanted to see
heavy.
BLG doing
They are
to get a
always
foothold
on
in this
fakey
game.
wakey.
They make the play happen, but they don't actually have enough damage to get the kill down onto Faker. The dragon now going to be secured by T1 as well. The objectives are going the way of T1.
What's the series record? 2-0.
It feels like that slowly
Doran
but surely BLG is
has
losing
been
more and more
looking
control over this game.
solid.
Still
consistently.
very close in terms of the gold overall.
And I don't want to say I'm surprised,
this game, Vedius,
but
is the fact that level 1 kill onto Faker, yes, it didn't end up making a whole big difference in terms of snowballing a massive gold lead, but the big thing it does is desync mid lane teleports, and they're still desynced. We talked about how Faker could join up in the grub fight earlier because he had the TP. Well, he's still got about half a cooldown left on that summoner spell. Knight, his teleport is ready to go, and what I want to see is if BLG can use that TP advantage to find the opportunity to make a big move somewhere.
Gonna be difficult, but definitely an option for them. Faker working with Carrier and Ona once again to control the vision, something we've been seeing them do very well throughout this series. Beishuan on the top side, so again, T1 just playing with numbers advantage very well, making it difficult for BLG to contest them or approach. Carrier playing with nothing but confidence. He's going to drop another ward, put some extra pressure down on the Tonight, but the bot lane will return to that. Ooh, ulti.
Yeah, there's your public execution from Bin, but honestly, it doesn't turn into a whole lot, at least at the start. Bin gets some good extra damage on the back.
He still has ultimate.
There.
Oh, okay, he was, oh yeah, he's sitting in the fog of war. He's hovering around the top side of the map.
Doran does have, however, the Dominus ready to go again. Owner's about to show up too. And as soon as Doran's posturing aggressively like that,
about that life.
Out the wave, BLG knows something's got to be going on here. The wave gets cleared out, Beishuan and Ben back away, and T1 maintains the safety of their top laner.
A wise disengage.
Genji Doran was more about being a front line for ruler, and HLE Doran was more about being an enter. So T1 Doran is all about taking cheeks.
Now the gold largely remains evil. Levels being secured as we get closer.
3 different Dorans, man.
Dragon off the game. Both teams prioritizing getting what farm they can.
There's something poetic about Knight playing the Faker Ahri skin into Faker himself.
The Hall of Legends skin itself.
They all do that, though.
The man that never wears a skin.
It's a feeling that most
they all do that. They all like to go up against Faker, play his role, lock in his champion, and put on his skin, and then do the 2-step in front of him. Like,
knocked right back with the explosive cast. Doran tries to find the Ruthless Predator, but there's nothing there. Feat of Warfare claimed by Knight and BLG.
You wanted to see them use the Knight TP aggressively, and they do. I will say it's a bit, ulti.
Okay, Elk's fine.
Yeah, he is, but I think it was overkill. I will be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, funneling resources into Knight, great idea. But you just left Faker isolated in the bot lane. He's just chipping away at those tower plates.
No, he has not used the Ahri
to get another wave. Bin had no TP to go and respond of his own, which meant that, yeah, the actual gold swing doesn't shift that much.
I don't think I've ever seen Faker use a skin professionally ever.
Exactly. He's working towards turning the ring into a book, and that might be the difference maker that they need. Knight does complete his Malignance here early on. This item can be very powerful with champions that get the chance to proc it multiple times with the ulti, like Ahri does. Gives you a ton of extra cooldown, too, to make sure those spirit rushes are always available, and that could be the big
in a professional game, Bill?
BLG needs to get their first win in this series, to take us to a Game 4, and to keep the fight going against T1. 75 seconds until both the Dragon and the Herald spawn. They're desynced by literally 1 second, which I think, Vedius, always creates an interesting map state as teams have to decide, do you want to handshake this? Do you want to try to dissuade them while also half-heartedly going for the other objective yourself? It's always an interesting dance.
Certainly is. And we think about TPs once again, it's T1's turn with the TP advantage. Because Knight committed that to be on the top side of the map, he is in a position to contest the Herald, but I think it makes it much harder for BLG to contest the Dragon. Ona and
Beishuan just like took that. Like he just decided he wanted to lose half of his health bar. Like I just don't understand how that's optimal.
Okay, all right, Carrier.
I see how that's optimal.
And you are forbidden from touching it.
It's even, insult to injury is knocking him over the terrain, so if you want to get back to the wards, you've got to walk the walk of shame back to the ward. As Doran versus Bin, once again, the fight breaks out. Both of these guys are seemingly way too happy to commit their ultis to these fights, but this one ends up being good. They've got the opportunity to take the tier 1 turret. That's going to be the feat of turret for T1, and that's going to be one step closer. All they need is one neutral objective now. They'll have the extra boots too, and that neutral objective spawned right beside him here in the bot side river. Second Drake of the game is live. They already got the first one. If they get this, they'll be on a nice road to stacking towards the soul. They also got the 3 Void Grubs. It's every neutral.
He said it was a glitch that didn't allow him to change it. That's funny.
Which means that they are not in a position to contest this objective. A Herald will still do BLG nicely. They can drop it into the mid lane to help them secure that tower, especially with Gumayushi acting as the gatekeeper once again. We often see him in this position. Ulti gets thrown out, won't connect onto base 1. But ultimately, T1 feel like that even though they are behind in gold, they're in a good position. 2 dragons to their name, the feats of warfare. They've secured the first tower of the game as well on the bot side of the map. And by the way, that was a clean movement. Guma getting that push in mid. He's had it all game long against El. And then that fight over that ward, escorting Guma from the mid lane to the bot lane. They caught that wave in bot, and then they secured the objective as well. Oh, top side.
Once again, they're looking to put the work in on Faker and BLG. Knight
of course.
is eating so good in this.
Of course they are.
3-0-1.
When are they not?
0-3-0 for Faker's rise.
Dang,
a 1,500 gold lead for BLG. And while T1 was making their play on the bottom side, you already touched on it. Base 1 secured the Rift Herald, so that means BLG have the opportunity to extend the gold lead even further. Now Knight could have a bit of a problem. He's already used the Spirit Rush, and now he's got to try to escape from Doran and Owner, but his flash was already spent, and Owner's ready to chase. That's a kill going over to T1 as Carry and Gumayushi are up against the remainder of BLG. Bin trying to distract Doran and Owner, as now Carry is ready to jump right back into the fight. It's Faker trying to join up with the TP. He's arrived, and the cask flies out to buy some time, but it won't buy enough. Elk with a nice root there on the blade caller, but he gets pulled back. A double impale from Owner, and BLG are shattered.
Just like that.
Wow.
T1 flipped the game on its head once more. The momentum going so much in the favor of BLG. Knight is getting so strong, but he stays for a wave too many. T1 collapse onto him.
Dude,
they get a big
Owner
shutdown.
smurfed
BLG,
that,
though,
no?
desperate for something else. Think that they've caught out Carrier. Maybe they can even get a play onto Guma. He's safely over the wall. Carrier acting as a bodyguard, and then they forget that TP is available for Faker. The man arrives. T1 are poised to collect these kills.
Look
and
at
as
this.
desperately as Elk tries to escape, Faker and Owner make the magic happen. Kill after kill after kill. They take out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't have said it better myself. 5 kills to 4. T1 now lead with the gold.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful sequence there from
T1.
BLG trying to make their play, but Knight getting caught at the very start. That was your 3-kill Ahri, dying to kick off the fight. Now Doran versus Bin once again. Doran popping the Dominus to clear out the wave. BLG was trying to overload to go for a dive here. T1 brings up reinforcements. Doran clears the wave out in time that BLG can't act before those reinforcements arrive, and that means BLG back away. They're gonna get a consolation prize of a red buff, but what's that, Vedius? Down there in the bot lane, we got a long-range problem as Faker's applying pressure onto the tier 2. He will demand a response from Knight there with the teleport to go answer that, but that's once again the most fed player on BLG being drawn away from the battlefield. Owner continues chasing forward. Gumayushi's going to pick up a Scuttle Crab. T1 maintains control over the top side river.
BLG gets sucked into the action.
I'm really confused as to how BLG had such a gold diff
might be the target
advantage.
here for the BLG engage. Finds a nice 3-man pulverize. Drops the unbreakable will, but they'll break him anyway. They just want to give the money over to Elk, bring him back into the game. Gumayushi not back. Beautiful play from On. Shut down for Knight. Owner with another double impale. Has been to flash away from the turret.
Killing it on the Starner though.
BLG a man and they find 2 critical picks.
These are the type of plays we need to be seeing from BLG. Pick after pick, getting more control on the map, converting these picks into objectives as well. The mid tower has been secured. BLG showing us that there's still very much life left in them. I thought that they'd be in a bit of danger, but when you look at the map state,
I love the barrier from Keria.
Guma throws out the ultimate to try and help his support, but there's little he can do. Knight has already collapsed. Guma doing his best to sidestep, but he doesn't have any summoners. Then on with a fantastic ulti.
He
Sets
tried.
up for the shutdown on Tonight. And then Ona's forced to retreat. T1 lose a few members. They lose that mid-tier 1. And BLG fight back here in game 3.
T1 still with a 2-0 Drake lead, however, and 10 seconds until the third Drake of the game spawns. BLG do not want to give this one away for free, as T1 try to hit him with a couple of skill shots on the way through. Ward over the wall from BLG, gonna see the Drake get pulled. T1 do not want to allow it to just sit in the pit, and Beishuan is ready to try to challenge here in the Smite fight. Bin looking for the angle on the side, but Doran's ready to block him. Ward's trying to keep an eye here on the Dragon, as On tries to throw a barrel
That's so
out. T1 still
frustrating,
with
that
control
bot
over the
lane.
objective, but Beishuan is in range. We could get a Smite fight. It's gonna be secured by Keria, and now the engage coming out from BLG. Doran's over the wall. He's
Good secure,
He's
Keria.
ready to dice. T1 staying alive for now, but Doran's gonna be killed here at the very start. Bin, the only one caught inside the impale, and BLG's running the fight. Keria's gonna die next. He tries to get away. He flashes into the
He
room
left
to survive.
Fakey.
And now Faker, the next target. BLG are finally gonna get
Oh my
it.
gosh, Ben. I get it. You want the kills. Calm down. How did Faker not get into his own ulti?
A massive team fight win for BLG.
That was insane.
Elk reacts beautifully to the flank from Doran, and they turn their
Ben
attention to the
hungry.
dangerous crocodile on
Ben
the top side.
hungry.
Keep your eyes on the left flank. Doran, eyes up
Damn
the AD
it.
carry. He has vision on him, but they're aware of that collapse. As Knight attacks one flank and the engage comes through under On, all of BLG turn their attention onto Doran. Knight comes back to the back line. They charm him up, they take him down, and there's more action back to live.
BLG looking to force down the Otacon, trying to fight their way back into the game. They secure the objective, but the fight afterwards is ready to rage. Faker with a ruined prison onto Bin, but Doran might drop.
Nice
they
interrupt
peel
on
off
Bin.
And save the Croc. Owner
Nice
looking
interrupt
for an
on
approach
Bin.
here off to the side. Yes, T1 get back a kill, but that's a massive swing over to BLG. They've got plus a 1,000 real gold lead, but then look at the Flowers, 29-6. Plus 23 Flowers is about a 2,000 gold lead in that stat for BLG. Carey is looking to go in and make the dive, and On's going to be caught by the Ishtal impact. Faker flashing back, making sure he doesn't die. Elk and Knight trying to continue providing covering fire and keeping themselves alive. T1 get another kill and have to back away.
T1 can't keep getting away with this. They just keep getting pick after pick. I admire BLG's resilience, because even if they find themselves a bit behind, they just keep forcing the fight. Objective after objective. They do not concede these without a fight. And they're turning things in their favor. You're right, Flowers. T1 finds themselves at soul point, but that Otacon will alleviate a lot of pressure.
Is
It will
T1
give
still
some
good without
much
Faker?
needed stats, but BLG in a much better position as we
Faker
get closer and
has
closer
a
to that soul point.
certain
Knight at the precipice of completing
amount
that
of
death
like
cap will
shot
give him so
calling
much
and
damage. And we
leadership
said at the beginning of this
that
game that he needed to step
T1
up. Beishuan
fails
very low.
without.
Yeah, Beishuan caught up by the Rune Prison there, wants to vault break his way away, but the Realm Orb's ready to catch him out.
There was a time last year where they didn't have Faker because he was injured and because he was going through like some mental issues, and T1 fell
Faker
apart.
ambitiously chases after his target, but he will not secure the kill. And Beishuan gets away.
I don't know who that
Looking
is,
to secure
Drew.
that top tower, getting a bit more of a gold injection for
Yeah,
his
they're
team.
all good, but yeah.
And he will smash that tower before Doran can show up, try to stop him. Let's take another look at how close this was.
Beishuan getting run down by Faker, the Sundered Sky, giving Beishuan a bit of extra HP. Knight, though, sitting there in the fog of war, connects the charm, the ultimate acting as an escape tool, and then he flashes away to safety. Ooh-hoo-hoo! The Flux coming dangerously close to securing that kill.
Two. Producers
But
have
as
told me
we say
it
in
was
the
two.
business, not even close.
Not even close. 2 HP, too many. That's what the deal is for Beishuan. All calculated all the time. He gets away from it. And now, the biggest gold differences in this game. Knight ahead over 2,000 versus Faker. He just purchased his
There it
Rabadon's
is.
death cap. This Ahri could decimate a fight if he gets the chance to play it his way.
Once he gets that level 16 as well, that ultimate is going to be on such a low cooldown. He's been fishing for flanks in every single fight. The target selection will be extremely important. Elk has also slowly found his way back into the game. Of course, he's still very far behind Gumayushi, but the experience, dead even. He's still at 2 completed items. And this is getting into a scary situation for T1. Can they find the fights that they have continued to find throughout this series? Or will BLG bring us to a game 4? You can feel the fierceness in BLG's play. Knight is in a position to carry.
This game should not be like this. It's been very back and forth.
Elk critically also now with 2 fully completed items. He's got the Essence Reaver.
It's been a little too back and forth.
Nabori, quick blades. Over on the other side though, Guma
that was
with the Muramana, with the Edge of
that's the
Night,
mid that was in for Faker's wrist injury. He got signed to Fnatic. Oh, I did not know that.
Soul for T1 spawns, but it's BLG.
Yeah, I just remember they went on a mad loss streak when that happened.
Gold lead with control over the bot side river as T1 grouped up. They're going for a Realm Warp. They want to just go after the Baron. They're going to try to start this up and maybe burst it down. They demand
There's no way they can burst it down before they walk over there.
BLG. They're going to make BLG walk into them. The Baron's already down to half HP, but BLG has arrived. What is the call from T1? They're going to disengage it, it looks like, but they're still staying aggroed under the Baron. It's down to 4K, 3K on a Knight trying to step up. The Baron
secured.
Is by T1. Ben's into the back line, but now he's in danger. Owner
Ben went too deep by himself, bro.
T1's already found the first kill.
That's it. That's a freaking rat, bro.
T1 murdering BLG.
T1 absolutely baited and outsmarted BLG, dude. Completely baited and outsmarted. And there's no other way to call it. That's it.
They cannot find
That's
the angle,
it.
and the crowd simply erupts as T1 for the 3rd time in a row will find the monstrous fight, will find the Baron, and are looking to close this series out.
A brilliant gambit
Baron,
from T1.
Soul,
they know that BLG
Ace.
owns the bottom side river.
What can't they get away with?
To check, so they just don't.
Yeah, they said,
make BLG
let's just,
answer them instead.
what if we just
they win the fight,
win?
They earn the Baron, they secure the soul.
What if we just win?
What's crazy about this is
Van.
T1's Baron wasn't even that fast.
I'm not even going to check my pick'ems no more. I don't even want to look at it.
A lethality virus.
I don't even want to look at my pick'ems no more.
It gives so much time for BLG to actually respond, but they just cannot find an angle. We look back at this MasterCard priceless moment, and we see in this window a lot of damage is done to Doran. Bin goes in onto the backline, but there's no follow-up because BLG's focus is divided.
That was like borderline immediate. Borderline immediate smite. It went from 1800 to 990.
He gets the 2-man knockup onto Knight specifically. So much damage is dealt to him.
I feel like Ben kind of sold that.
Pick after pick after pick. Elk has nothing left. Even with the flash, there's nowhere for him to go. And T1 decimate the fight.
Really, really well done there. Owners Impale also locking up Beishwan so that the Vi can't jump in with the Ambessa. There's no 2-pronged threat. And T1 now with the Baron pushing up. That last sequence also earned Owner his 1,000th assist at international tournaments for his career. As T1 now going to get collapsed on potentially.
Yeah, she went a little too deep. Wait, what winners are left? Just Genji at the moment. So Genji versus T1, correct.
But is it enough? Doran pops the Dominus, and Elk's feathers fly. Keria and Gumayushi putting more damage into Knight as Keria might just die. The point-blank piercing arrow finds a little, but Gumayushi has to flash away. Elk with another kill.
Whoa.
Beautifully done alongside Knight. Faker dominating with the kill on Bin. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
T1 overstep on the bot side, and they give an angle for Knight to find the outplay. Working with Elk, they do massive damage, and they pick apart the bot lane.
Same as last year, BLG. Come on. I mean, low key, last year they put up more of a fight.
But
right now, this is just
big stop
disgusting.
There from BLG. It looked like T1 was looking to maybe end the game, but watch Elk and watch Knight.
The fight is on 2 fronts. The TP comes in on the one side. Faker turns his attention onto that. Whereas the moment that the engage comes through from Beishwan, he gets shut down. Bin gets isolated as Owner and Faker turn their attention onto him. But now this is too deep. A really good barrel comes through from On. The feathers do in fact fly, do massive damage onto Doran, and carry it is low as well. Knight sees that as his opportunity to pick up a single pick. Then he converts it with the charm, and then the flash forward from Elk means that they secure another kill. A shutdown comes through.
What do you say?
And it's BLG that fight back. They're not
you say sorry or die?
They find themselves behind, fighting up against a Mountain Soul, but a few more picks, and they can still find a way to fight back here in game 3.
4 fully completed major items for Knight. Elk completing his Lord Dominic's regards at the same time to make sure he can punch through
Why
the
is
front
he such a little baby Goro? Like just the way he said it was so cute.
Until the Baron is
Just
back
wanna
alive.
pinch them
T1
little
invading the enemy
cheekies.
jungle. They want the red buff, but Beishuan secures it with a nice smite there. Will
Could've
not
been
let
bye.
Owner get the
Could've been
better
bye.
of that minor
Bye.
objective as T1 continues setting up vision, control wards in enemy territory.
You're right,
looking
Technic.
to choke BLG out of the rift.
I
Make
did
it
say that
scary
T1 will
walk
still make it
anywhere
to
into
the
fog.
finals, though.
Make it slow to walk
I just
anywhere
wanna
outside of the
say
base
that.
so that when these neutrals are ready, T1 can once again jump on that. 90 seconds now on the Baron, 1 minute more than that for the
You know,
Elder.
I
Because
really
of the fact that
did,
they're
like,
decent,
even if I
there's not a
thought
chance
that
to do this. Pull them
BLG
towards one side, jump
was
to the other
going to
again,
win,
unless you delay.
I thought this
We'll
was going
see
to be a
if T1
closer
wants
fight.
that delay, since they showed their ability
This
to
was
navigate it earlier,
like-
or if they just want to rush the first.
This was
I think
borderline a
BLG
stomp,
still
no?
have a way to win the team fights. They really
So
just have
if
to be
BLG
deliberate
loses
in their target
this,
selection. You can't have been diving onto the back line while the rest of BLG are focusing down the Baron. Their best team
we're
fight
going
was when they
against
turned their attention
them.
onto Doran as he tried to threaten Elk. If they can just
FlyQuest
lock down a
has to
single member,
play
they have a lot of
against
single
them.
target damage. The feathers can make it very difficult for T1 to chase
So-
them. It all comes down to patience. Right now, it's T1 with the Mountain Soul.
That's gonna
keeping the
be
mid
a
push
little
up.
tough.
The Baron spawning in 35 seconds. T1 know that they're stronger. They have a lot of poke, and you're seeing it on your screen
I'm
right
not
now.
sure I'm a
Boomer
fan of
can
that
make it very
either,
difficult for
Kiki. I
BLG to
just-
approach the objective.
Personally, I just don't think I'm ready for
Has his
that.
death's dance, Shojin and Eclipse
Personally,
all
I just
completed.
don't think I'm ready for
BLG
that.
trying to step forward. They do not want to allow T1 to start DPSing another Baron, no matter how slow it might go. We know that they're not afraid of the objective. BLG, I completely agree with you, Vedius. They need to find the angles. They need to be coordinated. They need to all be playing like a machine if they want to win this next fight against the Mountain Soul. T1, keep your eyes on Faker in the Realm Warp. Nice piercing arrow from Gumayushi.
the poke
On's
is
already
good.
lost 60% HP. Doran with a potential pincer angle. BLG scattered now, split into two halves. Knight takes another big hit there from the piercing arrow. Realm Warp.
Are we
once
doing
again.
it again?
It was the first time. How about
Are
the
you
second?
serious?
Barely at any
We're
HP.
doing it
Beishuan and
again?
Knight looking
We're
to try to
playing in their
approach.
face
Piercing arrow
again.
flies out. T1 still thinking about the turn. Doran's coming around from behind. The dominant flash with the Predator. Not somebody gonna be locked out. Carrier's got the follow.
My giggity gosh.
T1 slam the final fight. Doran clutch again.
My
with the
gosh.
angle at the perfect
Oh my gosh, I have literal chills going down my spine right now. Are you serious? Are you freaking serious, y'all?
He's trying to get a kill back.
Oh my gosh. Disgusting.
The TP coming in as Carrier's
Disgusting.
back up with the rest of the team.
Holy freaking moly, T1. Y'all might just win it all. I just don't know. I just don't know. They ate that. They 3-0'd it, y'all. They 3-0'd it. Was that not insane? That was such an insane ending. Not only did they just absolutely wipe them, bro. The double back on the Rise ulti over the Baron to quick steal.
And LCK fans will get the matchup that they
Oh
wanted.
my
They'll go
God.
to face Gen G
Absolutely
in the upper
divine.
bracket.
With that win, Faker is now the first player ever to earn 200 wins at League of Legends Esports International events.
Period,
the
bae.
greatest of all time for a
Period, bae.
reason.
The man is just too damn good.
The way he can hear.
Congratulations to Faker.
That quick flash, bro.
Congratulations to T1. Question marks surrounded
That quick
this team
flash
coming
of
into
it?
the tournament. And after a shaky performance against CFO, It was not clear who would be the favorites in this matchup.
Wow.
But T1 established their authority. Faker makes his way to 200 wins. And they set their sights on a rematch against their rivals of Gen G.
LCK
He's
fans
so
looking
good at
forward
League
to
of
that one.
Legends,
You
y'all.
already said it. And we go back to what we heard from the carries of T1 after their 5-game brutal series against CFO.
Yeah,
We
give
heard
us that
Faker
Doran
say he
interview,
looks
bro.
forward to the match, but he thinks it would be easier than CFO was.
I really want to know, y'all. Like, I really want to know, what does it feel like to be the League of Legends player? Like, that man can walk into any League of Legends event and shut it down. He is the League of Legends player. I wonder what that's like, bro.
July 9th. But before that,
I
the
wonder
lower
what that's
brackets
like.
got more action coming for us. CFO, with their defeat of MKOI today, have earned a battle against anyone's legend there in the lower bracket. And the other lower bracket matchup will be BLG going against FlyQuest. A lot of exciting matches coming our way as we see our Damage Delta champions here at the very end. Gumayushi topping the tables. Lethality Varus, piloted by a world-class AD carry, is gonna get that done. And now we're joining Shox and Jason with Doran for the Verizon post-game interview.
3-0 for T1 over BLG. Doran, your teammates had already said that they thought that this victory would be comfortable. How did the reality line up?
3대0 승리 가져오셨습니다. 지난번 무대 인터뷰에서 사실 T1 선수분들이 이번 BLG전은 조금 더 수월할 것이다라고 했는데요. 실제로 경기해 보시니까 어땠나요?
BLG랑 이제 연습 경기에서도 해봤는데 되게 잘하는 팀이라 좀 이제 평소에 비해서 더 연습을 대비를 더 많이 한 것 같고 오늘 3대0 나올 줄은 좀 예상 못했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually screamed BLG and they were really strong. So we wanted to make sure that we are extra prepared for the matchup. So I was not actually expecting a 3-0 here.
Okay, well, it was a wonderful performance. Now, I know that you had a goal to have a great international performance in your very first international tournament with T1. They did bully you a little, so I'd love to know how you felt about your games overall.
They were camping that man.
이제 T1에 합류하신 뒤로 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟으신 만큼 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶다고 하셨습니다. 그런데 이번 시리즈에서는 상대방이 좀 도란 선수를 많이 집중 공략했던 것 같아요. 게임적으로 좀 어땠나요?
일단 제일 기억에 남는 건 1세트 때 이제 1레벨에 사고가 있어서 좀 구도대로 나오지 않았는데 그래도 저희 팀이 너무 슈퍼 플레이로 게임을 뒤집어 놔서 그 1세트가 너무 오늘 승리에 영향이 많이 갔던 것 같습니다.
Thank you so much for the gift.
There was a little accident early on, so the top lane didn't really go based on the champion matchup, but my teammates, they just came in clutch and made super play, outplay, so they managed to turn the game around, and winning that game number one was so influential when it comes to winning the entire series.
Yes, your teammates were there for you, which is how it should be. Now, we often say that for T1, there is magic when they come to an international tournament. I'd love to know, now that you're a part of the team, how does it feel to play with them at this international tournament, and do you feel the same magic?
또 T1의 국제전 하면 정말 다르다. 뭔가 신비롭게 언제나 더 잘하고 정말 무시무시한 파워가 나온다라는 평가가 많은데 이제 T1의 멤버로서 실제로 국제대회 무대를 밟고 계시잖아요. 정말 이런 T1의 매직이 있다고 생각하시나요?
Medusa, thank you so much for the 48 months of support. I appreciate you, love. Thank you for supporting the stream.
노력을 많이 하는 것 같아서 뭐 그런 부분도 영향이 있는 것 같고 다들 의지도 강하기 때문에 오늘 3대0 승리할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I can say for sure that all of the players are very working hard in order to adapt to the new environment. I think
It's
that's one of the
6:18
keys
p.m.
to T1's magic internationally, and also they're just all working really hard and they're always willing to get the win. So I think that made us get the 3-0 today.
I see it. You work very hard as well, Doran, and you are an exceptional top laner. But we have a little gift for you to improve maybe just one small part of your training.
도란 선수가 또 언제나 노력도 정말 많이 하시고 연습도 많이 하시고 실력도 뛰어나시지만 연습에 더 도움이 되라고 저희가 선물을 하나 준비했습니다.
Oh my gosh. It's the Krug, guys.
돌 거북. 펫 돌거북입니다. 어떠신가요?
또 이렇게 선물을 준비해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 예, 돌거북 위험합니다. 조심하세요.
Thank you so much for this lovely gift. Everyone, frogs are dangerous. Be careful.
Not just Krugs, but we will leave it at that gift. But I, of course, need to ask you, you get the matchup versus Gen G up next. It's not one that we saw in a best of 5 in the LCK, and we've been wanting to see it. So what can you tell us about that match?
이제 다음 상대는 젠지입니다. 많은 분들이 기대하고 있는데요. 이제 LCK 로드 투 MSI에서는 포맷상 이제 만나지 못했잖아요. 이번 매치업 어느 부분이 가장 기대될 수 있을까요?
I would cry about this later.
어제 젠지 경기를 봤는데 기인 선수가 너무 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줘서 이제 탑라이너들 간의 라인전 그게 많이 기대되고 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
I watched Genji play yesterday and Keen was on fire, so I think the top lane, laning phase will be something to watch for.
Yes, the whole match will. Congratulations once again, Dora.
Thank you so much.
And Samida for the interview. One more time for Dora and
Did he just hit us with a thank you so much? Okay, come on, English King. Period.
Thank you so much, Rox.
Yeah, I got the reference of the gift.
Congratulations to the
They never gonna let that man like get over the fact that he died to Krugs, bro. They never gonna let that die. They will never ever let that die. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Ziku Box, I saw you said T1 won't win against Genji. Sadly, they've been dominant. They've been too dominant. Have not lost a single match this split, and that may be true. However, comma, I do believe that if this T1 shows up at that matchup, we might have a game on our hands. We might have a series on our hands. I really do. I really do. Let me see who's going to be at the press conference. Let's see. Who's going to be at the press conference? It's going to be Ben and Beishuan and Karya and Faker. Do we wait? I feel like we'll be waiting a while. I feel like, oh, I'm sad we're not interviewing them. I will make sure that I apply to interview T1 after the Genji match. And maybe for the BLG match as well. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Wow, it was very quick. I will see y'all on Monday. Okay, don't forget, no stream tomorrow, no games tomorrow. I'm only live when MSI is live at the moment because we're going for 6 days a week type beat. So I will see y'all on Monday, and I love you guys so much. You guys are great. You guys are awesome. Don't let anyone tell you different. And until then, I wish you nothing but W's in your games. Bountiful LP in the lowest ping you could ever imagine. Love you guys. See you later.